Chapter 1. The alley was dark and stank of piss and vomit. It was home for quick-footed rats and the bony, hungry-eyed felines who hunted them. Red eyes glinted in the dark, some of them human, all of them feral. Eve's heart tripped lightly as she slipped into the fetid, damp-edged shadows. He'd gone in. She was sure of it. It was her job to follow, to find him, to bring him in. Her weapon was in her hand, and her hand was steady.
"Hey, sweet cakes! Want to do it with me? Want to do it?"
Voices out of the dark, harsh with chemicals or cheap brews. Moans of the damned, giggles of the mad. The rats and cats didn't live here alone. The company of the human garbage that lined the sweating brick walls was no comfort. She swung her weapon, crouched as she sidestepped a battered recycling unit that, from the smell of it, hadn't worked in a decade. The stench of food gone over smeared the humid air and turned it into a greasy stew. Someone whimpered. She saw a boy, about 13, all but naked. The sores on his face were festering. His eyes were slits of fear and hopelessness as he scrabbled like a crab back against the filthy wall. Pity stirred in her heart. She had been a child once, hurt and terrified, hiding in an alley. "I won't hurt you." She kept her voice quiet, barely a murmur, kept her eyes on his, maintaining contact as she lowered her weapon. And that's when he struck. He came from behind, a roar of motion and sound. Primed to kill, he swung the pipe. The whistle of it stung her ears as she whirled, dodged. There was barely time to curse herself for losing her concentration, forgetting her primary target, as 250 pounds of muscle and mean sent her flying to the bricks. Her weapon flew out of her hand and clattered into the dark. She saw his eyes, the glint of mayhem heightened by the chemical Zeus. She watched the pipe raised high, timed it, and rolled seconds before it cracked against brick. With a pump of her legs, she dived headfirst into his belly. He grunted, staggered, and as he reached for her throat, she brought her fist up hard, smashing it under his jaw. The force of the blow radiated pain and power up her arm. People were screaming, scrambling for safety in a narrow world where nothing and no one was safe. She spun, used the impetus of the turn to deliver a roundhouse kick that shattered her adversary's nose. Blood fountained, adding to the sick miasma of odors. His eyes were wild, but he barely jerked at the blow. Pain was no match for the god of chemicals. Grinning as blood poured down his face, he smacked the thick pipe on his palm. Kill you, cop bitch!" He circled her, swinging the pipe like a whistling whip. Grinning as he bled. "Break your head open and eat your brains!" Knowing he meant it pumped her adrenaline to flashpoint. Live or die. Her breath came in pants, the sweat pouring like oil down her skin. She dodged the next blow, went down on her knees. Slapping a hand on her boot, she came up grinning. "Eat this instead, you son of a bitch!" Her backup weapon was in her hand. She didn't bother with stun. The stun setting would do little more than tickle a 250-pound man flying on Zeus. It was set to terminate. As he lunged toward her, she hit him with full power. His eyes died first. She'd seen it happen before. Eyes that turned to glass like a doll's, even as he charged her. She sidestepped, prepared to fire again, but the pipe slipped from his fingers. His body began that jerky dance as his nervous system overloaded. He fell at her feet, a mass of ruined humanity who had played God. "You won't be sacrificing any more virgins, asshole," she muttered. And as that wild energy drained, she rubbed a hand over her face. Her weapon arm dropped. The faint scrape of leather on concrete alerted her. She started to spin, weapon rising, but arms clamped her, lifted her to her toes. "Always watch your back, Lieutenant," the voice whispered, just before teeth nipped lightly at her earlobe. "Rourke, God damn it! I nearly zapped you!" "You didn't even come close." With a laugh, he turned her in his arms, and his mouth was on hers, hot, hungry. "I love watching you work," he murmured, and his hand, clever hand, slid up her body to cup her breast. "It's Stimulating. Cut it out. But her heart was thundering in reaction, and the order was half-hearted. This is no place for seduction. On the contrary, a honeymoon is a traditional place for a seduction. He drew her back, kept his hands on her shoulders. I wondered where you'd gone off to. I should have known. He glanced down at the body at their feet. What did he do? He had a predilection for beating the brains out of young women, then eating them. Oh. Rourke winced, shook his head. Really, Eve, couldn't you have come up with something a little less revolting? There was a guy on the Terror Colony a couple of years back who fit the profile, and I wondered... She trailed off, frowning. They were standing in a stinking alley, death at their feet, and Rourke, gorgeous, dark angel Rourke, was wearing a tuxedo and a diamond stud. What are you all dressed up for? We had plans, he reminded her. Dinner? I forgot. She tucked her weapon away. I didn't think this would take so long. She blew out a breath. I guess I should clean up. I like you the way you are. He moved into her again, took possession. Forget dinner. For now. His smile was slow and irresistible. But I do insist on slightly more aesthetic surroundings. End program, he ordered. The alley, the smells, and the huddle of bodies winked away. They stood in a huge empty room with equipment and blinking lights built into the walls. Both floor and ceiling were glass-mirrored black to better project the holographic scenes available on the program. It was one of Rourke's newest, most sophisticated toys. Begin tropical setting 4B. Maintain dual control status. In response came the whoosh of waves, the sprinkle of starlight on water. Beneath her feet was white sugar sand, and palm trees waved like exotic dancers. That's more like it, Rourke decided, then began unbuttoning her shirt. Or it will be when I get you naked. You've been getting me naked every time I blink for nearly 3 weeks. He arched a brow. Husband's privilege. Complaints? Husband. It was still a jolt. This man with the warrior's mane of black hair, the poet's face, the wild Irish blue eyes, was her husband. She'd never get used to it. No, just her breath hitched as one of his long-fingered hands skimmed over her breasts. An observation. Cops. He smiled, unfastened her jeans. Always observing. You're off duty, Lieutenant Dallas. I was just keeping my reflexes sharp. 3 weeks away from the job, you get rusty. He slid a hand between her naked thighs, cupped her, watched her head fall back on a moan. Your reflexes are just fine, he murmured, and pulled her down to the soft white sand. His wife. Rourke liked to think about that as she rode him, as she moved under him, as she lay spent beside him. This fascinating woman, this dedicated cop, this troubled soul belonged to him. He'd watched her work through the program, the alley, the chemical-mad killer, and he'd known she would face the reality of her work with the same tough, terrifyingly courageous determination that she'd possessed in the illusion. He admired her for it, however many bad moments it gave him. In a few days they would go back to New York, and he would have to share her with her duties. For now, he wanted to share her with nothing, with no one. He was no stranger to back alleys that reeked of garbage and hopeless humanity. He'd grown up in them, escaped into them, and eventually had escaped from them. He had made his life into what it was, and then she had come into it, sharp and lethal as an arrow from a bow, and had changed it again. Cops had once been the enemy, then an amusement, and now he was bound to one. Just over 2 weeks before, he had watched her walk toward him in a flowing gown of rich bronze, flowers in her hands. The bruises on her face a killer had put there only hours before had been softened under cosmetics. And in those eyes, those big brandy-colored eyes that showed so much, he'd seen nerves and amusement. Here we go, Rourke. He'd nearly heard her say it as she put her hand in his. For better or worse, I'll take you on. God help us. Now she wore his ring, and he hers. He'd insisted on that, though such traditions weren't strictly fashionable in the middle of the 21st century. He'd wanted the tangible reminder of what they were to each other, the symbol of it. Now he picked up her hand, kissed her finger above the ornately etched gold band he'd had made for her. Her eyes stayed closed. He studied the sharp angles of her face, the over-wide mouth, the short cap of brown hair tousled into spikes. "I love you, Eve." Faint color bloomed on her cheeks. She was so easily moved, he thought. He wondered if she had any idea how huge was her own heart. "I know." She opened her eyes. "I'm, starting to get used to it." "Good." Listening to the sound of water lapping on sand, of balmy breezes whispering through feathery palms, she lifted a hand, brushed the hair back from his face. A man like him, she thought. Powerful, wealthy, impulsive, could call up such scenes at the snap of a finger. And he'd done it for her. "You make me happy." His grin flashed, making her stomach muscles curl in delight. "I know." With easy, effortless strength, he lifted her up and over until she straddled him. He skimmed his hands idly up her long, slim, muscled body. "Are you ready to admit you're glad I shanghaied you off-planet for the last part of our honeymoon?" She grimaced, remembering her panic, her dug-in-at-the-heels refusal to board the transport he'd had waiting, and how he had roared with laughter and had tossed her over his shoulder, climbing on board with her cursing him. "I liked Paris," she said with a sniff, "and I loved the week we had on the island. I didn't see any reason for us to come to some half-finished resort in space when we were going to spend most of our time in bed anyway." "You were scared." It had delighted him that she'd been unnerved by the prospect of her first off-planet voyage, and it had pleasured him to keep her occupied and distracted for the bulk of the trip. "I was not." Boneless, she thought, scared boneless. "I was justifiably annoyed that you'd made the plans without discussing them with me. I seem to recall someone being involved with a case and telling me to plan whatever suited me." "You were a beautiful bride." It made her lips curve. "It was the dress." "No, it was you." He lifted a hand to her face. "Eve Dallas. Mine." Love swamped her. It always seemed to come in huge, unexpected waves that left her flailing helplessly. "I love you." She lowered herself to him, brought her mouth to his. "Looks like you're mine." It was midnight before they had dinner. On the moon-washed terrace of the towering sphere that was the nearly completed Olympus Grand Hotel, Eve dug into stuffed lobster and contemplated the view. The Olympus resort would be, with Rourke pulling the strings, completed and fully booked within a year. For now, they had it to themselves. If she ignored the construction crews, staff, architects, engineers, pilots, and other assorted inhabitants who shared the massive space station. From the small glass table where they sat, she could see out over the hub of the resort. The lights brightly burned for the night crew. The quiet hum of machinery spoke of round-the-clock labor. The fountains, the lances of simulated torchlight and rainbows of color running fluidly through the spewing waters, were for her, she knew. He'd wanted her to see what he was building, and perhaps to begin to understand what she was a part of now, as his wife. Wife. She blew out a breath that fluttered her bangs and sipped the icy champagne he'd poured. It was going to take some time to understand just how she'd gone from being Eve Dallas, homicide lieutenant, to become the wife of a man who some claimed had more money and power than God. Problem? She flicked her eyes over his face, smiled a little. No. With intense concentration, she dipped a bit of lobster in melted butter. Real butter. No simulation for Rourke's table, and sampled it. How am I going to face the cardboard they pass off as food at the eatery once I'm back on the job? You eat candy bars on the job in any case. He topped off her wine, lifted a brow when she narrowed her eyes. You trying to get me drunk, pal? Absolutely. She laughed, something he noted she did more easily and more often these days. and with a shrug picked up her glass. "What the hell? I'll oblige you. And when I'm drunk," she gulped down the priceless wine like water, "I'll give you a ride you won't soon forget." Lust, he'd thought, sated for the moment, crawled edgily into his belly. Well, in that case, he poured wine into his own glass, teasing it to the rim. "Let's both get drunk." "I like it here," she announced. Pushing back from the table, she carried her glass to the thick railing of carved stone. It must have cost a fortune to have it quarried, then shipped, but he was Rourke, after all. Leaning over, she watched the light and water show, scanned the buildings, all domes and spheres, all glossy and elegant to house the sumptuous people and the sumptuous games they would come to play. The casino was completed and glowed like a golden ball in the dark. One of the dozen pools was lighted for the night, and the water glimmered cobalt blue. Sidewalks zigzagged between buildings and resembled silver threads. They were empty now, but she imagined what they would be like in 6 months, a year, crammed with people who shimmered in silks, glowed with jewels. They would come to be pampered within the marble walls of the spa with its mud baths and body enhancement facilities, its soft-spoken consultants and solicitous droids. They'd come to lose fortunes in the casino, to drink exclusive liquor in the clubs, to make love to the hard and soft bodies of licensed companions. Rourke would offer them a world, and they would come. But it wouldn't be her world when they filled it. She was more comfortable with the streets, the noisy half-world of law and crime. Rourke understood that, she thought, as he'd come from the same place as she. So he had offered her this when it was only theirs. "You're going to make something here," she said, and turned to lean back against the rail. "That's the plan." "No." She shook her head, pleased that it was already starting to swim from the wine. "You'll make something that people will talk about for centuries, that they'll dream of." "You've come a long way from the young thief who ran the back alleys of Dublin, Rourke." His smile was slow and just a little sly. "Not so very far, Lieutenant. I'm still picking pockets. I just do it as legally as I can. Being married to a cop limits certain activities." She frowned at him now. "I don't want to hear about them." "Darling Eve." He rose, brought the bottle with him. "So by the book. Still so unsettled that she's fallen madly in love with a shady character." He filled her glass again, then set the bottle aside. "One that only months ago was on her short list of murder suspects." "You enjoy that? Being suspicious?" "I do." He skimmed a thumb over her cheekbone where a bruise had faded away, except in his mind. "And I worry about you a little." "A lot," he admitted to himself. "I'm a good cop." "I know. The only one I've ever completely admired." What an odd twist of fate that I would have fallen for a woman so devoted to justice. It seems odder to me that I've linked up with someone who can buy and sell planets at a whim. "Married." He laughed. Turning her around, he nuzzled the back of her neck. "Go on, say it. We're married. The word won't choke you. I know what we are." Ordering herself to relax, she leaned back against him. "Let me live with it for a while. I like being here, away with you." "Then I take it you're glad you let me pressure you into the 3 weeks." "You didn't pressure me. I had to nag." He nipped her ear. "Browbeat." His hand slid up to her breasts. "Beg?" She snorted. "You never begged for anything. But maybe you did nag. I haven't had 3 weeks off the job in... never." He decided against reminding her she hadn't had it now, precisely. She rarely went through a 24-hour period without running some program that put her up against a crime. "Why don't we make it 4? "Rourke," he chuckled. "Just testing. Drink your champagne. You're not nearly drunk enough for what I have in mind." "Oh." Her pulse leaped, making her feel foolish. "And what's that?" "It'll lose in the telling," he decided. "Let's just say I intend to keep you occupied for the last 48 hours we have here." 48 hours? With a laugh, she drained her glass. "When do we get started?" "There's no time like..." He broke off, scowling when the doorbell sounded. I told the staff to leave the clearing up. Stay here. He snugged together her robe, which he'd just untied. I'll send them away, far away. Get another bottle while you're at it, she told him, grinning as she shook the last drops into her glass. Someone drank all of this one. Amused, he slipped back inside, crossed the wide living space with its clear glass ceiling and feather-soft carpets. He wanted her there to start, he decided, on that yielding floor with the ice-edged stars wheeling overhead. He plucked a long white lily out of a porcelain dish, imagining how he would show her just what a clever man could do to a woman with the petals of a flower. He was smiling as he turned into the foyer with its gilded walls and sweeping marble staircase. Flipping on the view screen, he prepared to send the room service waiter to perdition for the interruption. With some surprise, he saw the face of one of his assistant engineers. Carter? Trouble? Carter rubbed a hand over a face that was dead pale and damp with sweat. Sir, I'm afraid there is. I need to speak with you, please. All right, just a moment. Rourke let out a sigh as he flicked off the screen, disengaged the locks. Carter was young for his position, in his mid-20s, but he was a genius at design and execution. If there was a problem with the construction, it was best to deal with it now. Is it the Sky Glide at the salon? Rourke asked as he opened the door. I thought you'd worked out the kinks there. No, yes, sir, I have. It's working perfectly now. The man was trembling, Rourke realized, and forgot his annoyance. Has there been an accident? He took Carter's arm, steered him into the living area, nudged him into a chair. Has someone been hurt? I don't know. An accident? Carter blinked, stared glassily. Ma'am, Lieutenant, he said as Eve came in. He started to rise, then fell weakly down again when she gave him a quick push. He's in shock, she said to Rourke, her voice brisk. Try some of that fancy brandy you've got around here. She crouched down, kept her face level with his. His pupils were pinpricks. Carter, isn't it? Take it slow. His face went waxy now. I think I'm gonna be... Before he could finish, Eve whipped his head down between his knees. Breathe. Just breathe. Let's have that brandy, Rourke. She held out a hand, and he was there with the snifter. Pull it together, Carter. Rourke eased him back onto the cushions. Take a swallow of this. Yes, sir. For Christ's sake, stop sirring me to death. Color came back into Carter's cheeks, either from the brandy or from embarrassment. He nodded, swallowed, let out a breath. I'm sorry. I thought I was okay. I came right up. I didn't know if I should. I didn't know what else to do. He spread a hand over his face like a kid at a horror video. He hitched in a breath and said it quickly. It's Drew Mathias, my roomie. He's dead. Air exploded out of his lungs, then shuddered back in. He took another deep gulp of brandy and choked on it. Rourke's eyes went flat. He pulled together a picture of Mathias, young, eager, red hair and freckles, an electronics expert with a specialty in autotronics. Where, Carter? How did it happen? I thought I should tell you right away. Now there were 2 high, bruising red flags riding on Carter's pasty cheeks. I came right up to tell you, and your wife. I thought since she's the police, she could do something. You need a cop, Carter? Eve took the snifter out of his unsteady hand. Why do you need a cop? I think he must have... He killed himself, Lieutenant. He was hanging there, just hanging there from the ceiling light in the living room, and his face... Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! Eve left Carter to bury his own face in his hands and turned to Rourke. Who's got authority on site for something like this? We've got standard security, most of it automated. Accepting, he inclined his head. I'd say it's you, Lieutenant. Okay, see if you can put together a field kit for me. I need a recorder, audio and video, some seal-it, evidence bags, tweezers, a couple of small brushes. She hissed out a breath as she dragged a hand through her hair. He wasn't going to have the equipment lying around that would pinpoint body temperature and time of death. There would be no scanner, no sweepers, none of the standard chemicals for forensics she carried habitually to crime scenes. They'd have to wing it. There's a doctor, right? Call him. He'll have to stand in as the ME. I'll get dressed. Most of the techs made use of the completed wings of the hotel for living quarters. Carter and Matthias had apparently hit it off well enough to share a spacious two-bedroom suite during their shift on the station. As they rode down to the 10th floor, Eve handed Rourke the palm recorder. "You can run this, right?" He lifted a brow. One of his companies had manufactured it. "I think I can manage." "Fine." She offered a weak smile. "You're deputized." "You hanging in, Carter?" "Yeah." But he walked out of the elevator into the hallway on 10 like a drunk trying to pass a competency test. He had to wipe his sweaty hand twice on his slacks to get a clear reading on the palm screen. When the door slid open, he stepped back. "I'd just as soon not go in again." "Stay here," she told him. "I may need you." She stepped inside. The lights were blinding bright, up to full power. Music blared out of the wall unit, hard, clashing rock with a screeching vocalist that reminded Eve of her friend Mavis. The floor was tiled in a Caribbean blue and offered the illusion of walking on water. Along the north and south walls, banks of computers were set up. Workstations, she assumed, cluttered with all manner of electronic boards, microchips, and tools. She saw clothes heaped on the sofa, VR goggles lying on the coffee table with 3 tubes of Asian beer, 2 of them flattened and already rolled for the recycler, and a bowl of spiced pretzels. And she saw Drew Matthias's naked body swaying gently from a makeshift noose of sheets hitched to the glittering tier of a blue glass chandelier. "Ah, hell." She sighed it out. "What is he, Rourke, 20? "Not much more than." Rourke's mouth thinned as he studied Matthias's boyish face. It was purple now, the eyes bulging, the mouth frozen into a hideous gaping grin. Some vicious whim of death had left him smiling. "All right, let's do what we can. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, NYPSD, standing in until proper interspace authorities can be contacted and transported. Suspicious unattended death. Matthias, Drew. Olympus Grand Hotel, room 1036, August 1st, 2058. 100 hours. "I want to take him down," Rourke said. It shouldn't have surprised him how quickly, how seamlessly she'd shifted from woman to cop. "Not yet. It doesn't make any difference to him now, and I need the scene recorded before anything's moved." She turned in the doorway. "Did you touch anything, Carter?" "No." He scrubbed the back of his hand over his mouth. "I opened the door, just like now, and walked in. I saw him right away. You see him right away. I guess I stood there a minute, just stood there. I knew he was dead. I saw his face." "Why don't you go through the other door into the bedroom?" She gestured to the left. "You can lie down for a while. I'll need to talk to you." "Okay." "Don't call anyone," she ordered. No, I won't call anyone." She turned away again, secured the door. Her gaze shifted to Rourke's, and their eyes held. She knew he was thinking, as she was, that there were some, like her, who had no escape from death. "Let's get started," she told him. Chapter 2. The doctor's name was Wang, and he was old, as most medicals were on off-planet projects. He could have retired at 90, but like others of his ilk, he had chosen to bump from site to site, tending the scrapes and bruises, passing out drugs for space sickness and gravity balance, delivering the occasional baby, running required diagnostics. But he knew a dead body when he saw one. Dead. His voice was clipped, faintly exotic. His skin was parchment yellow and as wrinkled as an old map. His eyes were black, almond-shaped. His head was glossy and slick, lending him the appearance of an ancient, somewhat battered billiard ball. "Yeah, I got that much." Eve rubbed her eyes. She'd never had to deal with the space med, but she'd heard about them. They didn't care to have their cushy routine interrupted. "Give me the cause and the time." "Strangulation." Wang tapped one long finger against the vicious marks on Matthias's neck. Self-induced. Time of death, I would say, between 10 and 11 p.m. on this day, in this month, in this year. She offered a thin smile. Thank you, Doctor. There aren't any other signs of violence on the body, so I lean toward your diagnosis of self-termination, but I want the results of the drug run. Let's see if it was chemically induced. Did you treat the deceased for anything? I cannot say, but he looks unfamiliar. I would have his records, of course. He would have come to me for the standard diagnostic upon arrival. I'll want those as well. I will do my best to accommodate you, Mrs. Rourke. Her eyes narrowed. Dallas. Lieutenant Dallas. Put a rush on it, Wang. She looked down at the body again. Small man, she thought. Thin, pale, dead. Pursing her lips, she studied the face. She'd seen what odd tricks death, particularly violent death, could play with expressions, but she'd never seen anything like that wide, goggle-eyed grin. It made her shudder. The waste, the pathetic waste of such a young life made her unbearably sad. Take him with you, Wang. Get me the reports. You can shoot his basic paperwork to the tel link in my suite. I need the next of kin. Assuredly, he smiled at her. Lieutenant Rourke. She smiled back, showed her teeth, and decided she didn't want to play the name game. Standing, she put her hands on her hips as Wang directed his two assistants to transport the body. You find that amusing, she muttered to Rourke. He blinked, all innocence. What? Lieutenant Rourke. Rourke touched her face because he needed to. Why not? Both of us could use some comic relief. Yeah, your Dr. Wang's a chuckle a minute. She watched the doctor sail out in front of the dead boy on a gurney. It pisses me off. It fucking pisses me off. It's not such a bad name. No. She nearly did laugh as she rubbed her hands over her face. Not that. The boy. A kid like that, tossing out his next 100 years of life. That pisses me off. I know. He reached out to rub her shoulders. You're sure it was suicide? No sign of struggle. No additional insults to the body. She shrugged under his hands. I'll interview Carter and talk to some others, but the way I see it, Drew Matthias came home, turned on the lights, the music. He drank himself a couple beers, maybe took a VR trip, ate a few pretzels. Then he went in, stripped the sheets off his bed, made himself a rope, fashioned a very precise professional noose. She turned away, scanning the room, letting the scene into her head. He took off his clothes, tossed them aside. He climbed up on the table. You can see the smears from his feet. He tied the rope to the light, probably gave it a good tug or two to make sure it was secure. Then he slipped his head into the noose, used the remote to raise the light, and choked himself to death. She picked up the remote she'd already bagged for evidence. It wouldn't have been quick. It's a slow ascent, not enough to give him a nice, clean, broken neck, but he didn't struggle, didn't change his mind. If he had, you'd see scrapes from his nails on his neck and throat from where he'd try to claw free. Rourke's brow knit. But wouldn't it be instinctive, involuntary, to do just that? I don't know. I'd say it depended on how strong a will he had, how much he wanted to die, and why. Could have been cruising on drugs. We'll know that soon enough. The right mix of chemicals, the mind doesn't register pain. He might even have enjoyed it. I won't deny there's some illegals floating around here. It's impossible to regulate and supervise every staff member's habits and personal choices. Rourke shrugged, frowned up at the gorgeous blue chandelier. Matthias doesn't strike me as the type for a habitual, even an occasional user. People are a constant surprise, and it's an unending wonder what they'll pump into their bloodstreams. Eve jerked her own shoulders in turn. I'll give the place the standard toss for illegals, and I'll see what I can find out from Carter. She dragged her hair back with a hand. Why don't you go back up? Get some sleep. No, I'll stay. Eve, he said before she could argue, you deputized me. It made her smile a little. Any decent adjutant would know I need coffee to get through this. Then I'll see that you get some. He framed her face in his hands. I wanted you away from this for a while. He let her go and walked into the adjoining kitchen to see about her coffee. Eve stepped into the bedroom. The lights were low, and Carter was sitting on the side of the bed, his head in his hands. He jerked straight when he heard her come in. Take it easy, Carter. You're not under arrest yet. When his cheeks paled, she sat beside him. Sorry, bad cop humor. I'm recording this, okay? Yeah. He swallowed hard. Okay. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, interview with Carter. What's your full name, Carter? Jack. Jack Carter. Carter, Jack, regarding the unattended death of Matthias Drew. Carter, you shared Suite 1036 with the deceased. Yeah, for the past 5 months. We were friends. Tell me about tonight. What time did you get home? I don't know. About 12:30, I guess. I had a date. I've been seeing someone. Lisa Cardot. She's one of the landscape designers. We wanted to check out the entertainment complex. They were showing a new video. After that, we went to the Athena Club. It's open to the complex employees. We had a couple of drinks, listened to some music. She's got an early day tomorrow, so we didn't stay late. I took her home. He smiled weakly. Tried to talk her into letting me come up, but she wasn't having any. Okay, so you struck out with Lisa. Did you come straight home? Yeah. She's just over at the staff bungalow. She likes it there. Doesn't want to close herself up in a hotel room. That's what she says. It only takes a couple minutes on the glide to get back here. I came up. He drew a breath, rubbed a hand over his heart as if to calm it. Drew had the door secured. He had a thing about that. Some of the crew leave the locks off, but Drew had all that equipment, and he was paranoid about anybody messing with it. Is the palm plate coded for anyone but the two of you? No. Okay, then what? I saw him. Right away. That's when I went up to you. All right. When's the last time you saw him alive? This morning? Carter rubbed his eyes, trying to visualize the normality of it. Light, food, mumbling conversation. We had some breakfast. How was he? Upset? Depressed? No. Carter's eyes focused then, and were, for the first time, animated. That's what I can't get through my head. He was fine. He was joking around, yanking my chain about Lisa because I haven't, scored. We were needling each other, just friendly shit. I said he hadn't scored in so long he wouldn't know it if he did. And why didn't he get himself a woman and come along with us tonight to see how it was done? Was he seeing anyone? No. He always talked about this babe he was hung up on. She wasn't on the station. The babe. That's what he called her. He was going to use his next free cycle to pay her a visit. He said she had it all. Brains, beauty, body, and a sex drive that wouldn't quit. Why should he play with lesser models when he had state-of-the-art? You don't know her name? No, she was just the babe. To be honest, I figure he made her up. Drew wasn't what you'd call babe material, and he was shy around women and really into fantasy games and his autotronics. He was always working on something. What about other friends? He didn't have many. He was quiet around a lot of people, internal, He used chemicals, Carter? Sure, your basic stimulant if he was pulling an all-nighter. Illegals, Carter. Did he use? Drew? His tired eyes popped wide. No way! Absolutely no way! He was a total arrow, straight as they come. He wouldn't mess with illegals, Lieutenant. He had a good mind, and he wanted to keep it that way. And he wanted to keep his job, move up. You get tossed for that kind of shit. Only takes one time on a spot check. Are you sure you'd have known if he decided to experiment? You know someone you hang with for 5 months. Carter's eyes went sad again. You get used to them, habits and everything. Like I said, he didn't hang with other people much. He was happier alone, fiddling with his equipment, diving into his role-playing programs. A loner, then, internal. Yeah, that was his way. But he wasn't upset. He wasn't depressed. He kept saying that he was onto something big, some new toy. He was always onto a new toy, Carter murmured. He said just last week that he was going to make a fortune this time and give Rourke a run for his money. Rourke? He didn't mean anything by it, Carter said quickly, defending the dead. You've got to understand, Rourke. To a lot of us, well, he's ice, you know? Solid ice. Rolling in credits, mag clothes, outstanding digs, power plus, sexy new wife. He broke off, flushing. Excuse me. No problem. She'd decide later if she was amused or flabbergasted that a boy barely 20 considered her sexy. It's just that a lot of us techs, well, a lot of people altogether, sort of aspire. Rourke's like the epitome. Drew totally admired him. He had ambitions, Mrs. Lieutenant. He had goals and plans. Why would he do this? Suddenly his eyes swam. Why would he do this? I don't know, Carter. Sometimes you never know why. She led him back, guided him through, until she had a picture of Drew Mathias that gelled. An hour later, there was nothing left for her to do but put together a report for whoever would be transported in to close the case. She leaned against the mirrored wall of the elevator as she and Rourke rode back to the penthouse. It was good thinking to put him in another room on another floor. He may sleep better tonight. He'll sleep better if he takes the tranks. How about you? Will you sleep? Yeah. I'd turn it over easier if I had a glimmer of what was troubling him and what pushed him to it. She stepped out into the corridor, waited while Rourke disengaged security to their suite. The picture I've got is of your average tech nerd with grand aspirations, shy of women, into fantasy, happy in his work. She lifted her shoulders. There weren't any incoming or outgoing calls on his link. No emails sent or received, no messages recorded, and the security on the door was engaged at 1600 hours by Mathias, disengaged at 0:33 by Carter. He didn't have any visitors, didn't go out. He just settled in for the evening, then hanged himself. It's not a homicide. No, it's not a homicide. Did that make it better, she wondered, or worse? Nobody to blame, nobody to punish, just a dead kid. A life wasted. She turned to him suddenly, wrapped her arms tightly around him. Rourke, you changed my life. Surprised, he tipped up her face. Her eyes weren't wet, but dry and fierce and angry. What's this? You changed my life, she said again. At least part of it. I'm beginning to see it's the best part of it. I want you to know that. I want you to remember that when we get back and things settle into routine, if I forget to let you know what I feel or what I think or how much you mean to me. Touched, he pressed his curved lips to her brow. I won't let you forget. Come to bed. You're tired. Yeah, I am. She skimmed her hair back from her face as they started toward the bedroom. Less than 48 hours left, she remembered. She wouldn't let useless death mar the last hours of their honeymoon. She angled her head, fluttered her lashes. You know, Carter thinks I'm sexy. Rourke stopped. He narrowed his eyes. I beg your pardon? Oh, she loved it when that lilting Irish voice turned arrogant. You're ice, she continued, circling her head on her tensed shoulders as she unbuttoned her shirt. Am I? Am I really? Solid ice, which is, as Mavis would say, mag. And part of the reason you're ice, in case you're wondering, is because you have a sexy new wife. Naked to the waist, she sat on the bed and tugged off her shoes. She flicked a glance over at him and saw that he'd tucked his hands in his pockets and was grinning. Her lips curved as well. It felt very good to smile. So, Iceman. She cocked her head, lifted a brow. What are you going to do about your sexy new wife? Rourke ran his tongue over his teeth, then stepped forward. Why don't I demonstrate? She thought it would be better, facing the trip back, being flung through space like a kid's ray ball. She was wrong. Eve argued, using what she considered very logical reasons why she shouldn't get into Rourke's private transport. I don't want to die." He laughed at her, which had her eyes kindling. Then he simply scooped her up and carried her on board. "I'm not staying." Her heart jittered into her chest as he stepped into the plush cabin. "I mean it. You'll have to knock me out to get me to stay on this flying death trap." "Mm-hmm." He chose a wide, scoop-shaped chair in buttery black leather, kept her in his lap, and, moving quickly, strapped her in, trapping her arms to limit any possible reprisals. "Hey! Stop it!" Panicked, she shrugged, wiggled, swore. "Let me out! Let me off!" Her snug butt jiggling on his lap gave him a solid clue as to how he intended to spend the initial hours of the trip. "Take off as soon as you have clearance," Rourke ordered the pilot, then smiled at the flight attendant. "We won't need you for a while," he told her, and engaged the locks on the cabin doors the moment she made a discreet exit. "I'm going to hurt you," Eve promised. When she heard the hum of engines gearing up, felt the faint vibration under her feet that signaled imminent takeoff, she seriously considered gnawing at the safety harness with her teeth. "I'm not doing this," she said defiantly. "I am not doing this. Tell him to abort." Too late. He wrapped his arms around her, nuzzled her neck. "Relax, Eve. Trust me. You're safer here than you are driving through Midtown." "Bullshit." "Oh, Christ!" She squeezed her eyes tight as the engine let out a powerful roar. The shuttle seemed to shoot straight up, leaving her stomach flopping on the ground below. The G's slapped her back, plastering her against Rourke. She was barely breathing by the time the ride smoothed out, and she discovered that the pressure in her chest was caused by the fact that she was holding her breath. She let it out in a whoosh, then sucked in air like a diver surfacing from a great depth. She was still alive, she told herself, and that was something. Now she would have to kill him. It was then she realized that not only was she unstrapped, but her shirt was unbuttoned and his hands were on her breasts. "If you think we're going to have sex after you—" He merely swiveled her to face him. She caught the glint of humor and lust in his eyes just before his mouth closed cagily over her breast. "You bastard!" But she laughed as pleasure speared into her, and she cupped her hands behind his head to urge him on. She'd never take for granted what he could do to her, do for her. Those wild floods of pleasure, the slow, thrilling glide of it. She rocked against him, let herself forget everything but the way his teeth nipped, his tongue licked. So it was she who pulled him onto the thick, soft carpet, who dragged his mouth to hers. "Inside me." She tugged at his shirt, wanting that hard, muscled flesh under her hands. "I want you inside me." "We have hours yet." He dipped to her breasts again, so small, so firm, already warm from his hands. "I need to taste you." He did, lavishly. The subtle variety of flavors, from mouth to throat, from throat to shoulder, shoulder to breast. He sampled with tenderness, with finesse, with a quiet concentration focused on mutual pleasure. He felt her begin to tremble under his hands and mouth. Her skin grew damp as he roamed to her belly, easing her slacks down, nibbling his way between her thighs. His tongue flicked there, making her moan. Her hips arched for him even as he cupped them, lifted them, opened her. When his tongue slid lazily into the heat, he felt the first orgasm rip through her. More. Greedy now, he devoured. She would let go for him as she had for no one else he knew. She would lose herself in what they made together. When she was shuddering, when her hands lay limp on the carpet, he slid up her body, slipped into her, mated. Her eyes fluttered open, met his. Concentration was what she saw there, absolute control. She wanted, needed to destroy it, to know she could as he could destroy her. More, she insisted, hooking her legs around his waist to take him deeper. She saw the flicker in his eyes, the deep, dark need that lived inside him, and, pulling his mouth to hers, scraping her teeth over those beautifully formed lips, she moved under him. He fisted his hands in her hair, his breath quickening as he rammed himself into her, harder, faster, until he thought his heart would burst from the ferocity of it. She matched him, beat for beat, thrust for thrust, those short, unpainted nails digging into his back, his shoulders, his hips, delicious little bites of pain. He felt her come again, the violent contraction of her muscles fisting over him like glory. Again was all he could think, again and again and again, as he hammered into her, swallowing her gasps and moans, shuddering from the thrilling sound of flesh slapping wetly against flesh. He felt her body tense again, revving toward peak. As that long, low, throaty moan slipped through her lips, he pressed his face into her hair, and with one final thrust, he emptied himself. He collapsed onto her, his mind fuzzed, his heart thundering. She was limp as water beneath him, but for the rage of her heart against his. "We can't keep this up," she managed after a moment. "We'll kill each other." He managed a wheezing laugh. "We'll die well, in any case. I had intended a bit more romance, some wine and music to cap off the honeymoon." He lifted his head, smiled down at her. "But this worked, too. It doesn't mean I'm not still pissed off at you. Naturally. We've had some of our best sex when you're pissed off at me." He caught her chin between his teeth, flicked his tongue along the slight dent in the center. "I adore you, Eve." While she was adjusting to that, as she always did, he rolled off, got lightly to his feet, and walked naked to a mirrored console between two chairs. He laid his palm on it, and a door slid open. "I have something for you." She eyed the velvet box with suspicion. "You don't have to get me presents. You know I don't want you to." "Yes, it makes you uncomfortable and uneasy." He grinned. "Perhaps that's why I do it." He sat beside her on the floor, handed her the box. "Open it." She imagined it would be jewelry. He seemed to thrive on giving her body decorations. Diamonds, emeralds, ropes of gold that left her stunned and feeling awkward. But when she opened it, she saw only a simple white blossom. "It's a flower?" "From your wedding bouquet. I had it treated." "A petunia." She found herself sentimentally teary-eyed as she picked it out of the box. Simple, basic, ordinary, one that might grow in any garden. The petals felt soft, dewy, and fresh. "It's a new process one of my companies has been working on. It preserves without changing the basic texture. I wanted you to have it." He closed a hand over hers. "I wanted both of us to have it, so we could be reminded that some things last." She raised her eyes to his. They had both come from misery, she thought, and survived it. They had been drawn together through violence and tragedy, and had overcome it. They walked different paths, and had found a mutual route. Some things last, she thought. Some ordinary things, like love. Chapter 3. 3 weeks hadn't changed Cop Central. The coffee was still poisonous, the noise abominable, and the view out of her stingy window was still miserable. She was thrilled to be back. The cops in her unit had arranged for a message to await her. Since it was blinking slyly on her monitor when she walked in, she figured she had her old pal Feeney, the electronics whiz, to thank for bypassing her code. "Welcome back, Lieutenant Lovejoy. Hubba hubba," it said. Hubba hubba? She snorted out a laugh. Sophomoric humor, maybe, but it made her feel at home. She glanced over the mess on her desk. She hadn't had time to clear anything up between the unexpected closing of a case during her bachelor party and her wedding day. But she noted the neatly sealed disc, competently labeled, sitting atop her stack of old work. That would be Peabody's doing, Eve concluded. Sliding the disc into her desk unit, she cursed once and slapped the drive to cure the razzing hiccups it emitted, and saw that the ever-reliable Peabody had indeed written the arrest report, filed it, and logged it. It couldn't, Eve mused, have been easy on her. Not when she'd been sharing a bed with the accused. Eve glanced at the old work again, grimaced. She could see she had court dates stuffed and layered together over the next few days. The scheduled juggling she'd had to do to accommodate Rourke's demand for 3 weeks away had had a price. It was time to pay up. Well, he'd done plenty of juggling as well, she reminded herself, and now it was back to work and reality. Rather than review the cases she would soon give testimony for, she bumped up her link and put out a search for Officer Peabody. The familiar, serious face with its dark helmet of hair fizzed onto her monitor. "Sir, welcome back." "Thank you, Peabody. My office, please, ASAP." Without waiting for a reply, Eve switched off the unit and smiled to herself. She'd seen to it that Peabody had been transferred to the Homicide Division. Now she intended to take it a bit further. She engaged the link again. "Lieutenant Dallas, is the commander free?" "Lieutenant!" The commander's secretary beamed at her. "How was your honeymoon?" It was very nice. She felt a quick flush of heat at the gleam in the woman's eye. Hubba Hubba had amused her. This dreamy look made her want to squirm. "Thank you." "You were a lovely bride, Lieutenant. I saw the pictures, and there were several news runs on the event, and the gossip channels were full of it. We saw clips of you in Paris, too. It looked so romantic." Yeah, the price of fame, Eve thought, and Rourke. It was nice. The commander? "Oh, of course. One moment, please." As the unit buzzed, Eve rolled her eyes. She could accept being in the spotlight, but she was never going to enjoy it. "Dallas!" Commander Whitney's grin was an acre wide, and he had an odd look on his hard, dark face. "You look well." "Thank you, sir." "You enjoyed your honeymoon?" Christ, she thought. When was someone going to ask if she'd enjoyed being fucked around the world and into outer space? "Yes, sir. Thank you. I assume you've already read Officer Peabody's report on the closing of the Pandora case." "Yes, very complete. The PA is going for the maximum on Casto. You ran a close one there, Lieutenant." She was very well aware how close she'd come to not only missing her wedding day, but the rest of her life. "It stings when it's another cop," she said. "I was rushed, sir, and only had time to give you my recommendation for Peabody's transferal permanently to my unit. Her assistance in this matter and others has been invaluable." "She's a good cop," Whitney agreed. "I agree. I have a request, Commander." 5 minutes later, when Peabody stepped into her crammed office, Eve was tipped back in her chair, scanning the data on her monitor. "I've got court in an hour," Eve said without preliminary, "on the Salvatore case. What do you know about that, Peabody?" "Vito Salvatore is being tried for multiple murder with the added circumstance of torture. He is an alleged distributor of illegal substances and stands accused of the murder of 3 other known dealers of Zeus and TRL. The victims were burned alive in a small rooming house on the Lower East Side last winter, after their eyes and tongues were cut out. You were primary." Peabody recited the data matter-of-factly while she stood at attention in her ship-shape uniform. "Very good, officer. Did you read my arrest report on the case?" "Yes, Lieutenant, I did." Eve nodded. An Airbus boomed by the window, spewing noise and displacing air. "Then you know that before I restrained Salvatore, I broke his left arm at the elbow, his jaw, and relieved him of several teeth. His lawyers are going to try to fry me for excessive force." "They'll have a rough time of that, sir, as he was trying to burn down the building around you when you cornered him. If you hadn't restrained him in whatever manner was possible, he'd have been fried, so to speak." "Okay, Peabody. I've got this and several others to go over before the week's up. I need all the cases on my court schedule downloaded and condensed. You can meet me with the requested data in 30 minutes, east exit." "Sir, I'm on assignment. Detective Crouch has me chasing down vehicle registrations." Only the faintest sneer in her voice indicated Peabody's feeling about Crouch and the garbage assignment. "I'll handle Crouch. The commander's cleared my request. You're assigned to me. So pass off whatever grunt work that's been dumped on you and get your ass in gear." Peabody blinked. "Assigned to you, sir?" Your hearing go bad while I was away?
No, sir, but
Have you got a thing for Crouch? It delighted Eve to see Peabody's serious mouth drop open.
are you kidding?
She caught herself, stiffened up.
He's hardly my type, Lieutenant. I believe I've learned my lesson about romantic attachments on the job.
Don't beat yourself up over that one, Peabody. I liked Casto, too. You did a hell of a job on that one. It helped to hear it, but the wound was still raw.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Which is why you are now assigned to me as my permanent aide. You want a detective shield officer? Peabody knew what she was being given. The opportunity, the gift out of nowhere. She closed her eyes a moment until she had her voice under control.
Yes, sir, I do.
Good. You'll work your ass off for it. Get the data I requested and let's move.
Right away.
At the door, Peabody paused, turned back.
I'm very grateful for the chance you're giving me.
Don't be. You earned it. And if you screw up, I'll bust you down to traffic. Eve smiled thinly. Air traffic. Court testimony was part of the job, and so, Eve reminded herself, were high-class weasels like S.T. Fitzhugh, attorney for the defense. He was slick and he was savvy, a man who defended the lowest of lowlifes, as long as their credits held out. His success in assisting drug lords, murderers, and molesters into slithering out of the grip of the law was such that he could easily afford the cream-colored suits and hand-tooled shoes he affected. He made a dashing figure in the courtroom, his melted chocolate skin a fine contrast to the soft colors and fabrics he habitually wore. His long, aesthetic face was smooth as the silk of his jacket, thanks to the 3 times weekly treatments at Adonis, the city's top enhancement salon for men. His figure was trim, narrow at the hips, broad at the shoulders, and his voice was the deep, rich baritone of an opera singer. He courted the press, socialized with the criminal elite, owned his own jet star. It was one of Eve's small pleasures to despise him. Let me try to get a clear picture, Lieutenant. Fitzhugh lifted his hands, bringing his thumbs together to form a bracket. A clear picture of the circumstances that led to you attacking my client in his place of business. The prosecuting attorney objected. Fitzhugh graciously rephrased. You did, Lieutenant Dallas, cause my client great bodily harm on the night in question. He glanced back at Salvatore, who had costumed himself for the occasion in a simple black suit. Following his attorney's advice, he had skipped his last 3 months of cosmetic and youth restoration treatments. There was gray in his hair, a sag to his face and body. He looked old, defenseless. The jury would make the comparison, Eve imagined, between the young, fit cop and the delicate old man. Mr. Salvatore resisted arrest and attempted to ignite an accelerant. It was necessary to restrain him. To restrain him! Slowly, Fitzhugh walked back, passing the recorder droid, moving down the jury box, drawing one of the 6 automated cameras with him as he laid a supporting hand on Salvatore's thin shoulder. You had to restrain him, and that restraint resulted in a fractured jaw and a shattered arm. Eve flicked a glance toward the jury. Several members of the panel were looking entirely too sympathetic. That's correct. Mr. Salvatore refused my request to exit the building and to put down the cleaver and acetylene torch in his possession. You were armed, Lieutenant. I was. And you carry the standard weapon issued to members of the NYPSD? I do. If, as you claim, Mr. Salvatore was armed and resisting, why did you fail to administer the accepted stun? I missed. Mr. Salvatore was feeling pretty spry that night. I see. In your 10 years on the police force, Lieutenant, how many times have you found it necessary to employ maximum force? To terminate? Eve ignored the jitter in her stomach. 3 times. 3! Fitzhugh let the word hang. Let the jury study the woman in the witness chair, a woman who had killed. Isn't that a rather high ratio? Wouldn't you say that percentage indicates a predilection for violence? The PA surged to his feet, objecting bitterly, going into the standard line that the witness was not on trial. But of course she was, Eve thought. Cops were always on trial. Mr. Salvatore was armed, Eve began coolly. I had a warrant for his arrest in the torture murders of 3 people. The 3 people whose eyes and tongues were cut out before they were set on fire, and for which crime Mr. Salvatore now stands accused in this courtroom. He refused to cooperate by flinging a cleaver at my head, which threw my aim off. He then charged, knocking me to the ground. I believe his words were, "I'm going to cut out your cop bitch heart," at which time we engaged in hand-to-hand. At that time, I broke his jaw, knocked out several of his teeth, and when he swung the torch in my direction, I broke his goddamn arm. "And you enjoyed that, Lieutenant?" She met Fitzhugh's eyes straight on. "No, sir, I didn't. But I enjoyed staying alive." "Slime," Eve muttered as she climbed into her vehicle. "He won't get Salvatore off." Peabody settled in and, to take the edge off the furnace heat trapped inside, fiddled with the temperature control unit. "The evidence is too clear-cut, and you didn't let him shake you." "Yes, I did." Eve scooped a hand through her hair, then headed into late-afternoon midtown traffic. The streets were choked enough to make her grit her teeth, but overhead the sky was crisscrossed with Airbuses, tourist vans, and midday commuters. We limp along, getting pricks like Salvatore off the street, and men like Fitzhugh make fortunes slipping them back out. She jerked a shoulder. "Sometimes it pisses me off. Whoever slips them back out, we still limp along and slap them back in again." With a half-laugh, Eve glanced at her companion. "You're an optimist, Peabody. I wonder how long that'll last." "I'm going to make a detour before we log back on," she said, changing direction on impulse. "I want to get the air of that courtroom out of my lungs." "Lieutenant, you didn't need me in court today. Why was I there?" "If you're going to go after that detective shield, Peabody, you need to see what you're up against. It's not just killers and thieves and chemiheads. It's the lawyers." It didn't surprise her to find the streets clogged and parking non-existent. Philosophically, Eve nosed into an illegal zone, flipped the on-duty light on. As she stepped out of the car, she gave a hustler on a glide board a mild stare. He grinned, winked cheekily, then zoomed his way toward more conducive surroundings. "This area is loaded with hustlers and dealers and off-license hookers," Eve said conversationally. "That's why I love it." She opened the door to the Down and Dirty Club, stepped inside to air thick with the sour smells of cheap liquor and bad food. Privacy rooms lining one wall were open, airing out the musky stink of stale sex. It was a joint, one that enjoyed being seamy and just skirted the edge of health and decency laws. A holographic band had the stage and was playing listlessly for the smattering of disinterested customers. Mavis Freestone was in an isolation booth in the back, her hair a purple fountain, 2 scraps of glowing silver cloth strategically draped over her small, sassy body. The way her mouth was moving, her hips swiveling, Eve was certain she was rehearsing one of her more interesting vocals. Eve stepped up to the glass, waiting until Mavis's rolling eyes circled around and landed on her. Mavis's mouth, the same searing purple as her hair, rounded into a huge circle of delight. She did a fast boogie, then shoved the door open. An ear-shattering blast of screaming guitars burst out of the booth with her. Mavis launched herself into Eve's arms, and though she was shouting, Eve caught only every other word over the thundering music. "What?" Laughing, Eve slammed the door shut, shook the echo out of her head. "Christ, Mavis, what was that?" "My new number! It's gonna knock them unconscious!" "I believe it." "You're back!" Mavis gave Eve 2 smacking and unavoidable kisses. "Let's sit down. Let's have a drink. Tell me every detail. Leave nothing out." "Hey, Peabody. Man, aren't you steaming in that uniform?" She dragged Eve to a sticky table, punched up the menu. "What do you want? It's on me. Crack pays me pretty solid for the couple gigs a week I do here. He is going to be so dredged that he missed you."
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. You look terrific. You look happy. Doesn't she look terrific, Peabody? Sex is so, therapeutic, right?
Eve laughed again, knowing she'd come just for this. Mindless entertainment. Just a couple of fizz waters, Mavis. We're on duty.
Oh, like somebody in here is going to report you. Unbutton that uniform some, Peabody. I'm getting hot just looking at you. How was Paris? How was the island? How was the resort? Did he fuck your brains out everywhere?
Beautiful, wonderful, interesting. And yeah, he did. How's Leonardo? Mavis's eyes went dreamy. She smiled and poked a silver-tipped nail onto the menu board.
He's terrific. Cohabbing's better than I thought it would be. He designed this costume for me.
Eve studied the thin silver straps that almost covered Mavis's tidy apple breasts. Is that what you call it?
I've got this new number, see? Oh, I've got so much to tell you.
She snagged the fizz water when it plopped through the slot.
I don't know where to start. There's this guy, this music engineer. I'm working with him. We're doing a disc, Eve. Full treatment. He's sure he can pedal it. He's great. Jess Barrow. He was blazing a couple years back with his own stuff. Maybe you heard of him.
No. Eve knew that, for a woman who'd lived on the streets a large portion of her life, Mavis remained stunningly naive about certain matters. How much are you paying him?
It's not like that.
Mavis's lips moved into a pout.
I've got to dish up the recording fee, sure. That's the way it works. And if we hit, he takes 60% for the first 3 years. After that, we renegotiate.
I've heard of him, Peabody commented. She'd unfastened her collar button, a tribute to her fondness for Mavis.
He had a couple of major hits a couple years ago, and he was hooked up with Cassandra.
At Eve's arched brow, she shrugged.
The singer, you know.
You a music lover, Peabody? You never fail to amaze me.
I like to listen to tunes, Peabody muttered into her bubbly water, like anyone. Well, the Cassandra connection's dumped, Mavis said cheerfully. He's been looking for a new vocalist, and that's me.
Eve wondered what else he might be looking for. What does Leonardo think?
He thinks it's mag. You've got to come to the studio, Eve. Catch us in action. Jess is a certified genius.
She intended to catch them in action. The list of people Eve loved was very short, and Mavis was on it. She waited until she was back in the car with Peabody, heading to Cop Central. Run a make on Jess Barrow, Peabody. Without surprise, Peabody took out her diary, plugged in the order.
Mavis isn't going to like that.
She doesn't have to know, does she? Eve veered around a glide cart offering frozen fruit on a stick, then swung onto 10th, where automated jackhammers were tearing up the street again. Overhead, an ad blimp hawked a shopper's special at Bloomingdale's. Pre-season sale on winter coats in the men's, women's, and unisex department, 20% off. Such a deal. She spotted the man in the trench coat shambling toward a trio of girls and sighed. Shit. There's Clevis.
Clevis?
This is his turf, Eve said simply, as she pulled into a loading zone. I used to do this drag when I was in uniform. He's been around for years. Come on, Peabody, let's spare the little children. She stepped onto the sidewalk, skirting a pair of men arguing over baseball. From the smell of them, she judged they'd been standing in the heat arguing for much too long. She shouted once, but the jackhammers swallowed her voice. Resigned, she picked up her pace and intercepted Clevis before he reached the unsuspecting, pink-cheeked girls. Hey, Clevis! He blinked at her through the pale lenses of sunscreens. His hair was sandy blonde and curly around a face as innocent as a cherub's. He was 80 if he was a day. Dallas! Hey, Dallas, I haven't seen you in a big blue moon. He flashed big white teeth as he sized up Peabody. Who's this? Peabody, this is Clevis. Clevis, you aren't going to bother those little girls, are you?
No, shit, I wasn't going to bother them.
He wiggled his brows. I was just going to show 'em, is all. You don't want to do that, Clevis. You ought to get inside out of this heat. I like it hot." He wheezed out a chuckle. "There they go," he said with a sigh, as the trio of girls ran laughing across the street. "Guess I won't be able to show 'em today." "I'll show you." "Clevis, don't—" Then Eve huffed out a breath. He'd already pulled his trench coat apart. Under it, he was naked but for a bright blue bow tied celebrationally around his withered cock. "Very nice, Clevis. That's a good color for you. Matches your eyes." She put a companionable hand on his shoulder. "Let's take a ride, okay?" "Okie dokie. Do you like blue, Peabody?" Peabody nodded solemnly as she opened the back door of the unit, helped him inside. "Blue's my favorite color." She shut the door of the vehicle, met Eve's laughing eyes. "Welcome back, Lieutenant." "It's good to be back, Peabody. All in all, it's good to be back." It was also good to be home. Eve drove through the high iron gates that guarded the towering fortress. It was less of a shock now to glide along the curving drive through those well-tended lawns and flowering trees toward the elegant stone and glass house where she now lived. The contrast of where she worked and where she lived no longer seemed quite so jarring. It was quiet here. The kind of quiet in a massive city only the very rich could afford. She could hear bird song, see the sky, smell the sweet aroma of freshly shorn grass. Minutes away, only minutes, was the teeming, noisy, sweating mass of New York. Here, she supposed, was sanctuary, as much for Rourke as for herself. Two lost souls. He'd once called them that. She wondered if they'd stopped being lost when they'd found each other. She left her car at the front entrance, knowing its battered body and tasteless shape would offend Somerset, Rourke's poker-backed butler. It was a simple matter to switch it to automatic, send it around the house and into the slot reserved for her unit in the garage, but she enjoyed her petty needling when it came to Somerset. She opened the door and found him standing in the grand foyer with a sniff in his nose and a sneer on his lips. "Lieutenant, your vehicle is unsightly." "Hey, it's city property." She reached down to pick up the fat, odd-eyed cat who'd come to greet her. "You don't want it there? Move it yourself." She heard a trill of laughter float down the hall, lifted a brow. "Company?" "Indeed." With his disapproving eye, Somerset scanned her wilted shirt and slacks, skimmed over the weapon harness still strapped to her side. "I suggest you bathe and change before meeting your guests." "I suggest you kiss my ass," she said cheerfully, and strolled by him. In the main salon, filled with treasures Rourke had collected from around the known universe, an elegant, intimate party was happening. Glossy canapes sat elegantly on silver trays, pale gold wine filled sparkling crystal. Rourke was a dark angel in what he would have seen as casual attire. The black silk shirt open at the collar, the perfectly draped black trousers, cinched with a belt gleaming silver at the buckle, suited him perfectly, made him look exactly as he was, rich, gorgeous, dangerous. Only one couple joined him in the spacious room. The man was as bright as Rourke was dark. Long golden hair flowed over the shoulders of a snug blue jacket. The face was square and handsome, with lips just slightly too thin, but the contrast of his dark brown eyes kept the observer from noticing. The woman was stunning. A sweep of deep red hair, the color of rich wine, was scooped up into curls that tumbled flirtatiously down the nape of her neck. Her eyes were green, sharp as a cat's, and over them were shapely brows as black as ink. She had skin like alabaster, creamed over high cheekbones and a sensually generous mouth. Her body matched it, and was currently poured into a clinging column of emerald that left strong shoulders bare and dipped between her staggering breasts to the waist. "Rourke!" She let out that fluid laugh again, slid one slim white hand into Rourke's mane of hair and kissed him silkily. "I have missed you dreadfully." Eve thought about the weapon strapped to her side, and how, on even its lowest setting, it would send the bombshell redhead into a jittery dance. Just a passing thought, Eve assured herself, and set Galahad the cat down before she squeezed through the layers of fat and cracked one of his ribs. "You didn't miss him that time," Eve said casually as she stepped inside. Rourke, damn him, glanced over and grinned at her. "We'll just have to wipe that smug look off your face, pal," she thought, "real soon." "Eve, we didn't hear you come in." "Obviously." She snagged an unidentifiable canapé from the tray and stuffed it into her mouth. "I don't believe you've met our guests. Rihanna Ott, William Schaefer, my wife, Eve Dallas." "Watch yourself, Ree. She's armed." With a chuckle, William crossed over to extend a hand. He moved in a lope, like a thin horse going out to pasture. "A pleasure to meet you, Eve. A genuine pleasure. Ree and I were so disappointed we were unable to attend your wedding." "Devastated." Rihanna smiled at Eve, her green eyes sparkling. "William and I were desperate to meet face to face the woman who brought Rourke to his knees." "He's still standing." Eve flicked Rourke a glance as he handed her a glass of wine. "For now." "Ree and William were in the lab on Taurus 3, working on some projects for me. They've just gotten back on planet for some well-deserved R&R. "Oh?" Like she gave a rat's skinny ass, she thought. "The on-the-board project's been a particular pleasure," William said. "Within a year, 2 at most, Rourke Industries will introduce new technology that will revolutionize the entertainment and amusement world." "Entertainment and amusement?" Eve smiled thinly. "Well, that's earth-shattering." "Actually, it has the potential to be just that." Rihanna sipped her wine and sized Eve up. "Attractive, irritated, competent, tough. There are potential medical breakthroughs as well." "That's Ree's end." William lifted his glass to her with easy, intimate affection in his eyes. "She's the med expert. I'm just a fun guy." "I'm sure, after putting in a long day, Eve doesn't want to hear us talk shop." "Scientists," Rihanna said with an apologetic smile, "we're so tedious." "You're just back from Olympus." Silk whispered as Rihanna shifted that staggering body. "William and I were part of the team that designed the amusement and medical centers there. Did you have time to tour them?" "Briefly." She was being rude, Eve reminded herself. She would have to become accustomed to coming home and finding elegant company, to seeing gorgeous women drool over her husband. "Very impressive, even at mid-construction stage. The medical facility will be more so when it's staffed." "Was the hologram room in the main hotel yours?" Eve asked William. "Guilty," he said with a sparkle. "I love to play. Do you?" "Eve considers it work. As it happens, we had an incident while we were there," Rourke put in. "A suicide. One of the autotronic techs. Matthias?" William's brow furrowed. "Matthias. Young, red hair, freckles?" "Yes." "Good God." He shuddered, drank deeply. "Suicide? Are you sure it wasn't an accident? My recollection is of an enthusiastic young man with big ideas, not one who'd take his own life." "That's what he did," Eve said shortly. "He hanged himself." "How horrible!" Pale now, Rihanna sat on the arm of a couch. "Did I know him, William?" "I don't think so. You might have seen him at one of the clubs while we were there, but I don't remember him as much of a socializer." "I'm terribly sorry in any case," Rihanna said, "and how awful for you to deal with such a tragedy on your honeymoon." "Let's not dwell on it." Galahad leaped onto the couch, skimmed his head under Rihanna's elegant hand. "I'd so much rather hear about the wedding we missed." "Stay for dinner." Rourke gave Eve's arm an apologetic squeeze. "We'll bore you to tears with it." "I wish we could." William offered Rihanna's shoulder the same smooth stroke as she gave the cat's head. "We're due at the theater. We're already late." "You're right, as always." With obvious regret, Rihanna rose. "I hope you'll give us a rain check. We'll be on planet for the next month or 2, and I'd so love the opportunity to get to know you, Eve. Rourke and I go back a long way." "You're welcome any time, and I'll see you both in the office tomorrow for a full report." Bright and early. Rihanna set her glass aside. Perhaps we can have lunch some day soon, Eve. Just females. Her eyes twinkled with such easy humor that Eve felt foolish. We can compare notes on Rourke. The invitation was too friendly to give offense. Eve found herself smiling. That should be interesting. She walked them to the door with Rourke, waved them off. Just how many notes, she said as she stepped back, would there be to compare? It was a long time ago. He snagged her by the waist for a delayed welcome-home kiss. Years! Eons! She probably bought that body. I'd have to term it an excellent investment. Eve lifted her chin to eye him sourly. Is there any beautiful woman who hasn't bounced on your bed? Rourke cocked his head, narrowed his eyes in consideration. No. He laughed when she took a swing at him. You didn't mean that, or you'd have hit me. Then he grunted when her fist plowed into his gut. He rubbed it, grateful she'd pulled the punch. I should have quit while I was ahead. Let that be a lesson to you, lover boy. But Eve let him sweep her off her feet and over his shoulder. Hungry? He asked her. Starving. Me too. He started up the stairs. Let's eat in bed. Chapter 4. Eve awoke with the cat stretched over her chest and the bedside link beeping. Dawn was just breaking. The light through the sky window was thin and gray from the storm rolling in with morning. With her eyes half closed, she reached out to answer. Block video, she ordered, clearing sleep from her voice. Dallas. Dispatch. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Suspicious death. 5002 Madison Avenue. Unit 3800. See Resident Fox, Arthur. Code 4. Dispatch received. Contact Peabody, Officer Delia, to assist. My authorization. Confirmed. Transmission terminated. Code 4. Rourke had shifted the cat and was sitting up in bed, lazily stroking Galahad into feline ecstasy. It means I have time for a shower and coffee. Eve didn't spot a robe handy, so she walked toward the bathroom naked. There's a uniform on the scene, she called out. She stepped into the shower unit, rubbing her gritty eyes. Full power, all jets, 102 degrees. You'll boil. I like to boil. She let out an enormous sigh of pleasure as pulsing jets of steamy water battered her from all sides. Tapping a glass block, she dispensed a palmful of dark green liquid soap. By the time she stepped out of the shower, she was awake. Her brow lifted as she saw Rourke standing in the doorway, holding a cup of coffee. For me? Part of the service. Thanks. She took the cup into the drying tube, sipping while warm air swirled around her. What were you doing? Watching me shower? I like to watch you. Something about long, lean women when they're wet and naked. He stepped into the shower himself and called for 68 degrees. It made Eve shiver. She couldn't understand why a man with all the luxuries in the world at his fingertips would actually choose cold showers. She opened the drying tube and combed her fingers through her unstyled cap of hair. She used some of the face glop that Mavis was always pushing at her, brushed her teeth. You don't have to get up because I am. I'm up, Rourke said simply, and chose a heated towel rather than the drying tube. Do you have time for breakfast? Eve watched his reflection in the mirror. Gleaming hair, gleaming skin. I'll catch something later. He hooked the towel around his waist, shook back his dripping mane of hair, cocked his head. Yeah? I guess I like looking at you, too, she muttered, and went into the bedroom to dress for death. Street traffic was light. Airbuses rumbled overhead through the sizzling rain, carting night shift workers home, dragging day shifters to work. Billboards were quiet, and the ubiquitous glider grills and carts with their offerings of food and drink were already setting up for the day. Smoke billowed through the vents in streets and sidewalks from the underground world of transportation and retail. The air steamed. Eve headed across town, making good time. The section of Madison where a body waited for her was pocked with exclusive boutiques and silvery spears of buildings fashioned to house those who could afford to shop there. The skywalks were glassed in to separate the clientele from the elements and from the noise that would begin to boom within an hour or two. Eve passed a taxi with a lone passenger. The elegant blonde wore a glittery jacket, a sparkling rainbow of color in the dingy light. Licensed companion, Eve mused, heading home after an all-nighter. The wealthy could afford to buy fancy sex along with their fancy clothes. Eve swung into an underground garage at the scene, flashed her badge for the security post. It, scanned her, then the light blinked from red to green and flashed the number of the empty space assigned to her. It was, of course, at the far end of the facility from the elevator. Cops, she thought with resignation as she hoofed it, aren't given optimum spaces. Eve recited the number of the unit into the speaker box and was whisked up. There had been a time, not so long before, when she would have been impressed with the sumptuous foyer on the 38th floor, with its pool of scarlet hibiscus and bronze statuary. That was before she'd entered Rourke's world. She scanned the small tinkling fountains flanking the entrance and realized that it was highly possible that her husband owned the building. She spotted the uniform guarding the door of 3800, flipped up her badge. "Lieutenant!" The cop shifted subtly to attention, sucking in her stomach. "My partner's inside with the deceased's housemate. Mr. Fox, on discovering his companion's body, called for an ambulance. We responded in addition as per procedure. The ambulance is on hold, sir, until you clear the scene." "Is it secured?" "It is now." Her gaze flicked toward the door. "We weren't able to get much out of Fox, sir. He's a bit hysterical. I can't be sure what he might have disturbed, other than the body." "He moved the body?" "No, sir. That is, it's still in the tub, but he attempted to, revive the deceased. Had to be in shock to attempt it. There's enough blood in there to swim in." "Slashed wrists," she explained. From a visual confirmation, he'd been dead at least an hour before his housemate discovered the body. Eve took a firmer grip on her field kit. "Has the M.E. been notified?" "On the way, sir." "Fine. Clear Officer Peabody in when she arrives, and continue to stand." "Open it," she added, and waited for the uniform to slide her master key in the slot. The door slid open into the wall. Eve immediately heard the hard, ragged sobs of terrible grief. "He's been like that since we arrived," the uniform murmured. "Hope you can trank him soon." Saying nothing, Eve walked in, letting the door slide shut and lock at her back. The entranceway was elaborate in black and white marble. Spiraling columns were draped in some sort of flowering vine, and overhead a black glass chandelier dripped in 5 ornate tiers. Through the portico was a living area that followed the theme. Black leather sofas, white floors, ebony wood tables, white lamps. Drapes striped in black and white were drawn shut, but light showered from the ceiling, spotlighted up from the floor. An amusement screen was switched off, but hadn't been slipped back into its recess. Glossy white stairs angled up to a second floor, which was ringed with white banisters, atrium style. Lush green ferns hung in enameled pots from the lofted ceiling. Money might drip, she mused, but death had no respect for it. It was a club without a class system. The sounds of grief echoed and drew her into a small den lined with antique books and cushy with deep chairs the color of good burgundy. Sunk into one was a man. His handsome face was pale gold and ravaged from tears. His hair was gold as well, the glint of new coin, and was tufted in spikes from his hands. He wore a white silk robe that was spotted and smeared with drying blood. His feet were bare, and his hands were studded with rings that sparkled as his fingers trembled. There was a tattoo of a black swan on his left ankle. The uniform, who was sitting miserably beside the man, glanced over at Eve, started to speak. Eve shook her head quickly, keeping her badge in plain sight. She gestured toward the ceiling, cocking her head in question. He nodded, jerked his thumb up, then shook his head. Eve slipped back out. She wanted to see the body, view the scene before she dealt with the witness. There were several rooms off the second floor. Still, it was simple enough to find her way. She simply followed the trail of blood. She stepped into a bedroom. Here the theme was soft greens and blues, so that it felt like floating underwater. The bed was an oblong of blue satin sheets, mountained with pillows. There was statuary here as well, of the classic nude variety. Drawers were built into the walls, giving it an uncluttered and, to Eve, an unlived-in appearance. The ocean blue carpet was soft as a cloud, and spotted with blood. She followed the trail into the master bath. Death didn't shock her, but it appalled her, and she knew it always would, the waste of it, the violence and cruelty of it, but she lived with it too much to be shocked, even by this. Blood had spurted, showered, streamed on gleaming tiles of ivory and seafoam green. It had fountained over glass, pooled over the mirrored floor from the gaping wound in the wrist of the hand that hung limply over the lip of a huge, clear-sided tub. The water inside was a dark, nasty pink, and the metallic smell of blood hung in the air. Music was playing, something with strings, perhaps a harp. Fat white candles had been lighted and still burned at both the foot and the head of the long oval tub. The body that lay in that cloudy pink water had its head resting on a gilt-edged bath pillow, its gaze lifted and fixed on the feathery tails of a fern that hung from the mirrored ceiling. He was smiling, as if he'd been desperately amused to watch himself die. It didn't shock her, but she sighed as she coated her hands and feet with clear seal, engaged her recorder, and carried her kit inside to stand over the body. Eve had recognized him. Naked, bled almost dry, and smiling up at his own reflection was the renowned defense attorney, S.T. Fitzhugh. "Salvatore's going to be very disappointed in you, Counselor," she murmured as she got to work. Eve had taken a sample of the bloody bathwater, done her initial scan to estimate time of death, bagged the deceased's hands, and recorded the scene when Peabody appeared, slightly out of breath at the doorway. "I'm sorry, sir. I had some trouble getting uptown." "It's all right." She passed Peabody the ivory-handled buck knife she'd secured in clear plastic. "Looks like he did it with this. It's an antique, I'd guess. Collector's item. We'll run it for prints." Peabody tucked the knife in her evidence kit, then narrowed her eyes. "Lieutenant, isn't that—" "Yeah, it's Fitzhugh." "Why would he kill himself?" "We haven't determined that he did." "Never make assumptions, officer," she said mildly. "First rule. Call in the sweepers, Peabody, and let's get the scene tagged. We can release the body to the M.E. I'm done with it for now." Eve stepped back, with blood smearing her sealed hands. "I want you to take a prelim from the 2 uniforms who responded, while I talk to Fox." Eve glanced back at the body, shook her head. "That's just the way he'd grin at you in court when he figured he'd tripped you up. The son of a bitch." Still studying the body, she used the cleaner from her kit to remove the blood, tucked the soiled wipe into a bag as well. "Tell the M.E. I want toxicology ASAP." She left Peabody and followed the blood trail back downstairs. Fox was down to choking, whimpering sobs now. The uniform looked ridiculously relieved when Eve reappeared. "Wait for the M.E. and my adjutant outside, officer. Give Officer Peabody your report. I'll speak with Mr. Fox now." "Yes, sir." With almost unseemly delight, he fled the room. "Mr. Fox, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. I'm sorry for your loss." Eve located the button that released the drapes, pushed it to let watery light into the room. "You need to talk to me. You need to tell me what happened here." "He's dead." Fox's voice was faintly musical, accented, lovely. "Fitz is dead. I don't know how that can be. I don't know how I can go on." Everyone goes on, Eve thought. There's little choice. She sat and put her recorder on the table in plain sight. "Mr. Fox, it would help us both if you talk to me now. I'm going to give you the standard caution. It's just a matter of procedure." She recited the revised Miranda while his sobs trickled off. He lifted his head and aimed swollen, red-rimmed golden eyes at her. "Do you think that I killed him? Do you think I could hurt him? Mr. Fox, I loved him. We've been together for 12 years. He was my life." "You still have your life," she thought. "You just don't know it yet." "Then you'll want to help me do my job. Tell me what happened." He's been having trouble sleeping lately. Doesn't like to take tranks. He can usually read, listen to music, spend an hour with VR or one of his games, whatever, to relax. This case he's working on worried him." "The Salvatore case?" "Yes, I believe, yes." Fox wiped at his eyes with a damp and bloodied sleeve. "We didn't discuss his cases in any depth. There was privilege, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm a nutritionist. That's how we met. Fitz came to me 12 years ago for help with his diet. We became friends. We became lovers. Then we simply became." She would need to know all of that, but for the moment she wanted to see the events leading up to that last bath. "He's been having trouble sleeping," she prompted. "Yes. He's often plagued with insomnia. He gives so much to his clients. They prey on his mind. I'm accustomed to him getting up in the middle of the night and going into another room to program a game or doze in front of the view screen. Sometimes he'd take a warm bath." Fox's already ravaged face blanched. "Oh, God!" The tears started again, flowing hotly down his cheeks. Eve took a quick look around and spotted a small serving droid in the corner of the room. "Bring Mr. Fox some water," she ordered, and the little droid scooted away to comply. "Is that what happened?" she continued. "Did he get up in the middle of the night?" "I don't even remember." Fox lifted his hands, let them fall. "I sleep soundly, never have a bit of trouble. We'd gone to bed just before midnight, watched some of the late news, had a brandy. I woke early. I tend to." "What time was that?" "Perhaps 5:15. We both like early starts, and it's my habit to program the morning meal personally. I saw that Fitz wasn't in bed, assumed he'd had a bad night, and that I'd find him downstairs or in one of the spare bedrooms. Then I went into the bath, and I saw him. Oh, God! Oh, God! Fitz! All the blood! It was like a nightmare!" His hand pressed against his mouth, all glittering rings and trembles. "I ran over. I beat on his chest, tried to revive him. I suppose I went a little mad. He was dead. I could see he was dead. Still, I tried to pull him out of the water, but he's a very big man, and I was shaking. Sick." He dropped his hand from mouth to stomach, pressed. "I called for an ambulance. She'd lose him if she couldn't manage to rein him in. Tranking him wasn't an option until she had the facts. I know this is difficult for you, Mr. Fox. I'm sorry we have to do this now, but it's easier, believe me, if we can." "I'm all right." He reached for the glass of water atop the droid. "I want to get it over." "Can you tell me his frame of mind last night? You said he was worried about a case." "Worried, yes, but not depressed. There was a cop he couldn't shake on the stand, and it irritated him." He took a gulp of water, then another. Eve decided it was best not to mention she was the cop who had irritated him. "And there were a couple of other cases pending that he was plotting out the defense for. His mind was often too busy for sleep, you see." "Did he receive any calls? Make any calls?" "Certainly, both. He often brought work home with him. Last night he spent a couple of hours in his office upstairs. He arrived home about 5:30, worked until nearly 8. We had dinner." "Did he mention anything that was troubling him besides the Salvatore case?" "His weight." Fox smiled a little. "Fitz hated to put on an extra pound. We discussed him increasing his exercise program, perhaps having some body adjustment work done when he had the time. We watched a comedy on screen in the living room, then went to bed, as I told you." "Did you argue?" "Argue? You have bruises on your arm, Mr. Fox. Did you and Mr. Fitzhugh fight last night?" "No." He paled even more, and his eyes glittered with the threat of another bout of weeping. "We never fought physically. Certainly we argued from time to time. People do. I suppose I might have gotten the bruises on the tub when I tried to. Did Mr. Fitzhugh have a relationship with anyone else other than yourself? Now those swollen eyes went cool. If you mean, did he have outside lovers? He did not. We were committed to each other. Who owns this unit? Fox's face went rigid, and his voice was cold. It was put in our joint names 10 years ago. It belonged to Fitz. And now it belongs to you, Eve thought. I would assume Mr. Fitzhugh was a wealthy man. Do you know who inherits? Other than charitable bequests, I would inherit. Do you think I would kill him for money? There was disgust in his tone now, rather than horror. What right do you have to come into my home at such a time and ask me such horrible questions? I need to know the answers, Mr. Fox. If I don't ask them here, I'll have to ask them at the station house. I believe this is more comfortable for you. Did Mr. Fitzhugh collect knives? No. Fox blinked, then went pasty. I do. I have a large collection of antique blades. Registered, he added quickly. They're duly registered. Do you have an ivory-handled knife, straight blade, about 6 inches long in your collection? Yes, it's 19th century, from England. His breath began to hitch. Is that what he used? He used one of my knives to... I didn't see. I only saw him. Did he use one of my knives? I've taken a knife into evidence, Mr. Fox. We'll run tests. I'll give you a receipt for it. I don't want it. I don't want to see it. He buried his face in his hands. Fitz, how could he have used one of my knives? He fell to weeping again. Eve heard the voices and hums from the next room and knew the sweepers had arrived. Mr. Fox. She rose. I'm going to have one of the officers bring you some clothes. I'm going to ask that you stay here for a little while longer. Is there someone I can call for you? No. No one. Nothing. I don't like it, Peabody, Eve muttered as they rode down to her car. Fitzhugh gets up in the middle of an ordinary night, gets an antique knife, runs himself a bath. He lights the candles, puts on the music, then carves up his wrists, for no particular reason. Here's a man at the height of his career with a shitload of money, plush digs, clients beating down his door, and he just decides, what the hell, I think I'll die? I don't understand suicide. I guess I don't have the personality for big highs and lows. Eve understood it. She'd even considered it briefly during her stint in state-run homes, and before that, in the dark time before that, when death had seemed a release from hell. That was why she couldn't accept it for Fitzhugh. There's no motivation here, at least none that shows yet. But we have a lover who collected knives, who was covered with blood, and who will inherit a sizable fortune. You're thinking maybe Fox killed him. Peabody mulled it over when they reached garage level. Fitzhugh's nearly twice his size. He wouldn't have gone without a fight, and there wasn't any sign of struggle. Signs can be erased, Eve muttered. He had bruises. And if Fitzhugh was drugged or chemically impaired, he wouldn't have put up too much of a struggle. We'll see the tox report. Why do you want it to be a homicide? I don't. I just want it to make sense, and the self-termination doesn't fit. Maybe Fitzhugh couldn't sleep. Maybe he got up. Someone was using the relaxation room. Or it was made to seem so. I've never seen anything like that, Peabody mused, thinking back. All those toys in one place? That big chair with all the controls, the wall screen, the autobar, the VR station, the mood tube. Ever use a mood tube, Lieutenant? Rourke's got one. I don't like it. I'd rather have my moods come and go naturally than program them. Eve spotted the figure sitting on the hood of her car and hissed. Like now, for example, I can feel my mood shifting. I think I'm about to be pissed off. Well, Dallas and Peabody together again. Nadine First, top on-air reporter for Channel 75, slid gracefully from the car. How was the honeymoon? Private, Eve snapped. Hey, I thought we were pals. Nadine winked at Peabody. "You didn't waste any time putting our little get-together on air, pal." "Dallas." Nadine spread her pretty hands. "You bag a killer and close a very public and intense case at your own bachelor party celebration, to which I was invited. It's news. The public not only has the right to know, they eat it up with a spoon. Ratings rocketed. Now look at this. You're barely back and right in the middle of something else big. What's the deal with Fitzhugh?" "He's a dead man." "I've got work to do, Nadine." "Come on, Eve." Nadine plucked at Eve's sleeve. "After all we've been through together, give me a nibble." "Fitzhugh's clients had better start looking for another lawyer. That's all I've got to give you." "Come on! Accident? Homicide? What?" "We're investigating," Eve said shortly, and coated open her locks. "Peabody?" But Peabody just grinned and shrugged her shoulders. "You know, Dallas, it's common knowledge that you and the dearly departed weren't fans of each other. The top soundbite after court yesterday was him referring to you as a violent cop who used her badge as a blunt instrument. It's a shame he won't be able to give you and your associates such catchy quotes anymore." As Eve slammed the car door, Nadine leaned doggedly in the window. "So you give me one." "S.T. Fitzhugh is dead. Police are investigating. Back off." Eve started the engine, torpedoed out of the slot so that Nadine had to dance back to save her toes. At Peabody's chuckle, Eve slid a stony glance in her direction. "Something funny?" "I like her." Peabody couldn't resist looking back, and she noted that Nadine was grinning. "So do you." Eve smothered a chuckle. "There's no accounting for taste," she said, and drove out into the rainy morning. It had gone perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. It was an exciting, powerful feeling to know that you had the controls. The reports coming from various news agencies were all duly logged and recorded. Such matters required careful organization and were added to the small but satisfactorily growing pile of data disks. It was such fun, and that was a surprise. Fun had certainly not been the prime motivator of the operation, but it was a delightful side effect. Who would succumb next? At the flick of a switch, Eve's face flashed onto a monitor, all pertinent data split-screened beside her. A fascinating woman. Birthplace and parents unknown. The abused child discovered hiding in an alley in Dallas, Texas, body battered, mind blanked. A woman who couldn't remember the early years of her own life, the years that formed the soul, years when she had been beaten and raped and tormented. What did that sort of life do to the mind, to the heart, to the person? It had made the girl a social worker, and had made Eve Dallas into a woman who had become a cop. The cop with the reputation for digging deep, and who had come into some notoriety the previous winter during the investigation of a sensitive and ugly case. That was when she had met Rourke. The computer hummed, sliced Rourke's face onto the screen. Such an intriguing couple. His background was no prettier than the cop's had been, but he'd chosen, at least initially, the other side of the law to make his mark, and his fortune. Now they were a set that could be destroyed on a whim. But not yet. Not for some little time yet. After all, the game had just begun. Chapter 5. "I just don't buy it," Eve muttered as she called up data on Fitzhugh. She studied his bold, striking face as it flashed onto her monitor, shook her head. "I just don't buy it," she repeated. She scanned his date and place of birth, saw that he'd been born in Philadelphia during the last decade of the previous century. He'd been married to a Millicent Barrows from 2033 to 2036, divorced, no children. He'd moved to New York the same year as his divorce, established his criminal law practice, and as far as she could see, had never looked back. "Annual income," she requested. "Subject Fitzhugh, annual income for last tax year, $2,700,000 USD. Bloodsucker, she murmured. Computer, list and detail any arrests. Searching. No police record on file. Okay, so he's clean. How about this? List all civil suits filed against subject. She got a hit on that. A short list of names, and she ordered a hard copy. She requested a list of cases Fitzhugh had lost over the last 10 years, noted the names that mirrored the suits filed against him. It made her sigh. It was typical litigation of the era. Your lawyer doesn't get you off, you sue the lawyer. It gave another jab to her hopeful theory of blackmail. Okay, so maybe we're going about this the wrong way. New subject, Fox, Arthur, residence 5002 Madison Avenue, New York. Searching. The computer blipped and whined, causing Eve to slap the unit with the heel of her hand to jog it back. She didn't bother to curse budget cuts. Fox appeared on screen, wavering a bit until Eve gave the computer another smack. More attractive, she noted, when he smiled. He was 15 years younger than Fitzhugh, had been born in East Washington, the son of 2 career military personnel, had lived in various points of the globe until he had settled in New York in 2042 and joined the Nutrition for Life organization as a consultant. His annual income just tipped into the 6 figures. The record showed no marriages, but the same-sex license he shared with Fitzhugh. List in detail any arrests. The machine grumbled as if it were tired of answering questions, but the list popped. 1 disorderly conduct, 2 assaults, and 1 disturbing the peace. Well, now we're getting somewhere. Both subjects. List and detail any psychiatric consults. There was nothing on Fitzhugh, but she got another hit on Fox. With a grunt, she ordered a hard copy, then glanced up as Peabody entered. Forensics? Toxicology? Forensics isn't in, but we've got tox. Peabody handed Eve a disc. Low-level alcohol, identified as Parisian brandy, 2045. Not nearly enough to debilitate. No other drug traces. Shit. She'd been hopeful. I might have something here. Our friend Fox spent a lot of his childhood on the therapist's couch. He checked himself into the Delroy Institute just 2 years ago for a month, and he's done time. Piss-away time, but time nonetheless. 90 days lockup for assault, and he had to wear a Proby bracelet for 6 months. Our boy has some violent tendencies. Peabody frowned at the data. Military family. They tend to be resistant to homosexuality still. I bet they tried to head shrink him into hetero. Maybe. But he's got a history of mental health problems and a criminal record. Let's see what the uniforms turned up when they knocked on doors in Fitzhugh's building, and we'll talk to Fitzhugh's associates in his firm. You're not buying suicide. I knew him. He was arrogant, pompous, smug, vain. Eve shook her head. Vain, arrogant men don't choose to be found naked in the bathtub, swimming in their own blood. He was a brilliant man. Leonore Bastwick sat in her custom-made leather chair in the glass-walled corner office of Fitzhugh, Bastwick, and Stern. Her desk was a glass pool, unsmudged and sparkling. It suited, Eve thought, her icy and stunning blonde beauty. He was a generous friend, Leonore added, and folded her perfectly manicured hands on the edge of the desk. We're in shock here, Lieutenant. It was hard to see shock on the polished surface of it all. New York's steel forest rose up glittering behind Leonore's back, lending the lofty illusion that she was reigning over the city. Pale rose and soft gray added elegant muted color to an office that was as meticulously decorated as the woman herself. Do you know of any reason why Fitzhugh would have taken his own life? Absolutely none. Leonore kept her hands very still, her eyes level. He loved life, his work. He enjoyed every minute of every day as much as anyone I've ever met. I have no idea why he would choose to end it. When was the last time you saw or spoke with him? She hesitated. Eve could almost see wheels working smoothly behind those heavily lashed eyes. Actually, I saw him briefly last night. I dropped a file off for him, discussed a case. That discussion is, of course, privileged. Her slicked lips curved. But I will say he was his usual enthusiastic self, and he was very much looking forward to dueling with you in court. Dueling? That's how Fitz referred to cross-examination of expert and police witnesses. A smile flickered over her face. It was a match, in his mind, of wits and nerve. A professional game for an innate game player. I don't know of anything he enjoyed so much as being in court. What time did you drop off the file last night? I'd say about 10. Yes, I think it was around 10. I'd worked late here and slipped by on my way home. Was that usual, Miss Bastwick? You slipping by to see him on your way home? Not unusual. We were, after all, professional associates, and our cases sometimes overlapped. That's all you were? Professional partners? Do you assume, Lieutenant, that because a man and woman are physically attractive and on friendly terms, that they can't work together without sexual tension? I don't assume anything. How long did you stay, discussing your case? 20 minutes, a half hour. I didn't time it. He was fine when I left, I'll tell you that. There was nothing he was particularly concerned about. He had some concerns about the Salvatore matter, and others as well, nothing out of the ordinary. He was a confident man. And outside of work, on a personal level, a private man. But you know Arthur Fox. Of course. In this firm we take care to know and socialize at least lightly with the spouses of partners and associates. Arthur and Fitz were devoted to each other. No spats? Leonore cocked a brow. I wouldn't know. Sure you would, Eve thought. You and Mr. Fitzhugh were partners. You had a close professional and apparently a close personal relationship. He must have discussed his home life with you from time to time. He and Arthur were very happy. Leonore's first sign of irritation showed in the gentle tapping of a coral-toned nail against the edge of glass. Happy couples occasionally have arguments. I imagine you argue with your husband from time to time. My husband hasn't recently found me dead in the bathtub, Eve said evenly. What did Fox and Fitzhugh argue about? Leonore let out an annoyed huff of breath. She rose, punched in a code on her auto-chef, took out a steaming cup of coffee. None was offered to Eve. Arthur had periodic bouts of depression. He is not the most self-confident of men. He tended to be jealous, which exasperated Fitz. Her brows knit. You're probably aware that Fitz was married before. His bisexuality was somewhat of a problem for Arthur, and when he was depressed, he tended to worry about all the men and women Fitz came into contact with in the course of his work. They rarely argued, but when they did, it was generally about Arthur's jealousy. Did he have reason to be jealous? As far as I know, Fitz was completely faithful. It's not always an easy choice, Lieutenant, being in the spotlight as he was, and given his lifestyle. Even today, there are some who are, let's say, uncomfortable with less than traditional sexual preferences. But Fitz gave Arthur no reason to be anything less than content. Yet he was. Thank you, Eve said as she rose. You've been very helpful. Lieutenant, Leonore began as Eve and the silent Peabody started for the door. If I thought for one instant that Arthur Fox had anything to do with... She stopped, sucked in a breath. No, it's simply impossible to believe. Less possible than believing Fitzhugh slashed his own wrists and let himself bleed to death? Eve waited a beat, then left the office. Peabody waited until they'd stepped out onto the skywalk that ribboned the building. I don't know whether you were planting seeds or digging for worms. Both. Eve looked through the glass of the tube. She could see Rourke's long building, shooting tall and polished ebony among the other spheres. At least he had no connection with this case. She didn't have to worry about uncovering something he'd done or someone he'd known too well. She knew both the victim and the suspect, and Fox didn't mention her slipping by to discuss work last night. So you've bumped Fox from witness to suspect? Eve watched a man in a tailored robe squawk bad-temperedly into a palm link as he glided by. Until we prove conclusively it was suicide, Fox is the prime, hell, the only suspect. He had the means. It was his knife. He had the opportunity. They were alone in the apartment. He had the motive, money. Now we know he has a history of depression, a record of violence, and a jealous streak.
Can I ask you something?
Peabody waited for Eve's nod.
You didn't care for Fitzhugh on a professional or a personal level.
I hated his fucking guts. So what? Eve stepped off the skywalk and onto the street level where she'd been lucky enough to find a parking spot. She spied a Glide-A-Grill, smoking soy dogs and potato rings, and made a beeline through the heavy pedestrian traffic. You think I've got to like the corpse? Give me a couple of dogs and a scoop of potatoes. 2 tubes of Pepsi.
Diet for me,
Peabody interrupted, and rolled her eyes over Eve's long, lean form.
Some of us have to worry about weight.
Diet dog, diet pep. The woman running the cart had a dingy CZ stud in the center of her top lip and a tattoo of the subway system on her chest. The A-line veered off and disappeared under the loose gauze covering her breasts. Reg dog, reg pep, hot potatoes, cash or credit. Eve shoved the limp cardboard, holding the food, at Peabody, and dug for her tokens. What's the damage? The woman poked a grimy, purple-tipped finger at her console, sent it beeping. 25. Shit! You blink and dogs go up. Eve poured credits into the woman's outstretched hand, grabbed a couple of wafer-thin napkins. She worked her way back, plopped down on the bench circling the fountain in front of the law building. The panhandler beside her looked hopeful. Eve tapped her badge. He grinned, tapped the beggar's license hung around his neck. Resigned, she dug out a 5-credit chip, passed it over. Find someplace else to hustle, she ordered him, or I'll run that license and see if it's up to date. He said something uncomplimentary about her line of work, but he pocketed the credit and moved on, giving room to Peabody. Leonore doesn't like Arthur Fox. Peabody swallowed gamely. Diet dogs were invariably grainy.
She doesn't?
A high-class lawyer doesn't give that many answers unless she wants to. She fed us that Fox was jealous, that they argued. Eve held out the scoop of greasy potatoes. After a brief internal struggle, Peabody dug in. She wanted us to have that data.
Still isn't much. There's nothing in Fitzhugh's records that implicates Fox. His diary, his appointment book, his link logs. None of the data I scanned points the finger. Then again, none of it indicates a suicidal bent either.
Contemplatively, Eve sucked on her tube of Pepsi, watched New York lumber by with all its noise and sweat. We'll have to talk to Fox again. I've got court again this afternoon. I want you to go back to Cops Central, get the door-to-door reports, nag the ME for the final autopsy. I don't know what the hang-up is there, but I want the results by end of shift. I should be out of court by 3. We'll do another walk-through of Fitzhugh's apartment and see why he omitted Bastwick's little visit. Peabody juggled food and duly programmed the duties into her day log.
What I asked you before, about you not liking Fitzhugh, I just wondered if it was harder to push all the buttons when you have bad feelings about the subject.
Cops don't have personal feelings. Then she sighed. Bullshit. You put those feelings aside and push the buttons. That's the job. And if I happen to think a man like Fitzhugh deserved to end up bathing in his own blood, it doesn't mean I won't do what's necessary to find out how he got there. Peabody nodded.
A lot of other cops would just file it. Self-termination, end of transmission.
I'm not other cops. And neither are you, Peabody. She glanced over, mildly interested at the explosive crash as 2 taxis collided. Pedestrian and street traffic barely hitched as smoke billowed. Duraglass pinged, and 2 furious drivers popped like corks out of their ruined vehicles. Eve nibbled away at her lunch as the 2 men pushed, shoved, and shouted imaginative obscenities. She imagined they were obscenities anyway, since no English was exchanged. She looked up, but didn't spot one of the hovering traffic copters. With a thin smile, she balled up the cardboard, rolled up the empty tube, passed them to Peabody. "Dump these in the recycler, will you? Then come back and give me a hand breaking up those two idiots."
"Sir, one of them just pulled out a bat. Should I call for backup?"
"Nope." Eve rubbed her hands together in anticipation as she rose. "I can handle it." Eve's shoulder was still smarting when she walked out of court a couple of hours later. She imagined the cab drivers would have been released by now, which wasn't going to happen to the child killer Eve had just testified against, she thought with satisfaction. She'd be in high-security lockup for the next 50 years minimum. There was some satisfaction in that. Eve rolled her bruised shoulder. The cabbie really hadn't been swinging at her, she thought. He'd been trying to crack his opponent's head open, and she'd just gotten in the way. Still, it wasn't going to hurt her feelings that both of them would have their licenses suspended for 3 months. She climbed into her car and, favoring her shoulder, put the vehicle on auto to Cop Central. Overhead, a tourist tram blatted out the standard spiel about the scales of justice. Well, she mused, sometimes they balanced, if only for a short time. Her link beeped. "Dallas." "Dr. Morris." The medical examiner had heavy-lidded hawk eyes in a vivid shade of green, a squared-off chin that was generously stubbled, and a slicked-back mane of charcoal hair. Eve liked him. Though she was often frustrated by his lack of stellar speed, she appreciated his thoroughness. "Have you finished the report on Fitzhugh?" "I have a problem." "I don't need a problem, I need the report. Can you transmit it to my office link? I'm on my way there." "No, Lieutenant, you're on your way here. I have something I need to show you." "I don't have time to come by the morgue." "Make time," he suggested, and ended the transmission. Eve ground her teeth once. Scientists were so damned frustrating, she thought, as she redirected her unit. From the outside, the Lower Manhattan City Morgue resembled one of the beehive-structured office buildings that surrounded it. It blended. That had been the point of the redesign. Nobody liked to think of death, to have it spoil their appetite as they scooted out of work at lunchtime to grab a bite at a corner deli. Images of bodies tagged and bagged on refrigerated slabs tended to put you off your pasta salad. Eve remembered the first time she'd stepped through the black steel doors in the rear of the building. She'd been a rookie in uniform, shoulder to shoulder with 24 other rookies in uniforms. Unlike several of her comrades, she'd seen death up close and personal before, but she'd never seen it displayed, dissected, analyzed. There was a gallery above one of the autopsy labs, and there students, rookies, and journalists or novelists with the proper credentials could witness firsthand the intricate workings of forensic pathology. Individual monitors in each seat offered close-up views to those with the stomach for it. Most of them didn't come back for a return trip. Many who left were carried out. Eve had walked out on her own steam, and she'd been back countless times since, but she never looked forward to the visits. Her target this time wasn't what was referred to as the theater, but Lab C, where Morris conducted most of his work. Eve passed down the white-tiled corridor with its pea-green floors. She could smell death there. No matter what was used to eradicate it, the sulky stink of it slid through cracks, around doorways, and it tainted the air with the grinning reminder of mortality. Medical science had eradicated plagues, a host of diseases and conditions, extending life expectancy to an average of 150 years. Cosmetic technology had ensured that a human being could live attractively for his century and a half. You could die without wrinkles, without age spots, without aches and pains and disintegrating bones. But you were still going to die sooner or later. For many who came here, that day was sooner. She stopped in front of the door at Lab C, held her badge up to the security camera, and gave her name and ID number to the speaker. Her palm print was analyzed and cleared. The door slid open. It was a small room, windowless and depressing, lined with equipment, beeping with computers. Some of the tools, arranged neat as a surgeon's tray on the counters, were barbaric enough to make the weak shudder. Saws, lasers, the glinting blades of scalpels, hoses. In the center of the room was a table with gutters on the side to catch fluids and run them into sterilized, airtight containers for further analysis. On the table was Fitzhugh, his naked body bearing the scars of the recent insult of a standard Y-cut. Morris was sitting on a rolling stool in front of a monitor, face pushed close to the screen. He wore a white lab coat that fluttered to the floor. It was one of his few affectations, the coat that flapped and swirled like a highwayman's cape whenever he walked down the corridors. His slicked-back hair was snugged into a long ponytail. Eve knew, since he'd called her in directly, rather than passing her off to one of his techs, that it was something unusual. "Dr. Morris?" "Lieutenant," he began without turning around. "Never seen anything like it. Not in 30 years of exploring the dead." He swung around with the flutter of his lab coat. Beneath it, he wore stovepipe pants and a T-shirt in loud, clashing colors. "You're looking well, Lieutenant." He gave her one of his quick, charming smiles, and her lips curved up in response. "You're looking pretty good yourself. You lost the beard." He reached up, rubbed a hand over his stubbly chin. He'd sported a precise goatee until recently. "Didn't suit me. But Christ, I hate to shave. How was the honeymoon?" Automatically, she tucked her hands in her pockets. "It was good. I've got a pretty full plate right now, Morris. What do you have to show me you couldn't show me on screen?" "Some things take personal attention." He rode his stool over to the autopsy table until he pulled up with the slight squeal of wheels at Fitzhugh's head. "What do you see?" She glanced down. "A dead guy." Morris nodded, as if pleased. "What we would call a normal, everyday dead guy, who expired due to excessive blood loss, possibly self-inflicted." "Possibly?" She leaped on the word. "From the surface, suicide is the logical conclusion. There were no drugs in the system, very little alcohol. He shows no offensive nor defensive wounds or bruising. The blood settlement was consistent with his position in the tub. He did not drown. The angle of the wrist wounds—" He bumped closer, picked up one of Fitzhugh's limp, beautifully manicured hands, where on the wrist the carved wounds resembled some intricate ancient language. "They are also very consistent with self-infliction. A right-handed man, reclining slightly." He demonstrated, holding an imaginary blade. Very quick, very precise slashes to the wrist, severing the artery. Though she'd already studied the wounds herself, and photographs of them, she stepped closer, looked again. Why couldn't someone have come up from behind him, leaned over, slashed down at that same angle? It's not beyond the realm of possibility, but if that were the case, I'd expect to see some defensive wounds. If someone snuck into your bath and sliced your wrist, you'd be inclined to become annoyed, quarrelsome." He beamed a smile. "I don't think you'd just settle back in the tub and bleed to death." "So you're going with self-termination?" "Not so fast. I was prepared to." He tugged on his bottom lip, let it snap back into place. "I ran the standard brain analysis required with any self-termination or suspected self-termination. That's the puzzle here, the real puzzle." He scooted his stool over to his workstation, gestured over his shoulder for her to follow. "This is his brain," he said, tapping a finger on the organ floating in clear liquid and attached to wire-thin cables that fed into the mainframe of his computer. "Abby-normal." "I beg your pardon?" Morris chuckled, shook his head. "Obviously, you don't make time to watch enough classic videos. That's from a takeoff on the Frankenstein myth. What I'm saying is, this brain is abnormal." "He had brain damage?" "Damage, well, it seems an extreme word for what I found. Here, on the screen." He swiveled around, tapped some keys. A close-up view of Fitzhugh's brain flashed on. Again, on the surface, completely as expected. But we show the cross-section. He tapped again, and the brain was sliced neatly in half. So much went on in this small mass, Morris murmured. Thoughts, ideas, music, desires, poetry, anger, hate. People speak of the heart, Lieutenant, but it's the brain that holds all the magic and mystery of the human species. It elevates us, separates us, defines us as individuals. And the secrets of it, well, it's doubtful we'll ever know them all. See here. Eve leaned closer, trying to see what he indicated with the tap of a finger on the screen. It looks like a brain to me. Unattractive, but necessary. Not to worry, I nearly missed it myself. For this imaging, he went on, while the monitor whirled with color and shapes, the tissue appears in blues, pale to dark, the bone white. Blood vessels are red. As you can see, there are no clots or tumors that would indicate neurological disorders in the making. Enhance Quadrant B, sections 35 to 40, 30%. The screen jumped, and a section of the image enlarged. Losing patience, Eve started to shrug, then leaned in. What is that? It looks like... what? A smudge? It does, doesn't it? He beamed again, staring at the screen, where a faint shadow, no bigger than a fly speck, marred the brain. Almost like a fingerprint. A child's oily finger. But when you enhance again... He did so with a few brief commands, popping the image closer. It's more of a tiny burn. How would you get a burn inside your brain? Exactly. Obviously fascinated, Morris swiveled toward the brain in question. I've never seen anything like that tiny pinprick mark. It wasn't caused by a hemorrhage, a small stroke, or an aneurysm. I've run all the standard brain imaging programs and can find no known neurological cause for it. But it's there. Indeed, it is. It could be nothing, no more than a faint abnormality that caused the occasional vague headache or dizziness. It certainly wouldn't be fatal, but it is curious. I've sent for all of Fitzhugh's medical records to see if there were any tests run or any data on this burn. Could it cause depression? Anxiety? I don't know. It flaws the left frontal lobe of the right cerebral hemisphere. Current medical opinion is that certain aspects, such as personality, are located in this specific cerebral area. So it does appear in the section of the brain that we now believe receives and deploys suggestions and ideas. He moved his shoulders. However, I can't document that this flaw contributed to death. The fact is, Dallas, at the moment, I'm baffled, but fascinated. I won't be releasing your case until I find some answers. A burn in the brain, Eve mused, as she uncoated the locks on Fitzhugh's condo. She'd come alone, wanting the emptiness, the silence, to give her own brain time to work. Until she had cleared the scene, Fox would have other living quarters. She retraced her steps upstairs, studied the grisly bath again. A burn in the brain, she thought again. Drugs seemed the most logical answer. If they hadn't showed on tox, it could be it was a new type of drug, one that had yet to be registered. She walked into the relaxation room. There was nothing there but the expensive toys of a wealthy man who enjoyed his leisure time. Couldn't sleep, she mused. Came in to relax, had a brandy, stretched out in the chair, watched some screen. Her lips pursed as she picked up the VR goggles beside the chair. Took a quick trip. Didn't want to use the chamber for it, just kicked back. Curious, she slipped on the goggles, ordered the last scene played. She was popped into a swaying white boat on a cool green river. Birds soared overhead. A fish bulleted up, flashed silver, and dove again. On the banks of the river were wildflowers and tall, shielding trees. She felt herself floating, let her hand dip into the water to trail a quiet wake. It was nearly sunset, and the sky was going pink and purple in the west. She could hear the low hum of bees, the cheerful chirp of crickets. The boat rocked like a cradle. Stifling a yawn, she pulled the goggles off again. A harmless, sedative scene, she decided, and set the goggles down. Nothing that would have induced a sudden urge to slash one's wrists. But the water might have prompted the urge for a hot bath, so he'd taken one. And if Fox had crept in, had been quiet enough, quick enough, he could have done it. It was all she had, Eve decided, and took out her communicator to order a second interview with Arthur Fox. Chapter 6. Eve studied the reports on the knock-on-doors from uniforms. Most of them were what she'd expected. Fitzhugh and Fox were quiet, kept to themselves, yet friendly with their neighbors in the building. But she latched on to the statement of the droid on doorman duty that placed Fox at leaving the building at 22:30 and returning at 2300 hours. He didn't mention he went out, did he, Peabody? Not a word about a little jaunt in the evening on his own. No, he didn't mention it. Have we got the security discs logged yet from the lobby and elevator cameras? I loaded them in. They're under Fitzhugh, 1051, on your unit. Let's take a look. Eve booted her machine, leaned back in her chair. Peabody scanned the monitor over her shoulder and resisted mentioning that both of them were now officially off duty. It was exciting, after all, working side by side with the top homicide detective at Cop Central. Dallas would sneer at that, Peabody thought, but it was true. She'd been following the career of Eve Dallas for years, and there was no one she admired or wished more to emulate. The biggest shock of Peabody's life was that somehow, over the course of a few short months, they had come to be friends as well. Stop! Eve sat up straight as the transmission froze. She studied the classy blonde entering the building at 22:15. Well, well, there's our Leonore slipping by. She had the time fairly close, 10:15. Yeah, she's on the mark. Eve ran her tongue around her teeth. What do you think, Peabody? Business or pleasure? Well, she's dressed for business. Peabody cocked her head and allowed a faint trail of envy to curl up her spine at Leonore's spiffy three-piece suit. She's carrying a briefcase and a bottle of wine. Enhanced Quadrant D, 30 to 35. An expensive bottle of wine, Eve murmured when the screen popped and displayed the label clearly. Rourke's got some of that little number in the wine cellar. I think it goes for about 200. A bottle? Wow! A glass, Eve corrected, amused when Peabody goggled. Something doesn't fit. Resume normal size and speed. Shift to elevator camera. Yeah, she's primping, Eve murmured, watching as Leonore took a gold compact out of her embossed briefcase, powdered her nose, freshened her lipstick as the elevator climbed. And looky there, just flipped open the top 3 buttons of her blouse. Getting ready for a man, Peabody said, and shrugged when Eve slanted a look at her. I guess. I'd guess, too. Together, they watched Leonore stride down the foyer on the 38th floor and buzz herself into Fitzhugh's apartment. Eve increased the time delay until Fox strode out 15 minutes later. Doesn't look happy, does he? No. Peabody narrowed her eyes. I'd say he looks ticked off. She lifted her brows when Fox kicked bad-temperedly at the elevator door. Very ticked off. They waited for the drama to resume. Leonore left 22 minutes later, color high on her cheeks, eyes glittering. She jabbed a finger at the elevator, hitched her briefcase on her shoulder. A short time after, Fox returned carrying a small parcel. She didn't stay 20 or 30 minutes, but more than 45. What went on inside that apartment that night, Eve wondered, and just what did Fox bring back with him? Contact the law offices. I want Leonore in here for questioning. I've got Fox at 9:30. Get her in here at the same time. We'll team play them. You want me to interrogate? Eve disengaged her machine, rolled her shoulders. It's a good place to start. We'll meet here at 8:30. No, come by my home office at 8. That'll give us more time. She glanced at her link as it beeped, considered ignoring it, then gave in. Dallas. Hey! Mavis's bright face filled the screen. I was hoping I'd catch you before you left. How's it going? Well enough. I'm just about to log out. What's up?
Good timing. Great timing. Mag, listen, I'm at Jess's studio. We're going to do a session. Leonardo's here. We're going to make it a party, so come on by.
Hey, listen, Mavis, I've put in a full day. I just want to—
Come on!
There were nerves as well as enthusiasm.
We're going to get food in, and Jess has got the most rocking brew here. It'll de-brain you in seconds. He thinks if we can lay something decent down tonight, we could run with it. I'd really like you around. You know, moral support shit. Can't you just stop by for a while?
I guess I could. Damn it, no backbone, she thought. I'll let Rourke know I'll be late, but I can't stay.
Hey, I gave Rourke a buzz already.
You what?
I linked him just a bit ago. Hey, you know, Dallas, I've never been by that meg-cool office of his. He had like the UN or something in there. All these off-country guys. Wild. Anyway, they put me through to the inner sanctum because I was a pal of yours, and I talked to him. So, Mavis chirped on over Eve's heaved sigh, I told him what was up and coming, and he said he'd stop around after the meeting or summit or whatever he was into.
Looks like it's all settled. Eve watched her fantasy involving a whirlpool, a glass of wine, and a fat slab of steak go up in smoke.
2 tops! Hey, is that Peabody? Hey, Peabody, you come too. We'll party! See you soon, right?
Mavis! Eve caught her seconds before she disengaged. Where the hell are you?
Oh, didn't I say? The studio's at 8 Avenue B, street level. Just beat on the door. Somebody'll let you in. Gotta go! She shouted as something that might have been music boomed. They're tuning up! Catch ya!
Eve blew out a breath, scooped her hair out of her eyes, and glanced over her shoulder. Well, Peabody, want to go to a recording session? Get your ears fried, eat bad food, and get drunk on bad brew? Peabody didn't have to think twice.
As a matter of fact, Lieutenant, I'd love to.
It took a lot of banging on a gray steel door that looked as though it had been on the wrong end of a battering ram somewhere along the line. The rain from that morning had turned into steam that smelled unpleasantly of street oil and the recycling units that never seemed to be in full repair in that part of town. With more resignation than energy, Eve watched 2 chemi-heads make deals under the dirty light of a street lamp. Neither of them so much as blinked at Peabody's uniform. Eve turned when one of the powder junkies took a hit less than 5 feet away. Damn it, that's just too arrogant. Bust him. Resigned, Peabody headed over. The chemi-head focused, swore, and, swallowing the paper his powder had been cupped in, swung around to run. He skidded on the wet pavement and banged face first into the lamppost. By the time Peabody reached him, he was flat on his back and bleeding profusely from the nose. "He's out cold," she called to Eve. Idiot. Call it in. Get a cruiser over here to haul him into the tank. You want the collar? Peabody considered, then shook her head. Not worth it. The beat cop can take it. She pulled out her communicator, gave the location as she walked back to Eve. The dealer's still across the street, she commented. He's got air blades, but I could try to chase him down. I sense a lack of enthusiasm. Eve narrowed her eyes, scanned the dealer hulking across the street, air blades steaming. Hey, asshole, she called out. You see this uniform here? She jerked a thumb at Peabody. Take your business someplace else, or I'll tell her to bump her weapon up to level 3 and watch you piss your pants. Cunt! He shouted back and whizzed off on his blades. You've got a real way with community relations, Dallas. Yeah, it's a gift. Eve turned back, prepared to beat on the door again, and found herself facing a female of massive proportions. She was easily 6'5", with shoulders wide as a highway. They rose out of a sleeveless leather vest and rippled with muscles and tattoos. Beneath, she wore a unisuit, snug as skin and the color of a healing bruise. She sported a copper nose ring and close-cropped hair fashioned into tight, glossy black curls. "Fucking drug pushers!" she said in a voice like a cannon boom. "Stink up the neighborhood!
You Mavis's cop?
That's right. And I brought my cop with me. The woman sized Peabody up out of milky blue eyes.
Solid. Mavis says you're right. I'm Big Mary.
Eve angled her head. Yes, you are. It took about 10 seconds. Then Big Mary's moon-sized face creased in a knife-edged grin.
Come on in. Jess is just heating up.
By way of welcome, she took Eve's arm and lifted her up and into the short hallway.
Come on, Dallas's cop.
Peabody. With a cautious glance, Peabody kept warily out of Big Mary's reach.
Body. Yeah, you ain't much bigger than a pea.
Roaring at her own joke, Big Mary carted Eve into a padded elevator, waited for the door to close. They were cocooned together, tight as fish in a pan as Mary directed the unit to take them up one level.
Jess, he says to take you up to control. You got money?
It was hard to maintain dignity of any kind when Eve's nose was pressed in Mary's armpit. What for?
We got food coming. You gotta plunk in your share for the eats.
All right. Is Rourke here yet?
Ain't seen no Rourke. Mavis says you can't miss him 'cause he is fine and prime.
The padded door opened, and Eve let out the breath she'd been holding. Even as she sucked in air, her ears were assaulted. Mavis's high, wild voice was screeching to the accompaniment of blistering noise.
She's got a groove going.
Only deep affection for Mavis prevented Eve from leaping back into the soundproofing. Apparently,
I'll get your drinks. Jess, he brought the brew.
Mary hulked off, leaving Eve and Peabody in a glass-walled control booth that curved in a semicircle a half-level above a studio where Mavis was singing her heart and lungs out. With a grin, Eve moved closer to the glass, the better to see. Mavis had scooped up her hair so that it spewed in a purple fountain out of a multicolored band. She was wearing modified overalls, the black leather straps running up the center of her bare breasts. The rest of the material was a shimmering kaleidoscope that started at the midriff and ended barely south of the crotch. She danced to the beat on a fashionable pair of slides that left the feet bare and propped them onto 4-inch stilts. Eve had no doubt that Mavis's lover had designed the costume for her. She spotted Leonardo in a corner of the studio, glowing like a sunbeam at Mavis and wearing a body-skimming jumpsuit that made him look like an elegant grizzly. "What a pair," she murmured, and hooked her thumbs in the back pockets of her battered jeans. She turned her head to speak to Peabody, but noted her companion's attention was riveted to the left, and the look on Peabody's face, Eve noted with some curiosity, managed to combine shock, admiration, and lust. Following Peabody's distracted gaze, Eve had her first view of Jess Barrow. He was beautiful, a painting in motion, with a long, shining mane of hair the color of polished oak. His eyes were nearly silver, thickly lashed, intensely focused, as he worked the controls of an elaborate console. His complexion was flawless, tan to bronze, set off by rounded cheekbones and a strong chin. His mouth was full and firm, and his hands, as they flew over the controls, were as finely sculptured as marble. "Roll up your tongue, Peabody," Eve suggested, "before you step on it."
God, holy God, he's better in person. Don't you just want to bite him?
"Not particularly, but you go ahead." Catching herself, Peabody flushed to the roots of her hair. She shifted on her sturdy legs. This was, she reminded herself, her superior.
I admire his talent.
"Peabody, you're admiring his chest. It's a pretty good one, so I can't hold it against you."
"I wish he would," she murmured,
then cleared her throat as Big Mary stomped back with 2 dark brown bottles.
"Just gets this brew from his family down south. It's fine."
Since it was also unmarked and unlabeled, Eve prepared to sacrifice a few layers of stomach lining. She was pleasantly surprised when the liquid slid mellowly down her throat. "It is fine. Thanks."
You add to the kitty, you can have more. I'm supposed to go down and wait for Rourke. I hear he's got money to roll in. How come you're not wearing some flash? You linked up with a rich man.
Eve decided not to mention the baby fist-sized diamond resting between her breasts under her shirt. My underwear's solid gold. It chafes some, but it makes me feel secure. After another brief processing delay, Mary hooted with laughter, slapped Eve on the back hard enough to bop her head into the glass, then headed off in a rock-breaking stride. We ought to sign her up, Eve muttered. She wouldn't need a weapon or body armor. The music built to an ear-scorching crescendo, then cut off as if severed with a knife. Below, Mavis let out a squeal and launched herself into Leonardo's open arms. That was a nice take, sugar. Jess's voice flowed out like top cream and drifted lazily with a southern drawl. You take 10 and rest that golden throat for me. Mavis's idea of resting her throat was to let out another scream, then wave desperately at Eve.
Dallas, you're here! Wasn't that Mag? I'm coming up. Don't go anywhere.
She scrambled through a door on her trendy stilts. So, this is Dallas. Jess pushed away from his console. His body was trim and showed off to advantage in jeans as battered as Eve's and a simple cotton shirt that would retail for a beat cop's monthly paycheck. He wore a diamond stud in his ear that glinted as he crossed the booth, and a braided gold chain around his wrist that slid fluidly as he held out one of those beautiful hands. Mavis is brimming over with stories about her cop. Mavis brims over habitually. It's part of her charm. That it is. I'm Jess, and I'm delighted to meet you at last. With his hands still cupped over Eve's, he turned that slow, heart-thudding smile onto Peabody. And it seems we have 2 cops for the price of 1.
I'm a huge fan,
Peabody managed, and fought against the nervous stutter.
I have all of your discs, audio and video. I've seen you in concert.
Music buffs are always welcome. He released Eve's hand to take hers. Why don't I show you my favorite toy? He suggested, leading her toward the console. Before Eve could follow, Mavis burst in.
What did you think? Did you like it? I wrote it. Jess orchestrated it, but I wrote it. He thinks it could hit.
I'm really proud of you. You sounded great. Eve returned Mavis's enthusiastic embrace and grinned at Leonardo over her shoulder. How does it feel to be hooked up with a rising music legend? She's wonderful. He leaned in to give Eve a one-armed squeeze. You look terrific. I noticed on some news clips that you wore a number of my designs. I'm grateful. I'm grateful, Eve said, and meant it. Leonardo was a talented and emerging genius of clothing design. I didn't look like Rourke's rag-picking cousin. You always look like yourself, Leonardo corrected, but he narrowed his eyes and flipped his fingers through her untidy hair. You need some work here. If you don't have it styled every few weeks, it loses shape. I was going to trim it up some. No. He shook his head solemnly, but his eyes twinkled at her. The days of you hacking at it yourself are over. You call Trina. Have her do you. We'll have to drag her again. Mavis grinned at everything. She'll keep making excuses and start clipping at it with kitchen shears when it gets in her eyes. She giggled when Leonardo shuddered. We'll get Rourke to hound her. I'd be delighted to. He stepped out of the elevator, walked straight to Eve, and framing her face in his hands, kissed her. What am I hounding you about? Nothing. Have a drink. She passed him her bottle. Instead of drinking, he kissed Mavis in greeting. I appreciate the invitation. This is quite a setup.
Isn't it Mag? The sound system's ace of the line, and Jess works all kinds of magic with the console. He's got like 6 million instruments programmed in. He can play them all, too. He can do anything. The night he came into the D&D changed my life. It was like a miracle.
Mavis, you're the miracle. Smoothly, Jess led Peabody back toward the group. She was flushed and glassy-eyed. Eve could see the pulse in her throat pounding to its own rhythm. "Down, girl," she muttered, but Peabody only rolled her eyes.
"You met Dallas and Peabody, right? And this is Rourke."
Mavis bounced on her stilts.
"My closest friends."
"It's a genuine pleasure." Jess offered one of his finely boned hands to Rourke. "I admire your success in the business world, and your taste in women." "Thank you. I tend to be careful with both." Rourke scanned the area, inclined his head. "Your studio's impressive." "I love showing it off. It's been in the planning stages for some time. Mavis is actually the first artist to use it, other than myself. Mary's going to order food. Why don't I show you my prize creation before I put Mavis back to work?" He led the way back to the console, sat at it like a captain at the helm. "The instruments are programmed in, of course. I can call up any number of combinations and can vary pitch and speed. It's accessed for voice command, but I rarely use that. Distracts me from the music." He slid controls and had a simple backbeat playing. "Recorded vocals." He tapped his fingers over buttons, and Mavis's voice punched out, surprisingly gritty and rich. A monitor displayed the sounds with washings of colors and shapes. "I use that for computer analysis. Musicologists," he flashed a charming, self-deprecating smile, "we can't help ourselves, but that's another story." "She sounds good," Eve commented, pleased. "And she'll sound better." Overdubbing. Mavis's voice split, layered over itself in close harmony. Layers and fill. Jess's hands danced over the controls, drawing out guitars, brass, the jingle of a tambourine, the searing wail of a sax. Cool it down. Everything slowed, mellowed, heated up, went into double time, blasted. It's all very basic, as is having her duet with recording artists of the past. You'll have to hear her version of Hard Day's Night with the Beatles. I can also code in any sound. With a smile flirting around his mouth, he spun a dial and skimmed his fingers over the keys. Eve's voice whispered out, "Down, girl." The words melded into Mavis's vocal, repeating, echoing, drifting. "How did you do that?" Eve demanded. "I mic'd," he explained, and hooked into the console. "Now that I have your voice on program, I can have your voice replace Mavis's." He skimmed the controls again, and Eve winced when she heard herself singing. "Don't do that," she ordered, and laughing, Jess switched it back. "Sorry, I can't resist playing. Want to hear yourself croon, Peabody?"
"No."
Then she gnawed her lip.
"Well, maybe."
"Let's see, something smoky, understated, and classic." He worked for a moment, then sat back. Peabody's eyes rounded when she heard herself quietly torching through "I've Got You Under My Skin."
"Is that one of your songs?" she asked. "I don't recognize it."
Jess chuckled. "No, it's before my time. You've got a strong voice, Officer Peabody. Good breath control. Want to quit your day job and join the party?" She flushed and shook her head. Jess cut out the vocals, tuned the console to a bluesy instrumental. "I worked with an engineer who designed some autotronics for Disney Universe. It took nearly 3 years to complete this." He patted the console like a well-loved child. "Now that I have the prototype and a working unit, I'm hoping to manufacture more. She works on remote, too. I can be anywhere and link up, run the board. I got specs on a smaller portable unit, and I've been working on a mood enhancer." He seemed to catch himself, shook his head. "I get carried away. My agent's starting to complain that I'm spending more time working on electronics than recording."
"Food's here!"
Big Mary bellowed. "Well, then," Jess smiled, scanned his audience. "Let's dig in. You've got to keep your energy level up, Mavis."
"I'm starving."
She grabbed Leonardo's hand and headed for the door. Below, Mary was carting bags and boxes into the studio. "Go help yourselves," Jess told them. "I've got a little fiddling to do. I'll be right along." "What do you think?" Eve murmured to Rourke as they headed down, trailed by Peabody. "I think he's looking for an investor." Eve sighed, nodded. "Yeah, that was my take. I'm sorry. It's not a problem. He's got an interesting product. I had Peabody run a make on him. Nothing's come up, but I don't like to think of him using you or Mavis. That's yet to be seen." He turned her into his arms as they stepped into the studio, ran his hands over her hips. "I missed you. I miss spending large quantities of time with you." She felt the heat kindle between her thighs, hotter, lustier than the moment called for. Her breasts tingled with it. "I missed you, too. Why don't we figure out how to cut the evening short, go home, and fuck like rabbits?" He was hard as iron. As he leaned down to nip at her ear, he found himself struggling not to tug at her clothes. Good thought. Christ, I want you. The hell with where they were, Rourke thought, and dragged her head back by the hair to plunder her mouth. At the console, at the controls, Jess watched them and smiled. Another few minutes, he mused, and they could very well be on the floor, mindlessly mating. Better not. With deft fingers, he skimmed buttons, changed the program. More than satisfied, he rose and started downstairs. 2 hours later, driving home through the dark streets that ran with colors from flashing billboards, Eve pushed her cruiser past the limits of the law. Need was a low, throbbing beat between her thighs, an itch desperate to be scratched. "You're breaking the law, Lieutenant," Rourke said mildly. He was rock hard again, like a teenager cruising on hormones. The woman, who prided herself on never abusing her badge, muttered, "Bending it." Rourke reached over, cupped her breast. "Bend it more." Oh, Jesus! She could already imagine what he'd feel like inside her, so she punched the accelerator and shot like a bullet down park. A glide cart operator flipped up her middle finger as Eve screamed around a curb and headed east. Cursing lightly, Eve switched on her duty light, popped up the red and blue globe, and had it flashing. "I can't believe I'm doing this. I never do this." Rourke slid his hand down to her thigh. "Do you know what I'm going to do to you?" She gave a hoarse laugh, swallowed hard. "Don't tell me, for God's sake, I'll kill us." Her hands were glued to the wheel and trembling, her body vibrating like a string already plucked. Her breath was already hitching. Clouds slipped past the moon and freed its light. "Hit the remote for the gate," she panted. "Hit the remote! I'm not slowing down!" He coded it quickly. The iron gate eased majestically open, and she burst through with inches to spare. "Excellent job. Stop the car." Just a minute, just a minute!" She rocketed up the drive, flying past the gorgeous trees and musical fountains. "Stop the car!" he demanded again, and pressed his hand to her crotch. She came instantly, violently, barely managing to keep from steering into an oak. Gasping for air, she pulled the vehicle to a stop, fishtailing, and ended in a drunken diagonal across the drive. She flew at him. They tore at clothes, fighting to find each other in the narrow confines of the car. She bit his shoulder, yanked his trousers open. He was cursing, she was laughing, when he dragged her out of the car. They fell on the grass in a tangle of limbs and twisted clothing. Hurry up, was all she could manage through the unbearable pressure. His mouth was on her breast through her torn shirt, teeth scraping. She pulled at his trousers, dug her fingers into his hips. His breathing was fast, rough, the raw need clawing through him as urgently as her nails clawed at his back. He could feel his blood roaring, a tidal wave through his veins. His hands bruised her as he rocked her legs back, drove deep inside her. She screamed, a wild, savage sound of pleasure, her nails raking his back, her teeth fixing on his shoulder. She could feel him pulsing inside her, filling her with each desperate thrust. The punch of the orgasm was painful and did nothing to lessen the monstrous need. She was wet, hot, her muscles vicing over him like teeth with each pump of hips. He couldn't stop, couldn't think, and plunged again and again like a stud covering a mare in heat. He couldn't see her through the red haze that clouded his vision. He could only feel her, racing with him, pistoning her hips. Her voice buzzed in his ears, all whimpers and moans and gasps. Each sound beat in his blood like a primal chant. It shattered without warning, beyond his control. His body simply peaked like an engine on maximum power, battered into hers, then erupted. The hot wave of release swamped him, swallowed him, drowned him. It was the only time since he'd first touched her that he didn't know if she had followed him over the edge. He collapsed, rolled weakly away to try to find air for his overtaxed lungs. In the glowing moonlight, they sprawled on the grass, sweaty, half-dressed, shuddering, like the lone survivors of a particularly vicious war. With a groan, she rolled over on her stomach, let the grass cool her burning cheeks. Christ, what was that? Under other circumstances, I'd call it sex, but he managed to open his eyes. I don't have a word for it. Did I bite you? A few aches were making themselves known as his body recovered. He twisted his head, glanced at his shoulder, and saw the imprint of her teeth. Someone did. I think it was probably you. He watched a star fall, shooting silver from sky to earth. It had been much like that, he thought, like plunging helplessly to oblivion. Are you okay? I don't know. I have to think about it. Her head was still spinning. We're on the lawn, she said slowly. Our clothes are torn. I'm pretty sure I have the imprint of your fingers dented into my butt. I did my best, he murmured. She snickered first, then chuckled, then broke into fits of giddy, hiccuping laughter. Jesus, Rourke! Jesus Christ, look at us! In a minute. I think I'm still partially blind. But he was grinning as he shifted. She was still shaking with laughter. Her hair stuck up at odd angles, her eyes were glassy, and there were grass stains as well as bruises on her pretty ass. You don't look much like a cop, Lieutenant. She rolled to sit up as he had, angled her head. You don't look much like a rich guy, Rourke. She tugged on his sleeve. It was all that was left of his shirt. But it's an interesting look. How are you going to explain that to Somerset? I'll simply tell him my wife is an animal. She snorted. He's already decided that for himself. Blowing out a breath, she looked toward the house. Lights glimmered on the lower level to welcome them home. How are we going to get into the house? Well, he found what was left of her shirt, tied it around her breasts, and made her giggle helplessly. They managed to tug on ruined slacks, then sat looking at each other. I can't carry you to the car, he told her. I was hoping you'd carry me. We have to get up first. Okay. Neither of them moved. The laughter started again, continued as they grabbed onto each other like drunks and staggered to their feet. Leave the car, he decided. Uh-huh. They limped off, weaving. Clothes? Shoes? Leave them, too. Good plan. Snickering like children breaking curfew, they stumbled up the steps, shushing each other as they fell through the door. Rourke! Shocked tones, rushing feet. I knew it, Eve muttered dourly. I just knew it. Somerset rushed out of the shadows, his normally set face alive with shock and worry. He saw tattered clothes, bruised skin, wild eyes. Was there an accident? Rourke straightened up, kept his arm around Eve's shoulder as much for balance as support. No, it was on purpose. Go to bed, Somerset. Eve glanced over her shoulder as she and Rourke helped each other up the stairs. Somerset stood at the base, gaping. The picture pleased her so much, she snickered all the way to the bedroom. They fell into bed, exactly as they were, and slept like babies. Chapter 7. At shortly before 8 the next morning, a bit sore and fuzzy-brained, Eve sat at her desk in her home office. She considered it more of a sanctuary than an office, really. the apartment Rourke had built for her in his home. Its design was similar to the apartment where she had lived when she'd met him, which she'd been reluctant to give up. He'd provided it so that she could have her own space, her own things. Even after all the time she'd lived there, she rarely slept in their bed when he was away. Instead, she curled into the relaxation chair and dozed. The nightmares came less often now, but crept back at odd moments. She could work here when it was convenient, lock the doors if she wanted privacy, and as it had a fully operational kitchen, she often chose her auto chef over Somerset when she was alone in the house. With the sun streaming through the view wall at her back, she reviewed her caseload, juggled legwork. She knew she didn't have the luxury of focusing exclusively on the Fitzhugh case, particularly since it was earmarked a probable suicide. If she didn't turn up hard evidence in the next day or two, she'd have no choice but to lower its priority. At 8 sharp, there was a brisk knock on the door. "Come on in, Peabody."
"I'll never get used to this place," Peabody said as she walked inside. "It's like something out of an old video."
"You should get Somerset to take you on a tour," Eve said absently. "I'm pretty sure there are rooms I've never seen." "There's coffee." Eve gestured toward the kitchen alcove and continued to frown at her logbook. Peabody wandered off, scanning the entertainment units lining the wall, wondering what it would be like to be able to afford any amusement available. Music, art, video, holograms, VR, meditation chambers, games. Play a set of tennis with the latest Wimbledon champ, dance with the hologram of Fred Astaire, or take a virtual trip to the pleasure palaces on Regis 3. Daydreaming a bit, she turned into the kitchen. The auto chef was already programmed for coffee, so she ordered 2, carried the steaming mugs back into the office. She waited patiently while Eve continued to mutter. Peabody sipped her coffee.
"God! Oh, God! It's real!"
Blinking in shock, she cupped both hands reverently around the mug.
"This coffee is real!"
"Yeah, you get spoiled. I can hardly stomach the slop down at Cop Central anymore." Eve glanced up, caught Peabody's dazed expression, and grinned. It hadn't been so long before that she'd had a similar reaction to Rourke's coffee, and to Rourke. Pretty great, huh?
"I've never had real coffee before."
As if sipping liquid gold, and with the depletion of the rainforests and plantations it was equally dear, Peabody, "You've got a half hour to OD on it while we work out the day's strategy."
"I can have more?"
Peabody closed her eyes and just inhaled the scent.
"You're a god, Dallas."
With a snort,
"You think there's a connection between Fitzhugh and the senator who took the dive?"
"Lawyers and politicians," Eve murmured. "And autotronic engineers."
"What?"
Eve shook her head. "I don't know. Disengage," she ordered her unit, then swung her bag over her shoulder. "Let's go." Peabody struggled not to pout about the lack of another cup of coffee.
2 suicides in 2 different cities in a month isn't such a weird thing," she began, lengthening her stride to catch up with Eve.
3. There was a kid on Olympus who hanged himself while we were there. Matthias, Drew. I want to see if you can find a connection. Anything that ties them together. People, places, habits, education, hobbies. She rushed down the stairs, gearing up.
"I don't know the politician's name. I didn't pay attention to the reports on the East Washington suicide."
Busily, Peabody tugged out her personal Palm computer and began searching for data. Matthias was in his early 20s, autotronics engineer. He worked for Rourke. Shit. She had a bad feeling she was going to be forced to drag Rourke into her work once again. If you run into a snag, ask Feeney. He can pop the data handcuffed and drunk faster than either of us. Eve wrenched open the door, scowled when she didn't see her car at the top of the drive. "Goddamn Somerset! I've told him to leave my car when I park it."
"I think he did."
Peabody flipped on her sunshades, pointed.
"It's blocking the drive, see?"
"Oh, yeah." Eve cleared her throat. The car was just as she'd left it, and fluttering in the mild breeze were a few torn articles of clothing. "Don't ask," she muttered, and started to hoof it down the drive. "I wasn't going to." Peabody's voice was smooth as silk. "Speculation's more interesting." "Shut up, Peabody." "Shutting up, Lieutenant." With a smirk, Peabody climbed in the car and swallowed a laugh when Eve swung the vehicle around and cruised down the drive. Arthur Fox was sweating. It was subtle, just a faint sheen over his top lip, but Eve found it satisfying. She hadn't been surprised to discover his chosen representative was an associate of Fitzhugh's, a young, eager beaver in a pricey suit with trendy medallions decorating the slim lapels. "My client is understandably upset." The lawyer folded his youthful face into somber lines. "The memorial service for Mr. Fitzhugh is scheduled for 1 p.m. this afternoon. You've chosen an inappropriate time for this interview." "Death chooses the time, Mr. Ridgway, and it's usually inappropriate. Interview with Arthur Fox regarding Fitzhugh, case number 30091 ASD, conducted by Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Date August 24th, 2058. Time 0936. Will you state your name for the record?" "Arthur Fox." "Mr. Fox, you are aware that this interview is being recorded?" "I am." "You have exercised your right to counsel and understand your additional rights and responsibilities?" "That's correct." "Mr. Fox, you gave an earlier statement regarding your activities on the night of Mr. Fitzhugh's death. Do you wish to view a replay of that statement?" "It's not necessary. I told you what happened. I don't know what else you expect me to tell you." "To begin, tell me where you were between 22:30 and 2300 on the night of the incident." "I've already told you. We had dinner. We watched a comedy. We went to bed and caught a bit of the late news." "You remained at home all evening?" "That's what I've said." "Yes, Mr. Fox, that's what you've said, on record. But that's not what you did." "Lieutenant, my client is here voluntarily. I see no—" "Save it," she suggested. "You left the building at approximately 10:30 p.m. and returned some 30 minutes later. Where did you go?" Fox tugged at the silver string of his tie. "I stepped out for a few minutes. I'd forgotten." "You'd forgotten." "My mind was confused. I was in shock." His tie made wispy sounds as his fingers worked over it. "I didn't remember something as unimportant as taking a quick walk." "But you remember now? Where did you go?" "Just for a walk. Around the block a few times." "You returned with a parcel. What was in it?" She saw the moment he realized the security cameras had nailed him. His gaze shifted past her, and the fingers on his tie became busier. "I stopped into a 24/7, picked up a few things. Veggie smokes. I have the urge for one occasionally. It's a simple matter to check with the 24/7 and determine exactly what you purchased." "Some tranks," he spit out. "I wanted to trank out for the night. I wanted to smoke. There's no law against it." "No, but there is a law against giving false statements in a police investigation." "Lieutenant Dallas." The lawyer's voice was still smooth, but a bit frayed around the edges with annoyance. It gave Eve the clue that Fox had been no more forthcoming with his representative than he had with the police. "The fact that Mr. Fox left the premises for a short time is hardly germane to your investigation, and discovering a loved one's body is a more than reasonable excuse for neglecting to remember a minor detail." "One minor detail, maybe. You didn't mention, Mr. Fox, that you and Mr. Fitzhugh had a visitor on the evening of his death." "Leonore is hardly a visitor," Fox said stiffly. "She was Fitz's partner. I believe they had some business to discuss, which is another reason I went for a walk. I wanted to give them a few moments of privacy to discuss the case." He took a shallow breath. "I generally found that more convenient for everyone." "I see. So now your statement is that you left the apartment in order to provide your spouse and his partner with privacy. Why didn't you mention Ms. Bastwick's visit in your earlier statement?" I didn't think of it. You didn't think of it. You stated that you ate dinner, watched a comedy, and went to bed, but you neglected to add in these other events. What other events have you neglected to tell me, Mr. Fox? I have nothing more to say. Why were you angry when you left the building, Mr. Fox? Did it annoy you to have a beautiful woman, a woman with whom Mr. Fitzhugh works closely, drop by your home so late in the evening? Lieutenant, you have no right to imply— She barely spared the lawyer a glance. I'm not implying, Counselor. I'm asking, in a very straightforward manner, if Mr. Fox was angry and jealous when he stormed out of his building. I did not storm. I walked. Fox fisted a hand on the table. And I had absolutely no reason to be angry or jealous of Leonore. However often she chose to throw herself at Fitz, he was completely disinterested in her on that level. Miss Bastwick threw herself at Mr. Fitzhugh? Eve lifted her brows. That must have ticked you off, Arthur. Knowing that your spouse had no sexual preference between women or men, knowing they were together hours every day during the work week, having her come by, flaunt herself in front of him in your own home. No wonder you were angry. I'd have wanted to deck her. He thought it was amusing, Fox blurted out. He was actually flattered to have someone so much younger and so attractive playing for him. He laughed when I complained about her. He laughed at you? Eve knew how to play the game. Sympathy dripped in her voice. That must have infuriated you. It did, didn't it? It ate at you, didn't it, Arthur? Imagining them together, him touching her and laughing at you? I could have murdered her! Fox exploded with it, batting away his lawyer's restraining hands as fury spurted color into his face. She thought she could lure him away from me, make him want her. She didn't give a damn that we were married, that we were committed to each other. All she wanted to do was win. Fucking lawyer. You don't care much for lawyers, do you? His breath was shuddering. He caught it, let it shudder out until it was even again. No, as a rule, I don't. I didn't think of Fitz as a lawyer. I thought of him as my spouse. And if I'd been disposed to committing murder that night, or any other, Lieutenant, I would have murdered Leonore. He unfisted his hands, folded them together. Now, I have nothing more to say. Gauging it to be enough for the time being, Eve terminated the interview, rose. We'll be talking again, Mr. Fox. I'd like to know when you're going to release Fitz's body, he said, getting stiffly to his feet. I've decided not to postpone the service today, though it feels unseemly to go on with it with his body still being held. That's the decision of the medical examiner. His tests are still incomplete. Isn't it enough that he's dead? Fox's voice trembled. Isn't it enough that he killed himself without you dragging it out, pulling out the small and sordid personal details of our lives? No. She walked to the door, released the code. No, it's not. She hesitated, decided to take a stab in the dark. I imagine Mr. Fitzhugh was very shocked and very upset by the recent suicide of Senator Purley. Fox only jerked his head in a formal nod. He was shocked, certainly, though they barely knew each other. Then a muscle jerked in his cheek. If you're implying that Fitz took his own life because he was influenced by Purley, it's ridiculous. They had no more than a slight acquaintance. They rarely communicated. I see. Thank you for your time. She ushered them out, glanced down the corridor to the adjoining interview room. Leonore should certainly be inside by now, waiting. Taking her time, Eve strolled down the corridor to a vending unit, contemplated her choices, jingled loose credits in her pocket. She settled on a Chewy bar and a half-tube of Pepsi. The unit delivered the goods, droned out the standard request to recycle, and offered the consumer a mild warning on sugar intake. Mind your own business, Eve suggested. Leaning back against the wall, she lingered over her snack, dumped the trash into the recycle chute, then walked leisurely down the hall. She'd estimated the 20-minute wait would steam Leonore. She was right on target. The woman was pacing like a cat, elegant legs eating up the worn flooring with quick steps. The minute Eve opened the door, she whirled. "Lieutenant Dallas, my time is extremely valuable, even if yours is not." "Depends on how you look at it," Eve said easily. "I don't get to log in billable hours at $2K a pop." Peabody cleared her throat.
For the record, Lieutenant Eve Dallas has entered interview room C to conduct the remainder of the proceedings. The subject has been informed of all rights and has chosen self-representation during this interview. All data has been logged in record.
"Fine." Eve sat, indicated the chair across from her. "Whenever you've finished prowling, Miss Bastwick, we can get started." I was ready to begin this procedure at the appropriate time. Leonore sat, crossed her satiny legs. "With you, Lieutenant, not your subordinate." "Hear that, Peabody? You're my subordinate."
"Duly recorded, sir,"
Peabody said dryly. "Though I consider it insulting and unnecessary." Leonore brushed at the cuffs of her trim black suit. "I'm attending Fitz's memorial in a few hours. You wouldn't be here, being unnecessarily insulted, if you hadn't lied in your previous statement." Leonore's eyes went glacial. "I assume you can substantiate that accusation, Lieutenant? You stated for the record that you had gone to the deceased's residence last evening on a professional matter, that you remained discussing a case for 20 to 30 minutes. "More or less," Leonore said, her voice frosty around the edges. "Tell me, Miss Bastwick, do you always take a bottle of vintage wine to a business meeting and groom yourself for said meeting in the elevator like a prom queen?" "There's no law against good grooming, Lieutenant Dallas." Her gaze flicked dismissively over Eve's untidy hair down to her battered boots. "You might try it yourself." "Oh, now you've hurt my feelings." "You polished yourself up, flicked open the top 3 buttons of your blouse, and brought along a bottle of wine. Sounds like seduction time to me, Leonore." Eve shifted closer, nearly winked. "Come on, we're all girls, we know the drill." Leonore took her time, studied a minute chip in her manicure. She remained icy. Unlike Fox, the woman didn't break a sweat. "I dropped by that evening to consult with Fitz on a professional matter. We had a brief meeting, and I left." "You were alone with him during that time?" "That's right. Arthur got into one of his snits and went out." "One of his snits?" "It was typical of him." There was a sneer in her voice now, light and disdainful. "He was outrageously jealous of me, certain I was trying to lure Fitz away from him." "And were you?" A slow feline smile curved Leonore's lips. "Really, Lieutenant, if I'd put any effort into it, don't you think I would have succeeded?" "I'd say you put effort into it, and not succeeding would have really burned you." Leonore lifted a shoulder. "I'll admit I was giving it some consideration. Fitz was wasting himself on Arthur. Fitz and I had a great deal in common, and I found him very attractive. I was very fond of him." "Did you act on your attraction and your fondness that evening?" "You could say I made it clear that I was open to a more intimate relationship with him. He wasn't immediately receptive, but it was only a matter of time." She moved her shoulders, a quick, confident movement. "Arthur would have known that." Her eyes went cold again. "And that's why I believe he killed Fitz." "Quite a piece of work, isn't she?" Eve muttered when the interview was completed. "Doesn't see anything wrong with trying to lure a man into adultery, break apart a long-standing relationship. More, she's convinced there isn't a man in the world who could resist her." She sighed heavily. "Bitch." "Are you going to charge her?" Peabody wondered. "For being a bitch?" With a small smile, Eve shook her head. "I could try to nail her on the false statement, and she and her legal pals would brush it off like lint. Not worth the time. We can't place her at the scene at time of death or hang any kind of motive on her, and I can't see that self-absorbed bimbo sneaking up on a 250-pound man and slashing his wrists. She wouldn't have wanted to get all that blood on her nifty suit." "So you're back to Fox?" "He was jealous. He was pissed. He inherits all the toys." Eve rose, paced to the door and back. And we've got nothing. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. I've got to go with what he said when he lost it during interview. He'd have killed Leonore, not Fitzhugh. I'm going to review the data on the 2 previous suicides. I haven't got much yet, Peabody began as she followed Eve out of the interview room. There wasn't time. There's time now. And Feeney's probably come through. Get me what you've got, then get me more, Eve demanded, and swung into her office. Engage, she ordered the computer as she plopped down in front of it. Play new communications. Rourke's face swam onto the screen. I assume you're out fighting crime. I'm on my way to London, a little glitch that requires personal attention. I don't imagine it will take long. I should be back by 8, which will give us plenty of time to fly out to New Los Angeles for the premiere. Shit, I forgot. On screen, his image smiled. I'm sure you've conveniently forgotten the engagement, so consider this a gentle reminder. Take care of yourself, Lieutenant. Flying to California to spend the evening rubbing elbows with puffed-up videotypes, eating the glossy little vegetables people out there considered food, tolerating reporters, sticking recorders in her face and asking lame questions was not her idea of an entertaining evening. The second communication was from Commander Whitney, ordering her to prepare a statement for the media on several ongoing cases. Hot damn, she thought sourly. More headlines. Then the data from Feeney flashed on screen. Eve rolled her shoulders, hunkered down, and got to work. At 2, she walked into the village bistro. Her shirt was sticking to her back as the temperature control on her unit had once again died an unnatural death. The air inside the Tony restaurant was ocean breeze cool. Soft, loving zephyrs flitted through, teasing the feathery palms, which grew in huge white china pots. Glass tables were arranged on 2 levels, cleverly situated near a small blackwater lagoon, or in front of a wide-view screen of a white sand beach. Servers wore short uniforms in tropical hues and threaded their way through the tables with offerings of colorful drinks and artistically arranged dishes. The maitre d' was a droid dressed in a flowing white jumpsuit and programmed with a snooty French accent. He took one look at Eve's worn jeans and limp shirt and wrinkled his prominent nose. Madame, I'm afraid we have no tables available. You would perhaps prefer the delicatessen on the next block north? Yeah, I would. Because his attitude annoyed her, she stuck her badge in his face. But I'm eating here. I don't give a shit if that puts your chips in a twist, pal. Where's Dr. Mira's table? Put that away, he hissed, looking everywhere at once and fluttering his hands. Do you wish my customers to lose their appetites? They'll really lose them if I take my weapon out, which is what I'll do if you don't show me Dr. Mira's table and see that I've got a glass of iced fizzy water in the next 20 seconds. Got that, program? His lips clamped together, and he nodded. Stiff-backed, he led the way up a swing of faux stone steps to the 2nd level, and then onto an alcove fashioned to resemble an ocean terrace. Eve. Mira rose immediately from her pretty table and took both of Eve's hands. You look wonderful. To Eve's faint surprise, Mira kissed her cheek. Rested, happy. I guess I am. After a brief hesitation, Eve leaned forward and touched her lips to Mira's cheek in turn. The droid had already snapped to a server. Dr. Mira's companion wishes a fizzy water. Iced, Eve added, curling her lip at the maitre d'. Thank you, Armand. Mira's soft blue eyes twinkled. We'll order shortly. Eve took another quick scan of the restaurant. The diners in their summer pastels and pricey cottons. She shifted on her padded chair. We could have met in your office. I wanted to take you to lunch. This is one of my favorite spots. The droid's an asshole. Well, perhaps Armand is a bit overprogrammed, but the food is wonderful. You should try the clams Maurice. You won't regret it. She settled back when Eve's water was served. Tell me, how was your honeymoon? Eve gulped down half the water, and felt human again. "Tell me how long I can expect people to ask me that question?" Mira laughed. She was a pretty woman, with soft sable hair swept back from a quietly attractive face. She wore one of her habitually elegant suits, this one in pale yellow. She appeared polished and tidy. She was one of the leading behavioral psychiatrists in the country, and was often consulted by the police about the most vicious crimes. Though Eve was unaware of it, Mira's feelings toward her were strong and deeply maternal. "It embarrasses you." "Well, you know, honeymoon, sex, personal." Eve rolled her eyes. "Stupid. I guess I'm just not used to it. To being married. To Rourke. To the whole business." "You love each other and make each other happy. There's no need to get used to it, only to enjoy it. You're sleeping well?" "Mostly." And because Mira knew her deepest and darkest secrets, Eve dropped her guard. "I still have nightmares, but not as often. The memories come and go. None of it's as bad now that I've dealt with it." "Have you dealt with it?" "My father raped me, abused me, beat me," Eve said flatly. "I killed him. I was 8 years old. I survived. Whoever I was before I was found in that alley doesn't matter now. I'm Eve Dallas. I'm a good cop. I've made myself." "Good." There would be more, Mira thought. Traumas such as the one Eve had lived through cast echoes that never completely faded. "You still put the cop first." "I am a cop first." "Yes." Mira smiled a little. "I suppose you always will be. Why don't we order? Then you can tell me why you called." Chapter 8. Eve chose Mira's recommendation of clams, then treated herself to some of the real yeast bread set in a silver basket on the table. As she ate, she gave Mira a profile of Fitzhugh and the details of his death. "You'd like me to tell you if he was capable of taking his own life, disposed to it, emotionally, psychologically?" Eve cocked a brow. "That's the plan." "Unfortunately, I can't do that. I can tell you that everyone is capable of it, given the right circumstances and emotional state." "I don't believe that," Eve said so firmly, so decisively, that Mira smiled. "You're a strong woman, Eve. Now. You've made yourself strong, rational, tough-minded. You're a survivor. But you remember despair, helplessness, hopelessness." Eve did, too well, too clearly. She shifted in her chair. Fitzhugh wasn't a helpless man. "The surface can hide a great deal of turmoil." Dr. Mira held up a hand before Eve could interrupt again. "But I agree with you. Given your profile of him, his background, his lifestyle, I wouldn't tag him as a likely candidate for suicide, certainly not one of such an abrupt and impulsive nature." "It was abrupt," Eve agreed. "I dealt with him in court right before this happened. He was as smug and arrogant and full of his own sense of importance as ever." "I'm sure that's true. I can only say that some of us, many of us, confronted with some crisis, some personal upheaval of the heart or mind, choose to end it rather than live through it or change it. You and I can't know what Fitzhugh might have found himself confronted with on the night of his death." "That isn't a hell of a lot of help," Eve muttered. "Okay, let me give you 2 more." Briskly, with a cop's dispassion, she related the other suicides. "Pattern?" "What did they have in common?" Mira tossed back. "The lawyer, the politician, and the tech." "A blip in the brain." "Maybe." Tapping her fingers on the cloth, Eve frowned. "I've got some chains to pull to get all the data, but it could be the motive. The reason behind it all might be physiological rather than psychological. If there's a connection, I've got to find it." "You're veering out of my field. But if you find data linking the 3 cases, I'd be happy to do a workup." Eve smiled. "I was counting on it. I don't have a lot of time. The Fitzhugh case can't stay a priority for much longer. If I can't nail something down soon and use it to convince the commander to keep the file open, I'll have to move on. But for now—" "Eve!" Rihanna slipped up to the table, looking stunning in an ankle-skimming robe of bleeding rainbow colors. "Well, how nice! I was lunching with an associate and thought I recognized you." "Rihanna?" Eve worked up a smile. She didn't mind looking like a street hawker next to the glamorous redhead, but she did mind having her consult lunch interrupted. "Dr. Mira, Rihanna Ott." "Dr. Ott." Gracious, Mira offered a hand. "I've heard of your work and admired it." "Thank you, and I'll say the same. It's an honor to meet one of the top psychiatrists in the country. I've scanned a number of your papers and found them fascinating." "You flatter me. Won't you sit down? Join us for some dessert?" "I'd love to." Rihanna flicked a questioning glance at Eve. "If I'm not interrupting official business?" "We seem to be finished with that part of the program." Eve looked up at the waiter, summoned by a discreet flick of Mira's finger. "Just coffee. House brand, black." "I'll have the same," Mira said, "and a dish of the blueberry trifle. I'm weak." "So am I." Rihanna beamed at the waiter as though he would personally prepare her selection. "A double latte and a slice of chocolate sin. I'm so tired of processed food," she confided to Mira. "I intend to gorge myself while I'm in New York." "And how long will you be in town?" "It depends a great deal on Rourke." She smiled at Eve. "And how long he finds it useful to have me here. I have a feeling he'll be shipping both William and me off to Olympus within a few weeks." "The Olympus resort's quite an undertaking," Mira commented. "All the blips I've seen on the news and entertainment channels have been fascinating." "He'd like to have it up and fully operational by next spring." Rihanna ran her hand up and down the trio of gold links she wore around her neck. "We'll see. Rourke usually gets what he wants. Wouldn't you agree, Eve?" "He didn't get where he is by taking no for an answer." "No, indeed." "You were just on the resort. Did he give you a tour of the Autotronics arcade?" "Briefly." Eve's lips quirked a little. "We had a lot of ground to cover in a short time." Rihanna's smile was slow and sly. "I imagine you did. But I hope you tried a few of the programs that are in place. William's so proud of those games. And you did mention you'd seen the hologram room in the presidential suite of the hotel." "I did. Made use of it several times. Very impressive." "Most of that's William's doing, the design, but I will take partial credit. We plan to utilize that new system to enhance the treatment of addicts and certain psychoses." She shifted as their coffee and dessert was served. "That might be of interest to you, Dr. Mira." "It certainly would. It sounds fascinating." "It is. Wickedly expensive right now, but we hope to refine and bring the costs down. But for Olympus, Rourke wanted the best, and he's getting it, such as the Lisa droid." "Yeah." Eve remembered the stunning female droid with the sultry voice. "I've seen her. She'll be in PR and customer service, a very superior model that took months to perfect. Her intelligence chips are unmatched by anything on the market. She'll have decision-making and personality capabilities well beyond the current available units. William and I—" She broke off, chuckled at herself. "Listen to me. I just can't get away from work." "It's fascinating." Mira dipped delicately into her trifle. "Your study of brain patterns and their genetic thrust on personality and their application to electronics is compelling, even to a dug-in-at-the-roots psychiatrist such as myself." She hesitated, glanced at Eve. "As a matter of fact, your expertise might lend a new angle on a particular case Eve and I were discussing." "Oh?" Rihanna forked up some chocolate and all but hummed over it. "Hypothetical." Mira spread her hands, well aware of the official ban of layman consults. "Naturally." Eve drummed her fingers on the table again. She preferred Mira's take, but, weighing the options, decided to expand. "Apparent self-termination. No known motive, no known predisposition, no chemical inducement, no family history. Behavioral patterns up to point of termination, normal. No substantiated signs of depression or personality fluctuations. Subject is a 62-year-old male, professional, high-end education, successful, financially solvent, bisexual, with long-term same-sex marriage. Physical disabilities? None. Clean health card. Rihanna's eyes narrowed in concentration, either over the profile or the dessert as she was slowly spooning into her mouth. Any psychological defects? Treatment? No. Interesting. I'd love to see the brainwave pattern. Available? Currently classified. Rihanna sipped her latte contemplatively. Without any known physical or psychiatric abnormalities, no chemical addictions or usage, I'd lean toward a brain blip. Possible tumor, yet I assume none showed up in autopsy. Eve thought of the pinprick, but shook her head. Not a tumor, no. There are cases of predisposition that slide through genetic scanning and evaluation. The brain is a complicated organ and still baffles even the most elaborate technology. If I could see his family history, well, to take a wild guess, I'd say your man had a genetic time bomb that went undetected through normal analysis. He'd reached the point in his life where the fuse ran short. Eve cocked a brow. So he just blew? In a manner of speaking. Rihanna leaned forward. We're all coded in, Eve, in the womb. What we are, who we are. Not just the color of our eyes, our build, our skin tones, but our personalities, our tastes, our intellect, and our emotional scale. The genetic code is stamped on us at the moment of conception. It can be altered to a certain extent, but the basis of what we are remains. Nothing can change it. We are what we're born? Eve thought of a filthy room, a blinking red light, and a young girl curled into a corner with a bloody knife. Precisely. Rihanna's smile beamed out. You don't take into account environment, free will, the basic human drive to better oneself? Mira objected. To consider us merely physical creatures without heart, soul, and a range of choices to be made over a lifetime lowers us to the level of animals. And so we are, Rihanna said with the sweep of her fork. I understand your viewpoint as a therapist, Dr. Mira, but mine, as a physiologist, runs down a different lane, so to speak. The decisions we make throughout our life, what we do, how we live, and what we become were printed on our brains while we swam in the womb. Your subject, Eve, was fated to take his life at that time, in that place, and in the manner he chose. Circumstances might have altered it, but the results would have been the same eventually. It was, in essence, his destiny. Destiny, Eve thought? Had it been hers to be raped and abused by her own father? To become less than human, to fight her way through that abyss? Mira shook her head slowly. I can't agree. A child born in poverty on the edge of Budapest, taken from the mother at birth and raised in privilege with love and care in Paris, would reflect that upbringing, that education. The emotional nest, she insisted, and the basic human drive to better oneself can't be discounted. I agree to a point, Rihanna qualified, but the stamp of the genetic code, that which predisposes us to achievement, failure, good or evil, if you will, overrides all else. Even with the most loving and nurturing of backgrounds, monsters breed, and in the toilets of the universe, goodness, even greatness survives. We are what we are. The rest is window dressing. If I subscribe to your theory, Eve said slowly, the subject in question was fated to take his life. No circumstances, no twists or turns of environment would have prevented it. Precisely. The predisposition was there, lurking. Likely an event set it off, but it may have been a minor thing, something easily passed off in another brain pattern. Research still underway at the Bowers Institute has compiled strong evidence of genetic brain patterns and their unassailable influence on behavior. I can get you the disc on the subject if you like. I'll leave the head studies to you and Dr. Mira. Eve shoved her coffee aside. I've got to get back to Cops Central. I appreciate the time, Dr. Mira, she said as she rose. And the theories, Rihanna. I'd love to discuss them further. Any time. Rihanna lifted a hand and shook Eve's warmly. "Do give my best to Rourke." "I will." Eve shifted slightly on her feet when Mira rose to kiss her cheek. "I'll be in touch." "I hope you will, and not just when you've a case to discuss. Tell Mavis hello for me when you see her." "Sure." Hitching her bag on her shoulder, Eve swung her way out, pausing briefly to sneer at the maitre d'. A fascinating woman. Rihanna slid her tongue in one long, slow lick over the back of her spoon. Controlled, a little angry underneath, straight-focused, and unused to and vaguely uncomfortable with casual displays of affection. She laughed lightly at Mira's lifted brow. "Sorry, professional pitfall. It drives William mad. I didn't mean offense." "I'm sure you didn't." Mira's lips curved, and her eyes warmed with understanding. "I often find myself doing the same. And you're right, Eve is a very fascinating woman. Quite self-made, which, I'm afraid, might unbalance your genetic printing theory." "Really?" Obviously intrigued, Rihanna leaned forward. "You know her well?" "As well as possible. Eve is a contained individual." "You're very fond of her," Rihanna commented with a nod. "I hope you won't take it the wrong way if I say she wasn't at all what I expected when I learned Rourke was to marry. That he was to marry at all was a surprise, but I imagined his spouse as a woman of polish and sophistication. A homicide detective who wears her shoulder harness as another woman might an heirloom necklace wasn't my conception of Rourke's choice. Yet they look right together. Suited. One might even say," she added with a smile, "destined." "That I can agree with. Now tell me, Dr. Mira, what is your opinion of DNA harvesting?" "Oh, well, now." Happily, Mira settled down for a lively busman's holiday. At her desk unit, Eve juggled the data she'd compiled on Fitzhugh, Matthias, and Pearlie. She could find no link, no common ground. The only real correlation between the three was the fact that none of them had exhibited any suicidal tendencies before the fact. "Probability the subject cases are related," Eve demanded. "Working. Probability 5.2%. In other words, zip. Eve blew out a breath, scowling automatically when an Airbus rumbled by, rattling her stingy window. "Probability of homicide in the matter of Fitzhugh using currently known data. With currently known data, probability of homicide is 8.3%. "Give it up, Dallas," she told herself in a mutter. "Let it go." Deliberately, she swiveled in her chair, watching the air traffic clog the sky outside her window. Predestination. Fate. Genetic imprint. If she were to believe in any of that, what was the point of her job? Or her life, for that matter? If there was no choice, no changing, why struggle to save lives or stand for the dead when the struggle failed? If it was all physiologically coded, had she simply followed the pattern by coming to New York, fighting her way out of the dark to make something decent out of herself? And had it been a smear on that code that had blocked out those early years of her life, that continued to shadow bits and pieces of it even now? And could that code kick in at any given moment and make her a reflection of the monster who had been her father? She knew nothing of her other blood kin. Her mother was a blank. If she had siblings, aunts, uncles, or grandparents, they were all lost in that dark void in her memory. She had no one to base her genetic code on but the man who had beaten and raped her throughout childhood until, in terror and pain, she had struck back and killed. Blood on her hands at 8 years of age. Is that why she'd become a cop? Was she constantly trying to wash away that blood with rules and law and what some still called justice? "Sir? Dallas?" Peabody laid a hand on Eve's shoulder and jumped when Eve jolted. "Sorry. Are you all right?" "No." Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes. The discussion over dessert had troubled her more than she'd realized. "Just a headache." "I've got some departmental issue painkillers." "No." Eve was afraid of drugs, even officially sanctioned doses. "It'll back off." I'm running out of ideas on the Fitzhugh case. Feeney fed me all known data on the kid on Olympus. I can't find any correlation between him and Fitzhugh or the senator. I've got nothing but piddly shit to hang on Leonore and Arthur. I can request truth detection, but I won't get it. I'm not going to be able to keep it open more than another 24 hours.
You still think they're connected?
I want them to be connected, and that's a different thing. I haven't exactly given you an impressive lift-on with your first assignment as my permanent aide.
Being your permanent aide is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Peabody flushed a little.
I'd be grateful if we got stuck shoveling through inactives for the next 6 months. You'd still be training me.
Eve leaned back in her chair. You're easily satisfied, Peabody. Peabody shifted her gaze until her eyes met Eve's.
No, sir, I'm not. When I don't get the best, I get real cranky.
Eve laughed, dragged a hand through her hair. You sucking up, officer?
No, sir. If I was sucking up, I'd make some personal observation, such as marriage obviously agrees with you, Lieutenant. You've never looked lovelier.
Peabody smiled a little when Eve snorted.
That's how you'd know I was sucking up.
So noted. Eve considered a moment, then cocked her head. Didn't you tell me your family are free-agers? Peabody didn't roll her eyes, but she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Cops don't usually spring from free-agers. Artists, farmers, the occasional scientist, lots of craft workers.
I don't like weaving mats.
Can you?
If held at laser point.
So what? Your family pissed you off and you decided to break the mold? Go into a field dramatically removed from pacifism?
No, sir.
Puzzled at the line of questioning, Peabody shrugged.
My family's great. We're still pretty tight. They're not going to understand what I do or want to do, but they never tried to block me. I just wanted to be a cop, the same way my brother wanted to be a carpenter and my sister a farmer. One of the strongest tenets of free ageism is self-expression.
But you don't fit the genetic code, Eve muttered and drummed her fingers on the desk. You don't fit. Heredity and environment, gene patterns, they all should have influenced you differently.
The bad guys wished I had been, Peabody said soberly, but I'm here, keeping our city safe.
If you get an urge to weave a mat,
you'll be the first to know.
Eve's unit beeped twice, signaling incoming data. Additional autopsy report on the kid. Eve gestured for Peabody to come closer. List any abnormal brain pattern, she ordered. Microscopic abnormality, right cerebral hemisphere, frontal lobe, left quadrant. Unexplained. Further research and testing underway. Well, I think we just caught a break. Display visual of frontal lobe and abnormality. The cross-section of the brain popped on screen. There! A quick surge of excitement churned in her belly as Eve tapped the screen. That shadow, pinprick, see it?
Barely.
Peabody leaned closer until she was all but cheek to cheek with Eve.
Looks like a flaw on the display.
No, a flaw in the brain. Increase quadrant 6, 20%. The picture shifted, and the section with the shadow filled the screen. More of a burn than a hole, isn't it? Eve said half to herself. Hardly there. But what kind of damage, what kind of influence would it have on behavior, personality, decision-making?
I pretty well dumped my required abnormal physiology at the academy.
Peabody moved her sturdy shoulders.
I did better in psych, better yet in tactics. This is over my head.
Mine too, Eve admitted. But it's a link, our first one. Computer, cross-section of brain abnormality, Fitzhugh, file 12871, split screen with current display. The screen jittered, went to fuzzy gray. Eve swore, smacked it with the heel of her hand, and bumped out a shaky image blurred across the center. Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! This cheap shit we have to use around here? It's a wonder we can close the case on jaywalking. Download all data, you bastard, on disk.
Maybe if you sent this unit into maintenance,
Peabody suggested, and received a snarl. It was supposed to be overhauled while I was away. The fuckers in maintenance have their fingers up their butts. I'm going to run this through one of Rourke's units. She caught Peabody's lifted brow and tapped her foot as she waited for the wheezy machine to download. You got a problem with that, officer?
No, sir.
Peabody tucked her tongue in her cheek and decided against mentioning the series of codes Eve was about to break.
No problem here.
Fine. Get to work on the red tape and get me the brain scan of the senator for comparison. Peabody's smug little smile fell away.
You want me to bump heads with East Washington?
Your head's hard enough to handle it. Eve ejected the disc and pocketed it. Call me when you get it, the minute you get it.
Yes, sir. If we get a link there, we're going to need an expert analyst.
Yeah. Eve thought of Rihanna. I might just have one. Get moving, Peabody.
Moving, Lieutenant.
Chapter 9. Eve wasn't one for breaking rules, yet she found herself standing outside the locked door of Rourke's private room. It was disconcerting to realize that after a decade of going by the book, she could find it so easy to circumvent procedure. Do the ends justify the means, she wondered? And are the means really so out of line? Maybe the equipment in the room beyond was unregistered and undetectable to CompuGuard, and therefore illegal, but it was also top of the line. The pathetic electronics budgeted to the police and security department had been antiquated nearly before it was installed, and Homicide's slice of the budget pie was stingy and stale. She tapped her fingers on her pocket where the disc rested and shifted her feet. The hell with it, she decided. She could be a law-abiding cop and walk away, or she could be a smart one. She placed her hand on the security screen. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. The locks disengaged with a quiet snick and opened into Rourke's huge data center. The long curve of windows, which were shielded against sun and flybys, kept the room in shadows. She ordered lights, secured the door, and walked over to face the wide, U-shaped console. Rourke had programmed her palm and voice print into the system months before, but she'd never used the equipment alone. Even now that they were married, she felt like an intruder. She made herself sit, snugged the chair into the console. Unit 1, engage. She heard the silky hum of high-level equipment responding and nearly sighed. Her disc slid in smoothly, and within seconds had been decoded and read by the civilian unit. And so much for our elaborate security at NYPSD, she muttered. Wall screen on full. Display data, Fitzhugh, file H12871. Split screen with Matthias, file S30912. Data flowed like water onto the huge wall screen facing the console. In her admiration, Eve forgot to feel guilty. She leaned forward, scanning birth dates, credit ratings, purchasing habits, political affiliations. Strangers, she said to herself. You couldn't have had less in common. Then her lips pursed as she noted correlations on a section of purchasing habits. Well, you both liked games. Lots of online time. Lots of entertainment and interactive programs. Then she sighed. Along with about 70% of the population. Computer, split screen display. Brain scan both loaded files. With an almost seamless segue, Eve was studying the images. Increase and highlight unexplained abnormalities. The same, she mused, eyes narrowed. Here the two men were the same, like brothers, twins in the womb. The burn shadow was precisely the same size and shape, in precisely the same location. Computer, analyze abnormality and identify. Working. Incomplete data. Searching medical files. Please wait for analysis. That's what they all say. She pushed away from the console to pace while the computer juggled its brain. When the door opened, she spun around on her heel and very nearly flushed when Rourke walked in. Hello, Lieutenant. Hi. She dipped her hands in her pockets. I had some trouble with my unit at Cop Central. I needed this analysis, so I can put a hold on it if you need the room. No need for that. Her obvious discomfort amused him. He strolled to her, leaned down and kissed her lightly. "And no need for you to fumble through an explanation as to why you're using the equipment." "Digging for secrets?" "No, not the way you mean." The fact that he was grinning at her increased the embarrassment level. "I needed something a little more competent than the tin cans we have at Cop Central, and I figured you'd be gone for a couple more hours. I got an early transport back. Need some help with this?" "No, I don't know. Maybe—" "Stop grinning at me!" "Was I?" His grin only widened as he slid his arms around her and tucked his hands in the back pockets of her jeans. "How was your lunch with Dr. Mira?" She scowled. "Do you know everything?" "I try. Actually, I had a quick meeting with William, and he mentioned that Rihanna had run into you and the doctor. Business or pleasure?" "Both, I guess." Her brows lifted as his hands got busy on her butt. "I'm on duty, Rourke. Your hands are currently rubbing the ass of a working cop." "That only makes it more exciting." He shifted to nibble her neck. "Want to break a few laws?" "I already am." But she turned her head instinctively to give him better access. "Then what are a few more?" he murmured, and slid his hand out of her pocket and around her body to cup her breast. "I love the feel of you." His mouth was trailing along her jawline toward her mouth when the computer beeped. "Analysis complete. Display or audio?" "Display," Eve ordered, and wiggled free. "Damn," Rourke sighed. "I was so close." "What the hell is this?" Hands fisted on her hips, Eve scanned the display on the view screen. "It's gibberish! Fucking gibberish!" Resigned, Rourke sat on the edge of the console and studied the display himself. "It's technical. Medical terms primarily. A bit out of my realm. A burn. Electronic in origin. Does that make sense?" "I don't know." Thoughtfully, she tugged on her ear. "Does it make sense for a couple of dead guys to have an electric burn hole in the frontal lobe of their brains?" "Some fumbling with the equipment during autopsy?" Rourke suggested. "No." Slowly she shook her head. "Not on two of them, examined by different MEs in different morgues. And they're not surface flaws. They're inside the brain. Microscopic pinpricks." "What's the relationship between the two men?" "None. Absolutely none." She hesitated, then shrugged. He was already involved in a peripheral manner. Why not drag him into the center? "One of the men is yours," she told him. "The autotronics engineer from the Olympus resort." "Matthias?" Rourke pushed off the console, his half-amused, half-intrigued expression going dark. "Why are you investigating a suicide on Olympus?" "I'm not, officially. It's a hunch, that's all. The other brain your fancy equipment's analyzing is Fitzhugh's, and if Peabody can untangle the red tape, I'll plug in Senator Purley's." "And you expect to find this microscopic burn in the senator's brain?" "You're a quick study, Rourke. I've always admired that about you." "Why?" "Because it's annoying to have to explain everything step by step." His eyes narrowed. "Eve." "All right." She held up her hands, let them fall. "Fitzhugh just didn't strike me as the type to do himself. I couldn't close the case until I'd explored all the options. I've been running out of options. I might have put it to bed anyway, but I kept thinking about that kid hanging himself." She began to pace restlessly. No predisposition there, either. No obvious motive, no known enemies. He just has himself a snack and makes a noose. Then I heard about the senator. That makes 3 suicides without logical explanations. Now, for people like Fitzhugh and the senator, with their kind of financial base, there's counseling at the snap of a finger, or in cases of terminal illness, physical or emotional, voluntary self-termination facilities. But they took themselves out in bloody and painful ways. Doesn't fit. Rourke nodded. "Go on." "And the ME on Fitzhugh came up with this unexplained abnormality. I wanted to see if, on the off chance, the kid had anything like it." She gestured to the screen. He does. Now I need to know what put it there. Rourke shifted his eyes back to the screen. Genetic flaw? Possibly, but the computer says unlikely. At least it's never come across anything like it before, through heredity, mutation, or outside causes. She moved behind the console, scrolled the screen. See there, in the projection of possible mental effects? Behavioral alterations. Pattern unknown. A lot of help that is. She rubbed her eyes, thought it through. But that says to me that the subject could, and likely would, behave out of pattern. Suicide would be out of pattern for these two men. True enough, Rourke agreed. Leaning back against the console, he crossed his legs at the ankles. But so would dancing naked in church or kicking elderly matrons off a skywalk. Why did they both choose self-termination? That's the question, isn't it? But this gives me enough, once I figure out how to spin it to Whitney, to keep both cases open. Download data to disk. Print hard copy, she ordered, then turned to Rourke. I've got a few minutes now. His brow quirked, a habitual gesture she secretly adored. Do you? Which laws did you have in mind to break? Several, actually. He glanced at his watch as she stepped forward to unbutton his elegant linen shirt. We have a premiere in California tonight. Her fingers stopped. Her face fell. Tonight. But I think we have time for a few misdemeanors first. With a laugh, he scooped her off her feet and laid her back on the console. Eve was tugging on a floor-length, siren-red sheath and complaining bitterly about the impossibility of wearing so much as a scrap of underwear under the clinging material when her communicator beeped. Naked to the waist, with the flimsy bodice hanging to her knees, she pounced. Peabody? Sir. Several expressions passed over Peabody's face before it went carefully blank. That's a lovely dress, Lieutenant. Are you premiering a new style? Baffled, Eve looked down, then rolled her eyes. Shit, you've seen my tits before. But she set the communicator down and struggled the bodice into place. And may I say, sir, they're quite lovely. Sucking up, Peabody? You bet. Eve stifled a chuckle and sat on the edge of the sofa in the dressing room. Report? Yes, sir. Noting that Peabody's eyes had shifted and glazed over, Eve glanced over her shoulder. Rourke had just walked into the room, damp from his shower, tiny beads of water glistening on his bare chest, a white towel barely hitched at his hips. Stay out of view, will you, Rourke, before my aide goes brain-dead? He looked toward the communicator screen, grinned. Peabody. Hello. Hi. Even over the unit, her swallow was audible. Nice to see you. How are you? Very well. And you? What? Rourke? Eve heaved a sigh. Give Peabody a break, will you? Or I'll have to block video. You don't have to do that, Lieutenant. Voice rusty, Peabody deflated as Rourke slipped out of view. Jesus, she said under her breath, and grinned foolishly at Eve. Settle your hormones, Peabody, and report. Settling, sir. She cleared her throat. I've untangled most of the bureaucratic tape, Lieutenant. Just a couple more snags. At this juncture, we should have the requested data by 0900, but we have to go to East Washington to view it. I was afraid of that. All right, Peabody. We'll catch the shuttle at 0800. Don't be foolish, Rourke said from behind her, while he critically studied the lines of the dinner jacket he held. Take my transport. It's police business. No reason to squeeze yourselves into a tuna can. Traveling in comfort doesn't make it less official. In any case, I've some business I can see to in East Washington myself. I'll take you. He leaned over Eve's shoulder, smiled at Peabody. I'll have a car sent for you. 7:45, is that convenient? Sure. She wasn't even disappointed that he was now wearing a shirt. Great. Listen, Rourke. Sorry, Peabody. He cut Eve off smoothly. We're running a bit late here. See you in the morning. Reaching over, he manually disengaged the communicator. You know, it really pisses me off when you do that kind of thing. I know, Rourke said equably. That's why it's irresistible. I've spent half my life on one sort of transport or another since I met you, Eve grumbled as she settled into her seat in Rourke's private Jetstar. Still cranky, he observed, and signaled the flight attendant. My wife needs another dose of coffee, and I'll join her. Right away, sir. She slipped into the galley with silent efficiency. You really get a bang out of saying that, don't you? My wife. I do, yes. Rourke tipped her face up with a fingertip and kissed the shallow dent in her chin. You didn't sleep enough, he murmured, rubbing his thumb under her eye. You so rarely turn off that busy brain of yours. He flicked a glance up at the flight attendant as she set steaming coffee on the table in front of them. Thank you, Karen. We'll take off as soon as Officer Peabody arrives. I'll inform the pilot, sir. Enjoy your flight. You don't really have to go to East Washington, do you? I could have handled it from New York. He shrugged, lifted his coffee. Personal attention always has more impact, and I have the added benefit of watching you work. I don't want you involved in this. You never do. He lifted her cup, handed it to her with an easy smile. However, Lieutenant, I'm involved with you, and therefore you can't shut me out. You mean you won't be shut out? Precisely. Ah, here's the redoubtable Peabody now. She came aboard, pressed and polished, but spoiling the effect with her jaw hanging open as she swiveled her head right and left in an attempt to see everything at once. The cabin was as plush and sumptuous as a five-star hotel, with deep, cushy seats and gleaming tables, the glint of crystal holding flowers so fresh they gleamed with dew. Stop gaping, Peabody. You look like a trout. Nearly finished, Lieutenant. Don't mind her, Peabody. She woke up surly. Rourke rose, disconcerting Peabody until she realized he was offering her a seat. Would you care for coffee? Well, sure. Thanks. I'll fetch it and leave you two to discuss your work. Dallas, this is ultra. It's just Rourke, Eve muttered into her coffee. Yeah, like I said, ultra. Eve glanced up as he came in with more coffee. Dark and gorgeous, and just a bit wicked, she thought. Yeah, she supposed ultra was the word, all right. Well, strap in, Peabody, and enjoy the ride. The takeoff was smooth, and the trip was short, providing Peabody with just enough time to fill Eve in on the details. They were to report to the office of the Chief of Security for government employees. All data would be viewed in-house, and nothing could be transferred or transported. Fucking politics, Eve complained, as they jumped into a cab. Who are they protecting, for Christ's sake? The man's dead. Standard CYA procedure. And there are always plenty of asses to cover in East Washington. Fat asses. Eve eyed Peabody consideringly. Been to East Washington before? Once, when I was a kid. Peabody moved her shoulders. With my family. The free-agers staged a silent protest against artificial insemination of cattle. Eve didn't bother to muffle a snort. You're full of surprises, Peabody. Since you haven't been here in a while, you may want to take in the scenery. Check out the memorials. She gestured as they whizzed by the Lincoln Memorial and its throng of tourists and street hawkers. I've seen plenty of videos, Peabody began, but Eve lifted her brows. Check out the scenery, Peabody. Consider it an order. Sir. With what on another face might have been considered a pout, Peabody turned her head. Eve nipped a card recorder out of her bag and tucked it under her shirt. She doubted security was so tight it would involve X-rays or a strip search. And if it did, she'd simply claim she always carried her spare on her person. Eve flipped a glance at the driver, but the droid had her eyes bland and on the road. Not a bad town for sightseeing, Eve commented as they veered onto the vehicle bypass of the White House, where the old mansion could just be seen through reinforced gates and steel bunkers. Peabody swiveled her head, looked dead into Eve's eyes. You can trust me, Lieutenant. I thought you knew that. It's not a matter of trust. Because she heard the hurt in Peabody's voice, Eve spoke gently. It's a matter of not being willing to put anyone's ass but my own in a sling. If we're partners, we're not partners. Eve inclined her head, and there was authority in her tone now. Yet, you're my aide, and you're in training. As your superior, I decide how far your butt sticks out in the wind. Yes, sir, Peabody said stiffly, and made Eve sigh. Don't get your briefs in a twist, Peabody. There'll come a time when I'll let you take your lumps with the commander, and believe me, he's got a hell of a punch. The cab pulled over to the curb outside the gates of the security building. Eve shoved credits through the safety slot, climbed out, and approached the view screen. She placed her palm on the plate, slipped her badge into the identification slot, and waited for Peabody to mirror the procedure. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and aide, appointment with Chief Dudley. 1 moment for verification. Authorization confirmed. Please place all weapons in holding bin. Warning. It is a federal offense to bring any weapons into the facility. Any individual entering with a weapon in his or her possession will be detained. Eve slipped her police issue out of her holster. Then, with some regret, bent down to take her clinch piece out of her boot. At Peabody's blank look, she shrugged. I started carrying a spare after my experience with Casto. A clinch piece might have saved me some grief. Yeah. Peabody dumped her standard-issue stunner in the bin. I wish you'd blasted the son of a bitch. Eve opened her mouth, closed it again. Peabody had been careful not to mention the illegals detective who'd charmed her, bedded her, and used her while he'd killed for profit. Look, Eve said after a moment, I'm sorry about the way things went down there. If you want to vent about it sometime, I'm not much of a venter. Peabody cleared her throat. Thanks, anyway. Well, he'll be stretching those long legs of his in lockup into the next century. Peabody's mouth curved grimly. There is that. You are cleared to enter. Please step through the gate, proceed to the auto tram on the green line for transport to second-level clearing. Jesus, you'd think we were going to see the president instead of some suit-and-tie cop. Eve walked through the gate that efficiently shut and bolted behind them. She and Peabody settled down on the stiff plastic seats of the tram. With a mechanical hum, it sped them through bunkers and into a steel-walled passageway that angled down until they were ordered to step out into an anteroom filled with harsh artificial light and walls of view screens. Lieutenant Dallas, officer. The man who approached wore the smoke-gray uniform of government security with the rank of corporal. His blonde hair was buzz-cut so close his pale white scalp peeked through. His thin face was equally pale, the skin tone of a man who spent his time indoors and underground. His uniform shirt bulged under hefty mountains of biceps. Leave your bags with me, please. No electronic or recording devices are permitted beyond this point. You are under surveillance and will remain so until you leave the facility. Understood? Understood, Corporal. Eve handed him her bag, then Peabody's, and pocketed the receipts he gave her. Some place you've got here. We're proud of it. This way, Lieutenant. After depositing the bags in a bomb-safe lockup, he led them to an elevator, programmed it for Section 3, Level A. The doors closed without a sound. The car ran with barely a trace of movement. Eve wanted to ask how much the taxpayers had paid for the luxury, but decided the corporal wouldn't appreciate the irony. She was certain of it when they were deposited in a wide lobby decorated with foam scoop chairs and potted trees. The carpet was thick, and undoubtedly wired for motion detection. The console at which 3 clerks busily worked was equipped with a full range of computers, monitors, and communications systems. The piped-in music was beyond soothing and edging toward mind-dulling. The clerks weren't droids, but they were so stiff and polished, so radically conservative in dress, that she thought they'd have been better off as automatons. Mavis, she thought with deep affection, would have been appalled at the lack of style. Reconfirmation of palm prints, please, the corporal requested, and obediently Eve and Peabody laid their right hands flat on the plate. "Sergeant Hobbs will escort you from here." The sergeant, tucked neatly into her uniform, stepped from behind the console. She opened another reinforced door and led the way down a silent corridor. At the last checkpoint, there was a final screen for weapons. Then they were key-coded into the chief's office. Here was a sweeping view of the city. Eve supposed, after one glance at Dudley, that he considered it his city. His desk was as wide as a lake, and one wall flashed with screens spot-checking various areas of the building and grounds. On another were photos and holograms of Dudley with heads of state, royalty, ambassadors. His communications center rivaled the control room at NASA, too. But the man himself cast the rest in shadow. He was enormous, easily 6'7", and a beefy 270. His wide, raw-boned face was weathered and tanned, with his brilliantly white hair cropped short. On hands as big as Virginia hams, he wore 2 rings. One was the symbol of military rank, the other was a thick gold wedding band. He stood, poker straight, and studied Eve out of eyes the color and texture of onyx. For Peabody, he never spared a glance. "Lieutenant, you're inquiring into the death of Senator Purley." So much for amenities, Eve thought, and answered in kind. "That's affirmative, Chief Dudley. I'm investigating the possibility that the senator's death is connected to another case on which I am primary. Your cooperation in this matter is duly noted and appreciated." "I find the possibility of a connection slim to none. However, after reviewing your record with NYPSD, I found no objection to allowing you to view the senator's file." "Even a slim possibility bears investigating, Chief Dudley." "I agree, and I admire thoroughness." "Then, might I ask if you knew the senator personally?" "I did, and though I did not agree with his politics, I considered him a dedicated public servant and a man with a strong moral base." "One who would take his own life?" Dudley's eyes flickered for a moment. "No, Lieutenant, I would say not, which is why you're here. The senator has left behind a family. In the area of family, the senator and I were in harmony. Therefore, his apparent suicide does not fit the man." Dudley touched a control on his desk, inclined his head to the view wall. "On screen 1, his personal file. On screen 2, his financial records. Screen 3, his political file. You'll have 1 hour to review data. This office will be under electronic surveillance. Simply request Sergeant Hobbs when you've completed your hour." Eve's opinion of Dudley was a little hum in her throat as he left the office. "He's making it easy for us. If he didn't particularly like Purley, I'd say he respected him." "Okay, Peabody, let's get to work." She scanned the screens, as her cop's eyes had already scanned the room. She was nearly certain she'd spotted all the security cameras and recorders, and taking a chance on a very uncomfortable detention, shifted so that her body was partially blocked by Peabody's. She pulled the diamond Rourke had given her from under her shirt, ran it idly along its chain, and with her free hand slid the small recorder out, kept it pressed just at her throat as she aimed it at the screens. "A clean life," she said aloud. "No criminal record whatsoever. Parents married, still living, still based in Carmel. His father did military time, ranked colonel, served during the urban wars. Mother an MT with time off as professional parent. That's a pretty solid upbringing." Peabody kept her eyes on the screen and off the recorder. "Solid education, too. Graduate of Princeton, with post-grad work at the World Learning Center on Space Station Freedom. That was right at its conception, and only the top students could get in. Married at 30, just before his first run for office. Adjusted population advocate. Requisite 1 child, male." She shifted her gaze to another screen. "His politics are dead center Liberal Party. Butted heads with your old friend de Blas over the appeal of the gun ban and the morality bill de Blas was pushing. I have a feeling I would have liked the senator." Eve turned slightly. "Scroll personal data to medical history." The screen flipped, and the technical terms made her eyes want to cross. She'd have them translated later, she thought, if she managed to get out of the facility with the recorder. Looked like a healthy specimen. Physical and mental records show no abnormality. Tonsils treated in childhood, a broken tibia in his 20s as a result of a sports injury. Sight correction standard in middle 40s, a permanent sterilization procedure during the same period. This is interesting. Peabody continued to scan the political screen. He was endorsing a bill that would require all legal representatives and technicians to be rescreened every 5 years at their own expense. That wouldn't sit too well with the legal community. Or with Fitzhugh, Eve murmured. Looks like he was after the electronic empire, too. Tougher testing requirements for new devices, new licensing laws. That wouldn't have made him Mr. Popularity either. Autopsy report, she demanded, then narrowed her eyes when it flashed on screen. She skimmed through the jargon, shook her head. Boy, was he a mess when they scraped him up. Didn't leave them a hell of a lot to work with. Brain scan and dissection. Nothing, she said after a moment. No report here of an abnormality or flaw. Display, she demanded, and stepped closer to the screen to study the visual herself. Cross-section, side view, enhance. What do you see, Peabody? Unattractive gray matter, too damaged for transplant. Enhance right hemisphere, frontal lobe. Jesus, what a fucking mess he made out of himself. You just can't see, can't be sure. She stared until her eyes burned. Was that a shadow, or was it simply part of the trauma caused when a human skull smashed brutally into concrete? I don't know, Peabody. She had all she needed, and she slid the recorder under her shirt again. But I do know that there's no motive or predisposition for self-destruct in this data, and that makes 3. Let's get the hell out of this place, she decided. It gives me the creeps. I'm with you all the way on that one. They got tubes of Pepsi and what passed for a hash sandwich at a glide cart on the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Security Row. Eve was just about to hail a transport back to the airport when a sleek black limo glided to the curb. The rear window slid down, and Rourke smiled out at them. Would you ladies like a lift? Wow, was all Peabody could manage as she scanned the car from bumper to bumper. It was a gleaming antique, a luxury from another era, and as romantic and tempting as sin. Don't encourage him, Peabody. When Eve started to climb in, Rourke took her hand and tumbled her into his lap. Hey! Mortified, she jabbed with her elbow. I love to fluster her when she's on duty, Rourke said, wrestling Eve back onto his lap. And how was your day, Peabody? Peabody grinned, delighted to see her lieutenant flushed and cursing. It just got better. If this thing has a privacy screen, I can leave you two alone. I said not to encourage him, didn't I? This time her elbow had better aim, and Eve managed to slide off onto the seat. Idiot, she muttered at Rourke. She dotes on me so. He sighed, settled back. It's almost smothering. If you've finished your police business, can I offer you a tour of the city? No, Eve said before Peabody could open her mouth. Straight back to New York. No detours. She's a real party animal, too, Peabody said soberly, then neatly folded her hands and watched the city stream by. Chapter 10. Before Eve left for home, she perfected a detailed report on the similarities in the alleged suicides and why her suspicions that the senator's death was due to the same as yet unknown causes. She transferred her findings to the commander's unit with a flag to his home link. Unless his wife was hosting one of her ubiquitous dinner parties, she knew Whitney would review the report before morning. With that hope, she took the Skyglide from Homicide to the Electronic Detective Division. She found Feeney at his desk, his stubby fingers holding delicate tools, microglasses turning his eyes to saucers as he stripped down a mini-board. You doing repair and maintenance these days? She eased a hip on the edge of his desk, careful not to jar his rhythm. She'd expected no more than the grunt she'd received in response. and waited while he transferred a sliver of something onto a clear dish. "Somebody's having fun and games," he muttered. "Managed to get a virus of some kind right into the chief's unit. Memory's been boosted, the GCC compromised." She glanced at the silver sliver and imagined that was the GCC. Computers weren't her forte. "Got a line on it?" "Not yet." With tiny tweezers, he lifted the sliver, studied it through his glasses. "But I will. I found the virus, dosed it. That's first priority. This poor little bastard's dead, though. When I autopsy it, we'll see." She had to smile. It was so like Feeney to think of his components and chips in human terms. He replaced the sliver, sealed the dish, then tugged off his glasses. His eyes shrank, blinked, refocused. And there he was, Dallas thought, rumpled, wrinkled, and baggy, just as she liked him best. He'd made her a cop, giving her the kind of in-the-field training she could never have learned through discs or VR. And though he'd transferred from homicide to captain in EDD, she continued to depend on him. "So," she began, "did you miss me?" "Were you gone?" He grinned at her, reached a hand into a bowl for some candied almonds. "Did you like your fancy honeymoon?" "Yeah, I did." She took a nut herself. It had been a long time since lunch. "Even with a body at the end of it. I appreciate the data you dug up for me." "No problem. A lot of fuss for self-terminations." "Maybe." His office was larger than hers, due to his rank and his love of space. His boasted a view screen, which, as usual, was tuned to a classic film channel. Just now, Indiana Jones was being lowered into a pit of asps. "I've got a few interesting aspects, though." "Want to share?" "That's why I'm here." She copied the data she'd taken from the senator's file and took the disk from her pocket. "I've got a brain dissection on here, but the picture's a little rough. Can you clean it up? Boost it some?" "Can bears shit in the reforested park?" He took the disk, swiveled to his unit, and loaded it. Moments later, he was scowling over the image. Pitiful imaging. "What did you do? Use a portable to record off-screen?" "It would be better if we didn't get into that." He turned his head, studied her with that same scowl. "You teetering on a line, Dallas?" "My balance is good." "Let's hope so." Preferring to work manually, he slid out a keyboard. His working man's fingers danced over keys and controls like a master harpist's over strings. He jerked a shoulder when she leaned close. "Don't crowd me, kid. I need to see." Under his expertise, the picture was clearing, contrasts sharpening. She struggled for patience as he fine-tuned, diddled, humming to himself as he worked. Behind her, all hell was breaking loose between Harrison Ford and the snakes. "That's about the best we can do on this unit. You want more, I have to take it into master." He flicked a glance up at her. "You gotta log on for master, technically." She knew he'd bypass regulations for her and risk an interview with IAD. "Let's go with this for now. You see that, Feeney?" She tapped a finger against the screen, just under the tiny shadow. "I see a hell of a lot of trauma. This brain must have been bashed, good and proper. But this," she could just make it out, "I've seen this before, on 2 other scans. I'm no neurologist, but I'd guess it's not supposed to be there." "No," she straightened. "It's not supposed to be there." She got home late and was met by Somerset at the door. "There are 2 gentlemen to see you, Lieutenant." With a quick jolt, she thought of the data she'd commandeered. "Are they wearing uniforms?" Somerset's pursed mouth pruned further. "Hardly. I've put them in the front parlor. They insisted on waiting, though you had not indicated when you would arrive, and Rourke is detained at the office." "Okay, I'll handle it." She wanted a huge plate of anything edible, a hot bath, and some thinking time. Instead, she wound her way down to the parlor and found Leonardo and Jess Barrow. Relief came first, then annoyance. Somerset, the creep, knew Leonardo and could have told her who was waiting to see her. Dallas! Leonardo's moon-sized face creased into a grin when he spotted her. He swept across the room, a giant in a magenta skin suit, overbloused with emerald gauze. No wonder Mavis adored him. He caught Eve up in a bone-crushing hug, then narrowed his eyes. You haven't dealt with your hair yet. I'll call Trina myself. Oh, well... Intimidated, Eve raked her fingers through her short, messy cap of hair. I don't really have time right now to... You have to make time for personal appearance. Not only are you an important public figure in your own right, but you're Rourke's wife. She was a cop, damn it. Suspects and victims didn't give a rat's ass about her hairdo, she thought. Right. As soon as you're neglecting your treatments, he accused her, simply rolling over her excuses like a big, smooth boulder down a bumpy slope. Your eyes are strained, and your brows need shaping. Yeah, but Trina will be in touch to set up a session. Now then. He propelled her across the room, all but dumped her into a chair. Relax, he ordered. Put your feet up. You've had a long day. Can I get you anything? No, really. Some wine. Inspired, he beamed, gave her shoulder a quick rub. I'll see to it. And don't worry, Jess and I won't keep you long. No use arguing with a born nurturer, Jess commented, as Leonardo moved off to order the wine for Eve. Nice to see you, Lieutenant. Aren't you going to tell me I've lost weight or gained it or need a facial? But she blew out a breath and leaned back. It did feel incredibly good to sit in a chair that wasn't designed to torture the ass. Okay, let's have it. Something must be up for you to tolerate Somerset insulting you until I got home. Actually, he just looked appalled and closed us in here. I do think he's going to run a room scan after we've gone to be sure we didn't lift any of the knickknacks. Jess sat down, cross-legged, on the cushion at her feet. His silver eyes were smiling, his voice smooth as Bavarian cream. Great knickknacks, by the way. We like them. If you'd wanted the tour, you should have said so before Leonardo set me down. I'm going to stay here a while. Looking at you will do just fine. I hope you don't mind me saying you're the most attractive cop I've ever rubbed shoulders with. Have we rubbed shoulders, Jess? Her brows lifted, disappearing under her bangs. I hadn't noticed. He chuckled, patted her knee with one of his beautiful hands. I would love that tour, sometime or other. But right now, we have a favor to ask. Got a traffic blot you need fixing? His lovely face beamed. Well, now that you mention it. Leonardo carried the crystal glass filled with pale gold wine across the room himself. Don't tease her, Jess. Eve accepted the glass, glanced up at Leonardo. He's not teasing me. He's flirting with me. He likes to live dangerously. Jess let out an appealingly musical laugh. Caught! Happily married women are the safest to flirt with. He spread his hands as she sipped, considered him. No harm, no foul. He picked up her hand, ran a fingertip along the intricate carving on her wedding ring. The last man who messed with me is doing life in lockup, Eve said casually. That's after I beat the crap out of him. Oops. Chuckling, Jess released her hand. Maybe I'd better let Leonardo ask for the favor. It's for Mavis, Leonardo said, and his eyes became warm and liquid as he spoke her name. Jess thinks the demo disc is ready. Music and entertainment is a tough field, you know. Crowded, competitive, and Mavis has her heart set on making it. After what happened with Pandora, he shuddered delicately. Well, after what happened before, and Mavis being arrested, fired from the Blue Squirrel, going through all of that, it's been rough on her. I know. The guilt set in again, for her part in it. It's behind her now. Thanks to you. Though Eve shook her head, Leonardo insisted. You believed her. You worked for her. You saved her. Now I'm going to ask you for something else, because I know you love her as much as I do. Eve's eyes narrowed. You're boxing me in very neatly, aren't you? He didn't bother to suppress the smile. I hope so. It's my idea, Jess interrupted. Leonardo had to be nudged some to approach you with it. He didn't want to take advantage of your friendship or your position. My position as a cop? No, Jess smiled, reading her reaction perfectly. As Rourke's wife. Oh, she didn't care for that, he thought, amused. This was a woman who wanted to stand firm on her own. Your husband has a great deal of influence, Dallas. I know what Rourke has. It wasn't precisely true. She didn't have a clue as to the full extent of his holdings and operations. She didn't want to. What do you want from him? Just a party, Leonardo said quickly. A what? A party for Mavis. A splashy one, Jess put in, grinning. A bustin' one. An event. Leonardo shot Jess a warning look. A stage, so to speak, where Mavis can mingle with people, perform. I haven't mentioned the idea to her in case you objected, but we thought if Rourke could invite... There was obvious embarrassment now, as she only stared at him. Well, he knows so many people. People who buy performance discs, go to clubs, look for entertainment. Not embarrassed in the least, Jess smiled winningly. Maybe we should get you some more wine. Instead, she set the barely touched glass aside. You want him to give a party. Wary of a trap, she scanned both faces. That's it? More or less. Hope sprang in Leonardo's chest. We'd like to run the demo during it, have Mavis give a live performance as well. I know it's an expense. I'm more than willing to pay. It won't be the money that concerns him. Eve considered, tapped her fingers on the arm of the chair. I'll talk to him about it and get back to you. I guess you want it soon as possible. I'll get back to you, she repeated, then rose. Thank you, Dallas. Leonardo bent in several places to kiss her cheek. We'll get out of your way. She's gonna be a huge hit, Jess predicted. She just needs a lift-off. He took a disc out of his pocket. This is a copy of the demo, he told her. A specially doctored copy, he thought, just for the lieutenant. Give it a try. See what we've come up with. She smiled at it, thinking of Mavis. I will. Upstairs, alone, Eve programmed the auto chef and came up with a steaming plate of pasta and what was certainly fresh sauce from garden-grown tomatoes and herbs. It never ceased to amaze her what Rourke had access to. She wolfed it down while she ran a bath. As an afterthought, she tossed in some of the foaming salts he'd bought her in Paris. She thought they smelled like her honeymoon, rich and romantic. She sank into a tub the size of a small lake and sighed greedily. Blank the mind before thinking, she decided, and popped open the control panel in the wall. She'd already loaded the demo in the bedroom unit and switched it to play on the recessed screen in the bathroom. She settled back into hot, frothy water, a second glass of vintage wine in her hand, and shook her head. What the hell was she doing here? Eve Dallas, a cop who'd come up the hard way, a nameless kid found in an alley, abandoned and abused, with a murder on her hands blocked from her memory. Even a year before, that memory had been patchy, and her life had been one of work, survival, and more work. Standing for the dead was her business, and she was good at her job. That had been enough. She'd made it enough. Until Rourke. The glitter of the ring on her finger continued to puzzle her. He loved her. He wanted her. He, the competent, successful, and enigmatic Rourke, even needed her. That was the biggest puzzle of all. And maybe, since she couldn't seem to solve it, she would eventually learn to simply accept it. She brought the wine to her lips, sank a little lower into the water, and hit the remote. Instantly, color and sound exploded into the room. In defense, she lowered the volume before her eardrums burst. Then Mavis swirled across the screen, as exotic as a sprite, potent as straight whiskey. Her voice was a screech, But it was appealing nonetheless, and it suited her as well as the music Jess had designed to showcase the vocals. It was hot, ruthless, and raw, very much Mavis. But as Eve soaked it in, she realized that the sound and the show had more polish. Oh, there had always been flash and sparkle when it came to Mavis's work, but now there was a thin sheen of gloss she had lacked before. Production values, she supposed. Orchestration, and someone who has the eye to recognize a rough diamond and the talent and willingness to help buff it up. Eve's opinion of Jess took a step up. Maybe he'd looked like a cocky boy showing off on his complicated console, but he obviously knew how to make it work. More, he understood Mavis, Eve realized. He appreciated her for what she was and what she wanted to do, and he'd found a way for her to do it well. Eve chuckled to herself and lifted her glass in toast to her friend. It looked like they were going to have a party at that. In his studio downtown, Jess reviewed the demo. He sincerely hoped that Eve was watching the disc. If she did, her mind would be open, wide open to dreams. He wished he knew what they would be, where they would take her. Then he could see what she would see. He could document, relive. But his research hadn't yet allowed him to find the path into the dreams. One day, he thought, one day. Eve's dreams took her back into the dark, into the dread. They were jumbled, then shockingly clear, then scattered again like leaves in the wind. It was terrifying. She dreamed of Rourke, and that was soothing. Watching an explosive sunset with him in Mexico, making reckless love in the dark, bubbling water of a lagoon, hearing his voice in her ear when he was inside her, urging her to let go, just let go. Then it was her father, holding her down, and she was a child, helpless, hurting, frightened. Please don't. The smell of him was there, candy over liquor, too sweet, too strong. She was gagging on it and weeping, and his hand was over her mouth to stifle her screams when he raped her. Our personalities are programmed at conception. Rihanna's voice floated in, cool and sure. We are what we are made. Our choices are already set at birth. And she was a child, in a terrible room, a cold room that smelled of garbage and urine and death. And there was blood on her hands. Someone was holding her, pinning her arms, and she fought like a wild thing, like a terrified, desperate child would fight. Don't! Shh, Eve, it's a dream. Rourke gathered her closer, rocked, while the clammy sweat on her skin soaked into his shirt and broke his heart. You're safe. I killed you. You're dead. Stay dead. Wake up now. He pressed his lips to her temple, struggling to find the right way to soothe her. If he'd had the power, he would have gone back in time and cheerfully murdered what haunted her. Wake up, darling. It's Rourke. No one's going to hurt you. He's gone, she murmured when she stopped fighting him and began to shudder. He's never coming back. I'm all right. It humiliated her, always, to be caught in the grip of a nightmare. I'm okay now. I'm not. He continued to hold her, stroking until her tremors eased. It was a bad one. She kept her eyes shut, tried to concentrate on the scent of him, clean and male. Remind me not to go to bed after gorging on spiced spaghetti. She realized he was fully dressed, and the bedroom lights were on low. You haven't been to bed. I just got in. He eased her back to study her face and brushed a drying tear from her cheek. You're still pale. It tore at him, and his voice was edgy. Why the hell won't you take a soother at least? I don't like them. As usual, the nightmare had left her with the dull throb of a headache. Knowing he would see it if he looked too closely, she shifted away. I haven't had one in a while. Weeks, really. Calmer now, she rubbed her tired eyes. That one was all jumbled up. Strange. Maybe it was the wine. And maybe it's stress. You will work until you collapse. She angled her head, glanced at the watch on his wrist. And who's just coming in from the office at 2 a.m.? She smiled, wanting to erase the worry from his eyes. Buy any small planets lately? No, just a few minor satellites. He rose, stripped off his shirt, then lifted a brow when he caught the considering look she gave his bare chest. You're too tired. I don't have to be. You could do all the work. Laughing, he sat to take off his shoes. Thank you very much, but why don't we wait until you have the energy to participate? Christ, that's so married. But she slid down in the bed, exhausted. The headache was just on the edge of her brain, cannily waiting to strike. When he slipped into bed beside her, she rested her tender head on his shoulder. I'm glad you're home. So am I. He brushed his lips over her hair. You'll sleep now. Yeah. It soothed her to feel the rhythm of his heart under the palm of her hand. She only felt slightly ashamed of needing it there, needing him there. Do you think we're programmed at conception? What? I wonder. She was drifting into that twilight sleep already, and her voice was thick and slow. Is it just the luck of the draw? The gene pool? What slips in with egg and sperm, is that it? What does that make us, Rourke? You and me. Survivors, he said, but he knew she was asleep. We survived. He lay awake a long time, listening to her breathe, watching the stars. When he was certain she slept without scars, he let himself follow. She was awakened at 7 by a communiqué from Commander Whitney's office. She'd been expecting the summons. She had 2 hours to prep for the face-to-face report. It didn't surprise her that Rourke was already up, dressed and sipping coffee while he scanned the stock reports on his monitor. She grunted at him, her usual morning greeting, and took coffee into the shower with her. He was on the link when she came back. His broker, she imagined from the bits and pieces of conversation she caught. She snagged a muffin, intending to stuff it into her mouth as she dressed, but Rourke grabbed her hand, pulled her down on the sofa. I'll get back to you by noon, he told his broker, then ended transmission. What's your hurry? He asked Eve. I've got to meet Whitney in an hour and a half and convince him there's a link between 3 unrelated victims, talk him into letting me pursue the matter, and to accept data I accessed illegally. Then I'm due in court again, to testify so that a low-life pimp who ran an unlicensed stable of minors and beat one of them to death with his hands goes into a cage and stays there. He kissed her lightly. Just another day at the office. Have some strawberries. She had a weakness for them, and plucked one out of the bowl. We don't have any, thing scheduled for tonight, do we? No. What did you have in mind? I was thinking we could just hang. She moved her shoulders. Unless I'm in interview being kicked because of breaching government security. You should have let me do it for you. He grinned at her. A little time, and I could have accessed the data from here. She closed her eyes. Don't tell me that. I really don't want to know that. What do you say to watching some old videos, eating popcorn, and necking on the sofa? I say thank you, God. It's a date, then. He topped off their coffee. Maybe we'll even manage to have dinner together. This case, or these cases, are troubling you. I can't get a hook, a focal point. There's no why, there's no how. Other than Fitzhugh's spouse and his associate, no one's been even one step out of line. And they're both just idiots. She moved her shoulders. It's not homicide when it's self-termination, but it feels like homicide. She huffed out a disgusted breath. And if that's all I've got to convince Whitney, I'm going to be dragging my ass out of his office after he stomps it. You trust your instincts. He strikes me as a man who's smart enough to trust them as well. We'll soon see. If they arrest you, darling, I'll wait for you. Ha ha. Somerset said you had visitors last night, Rourke added, as she rose to go to the closet. Oh, shit, I forgot. Dumping the robe on the floor, she pawed naked through her clothes. It was a process Rourke never failed to enjoy. She found a shirt of plain blue cotton, shrugged it on. I had a couple of guys over for a quick orgy after work. Did you take pictures? She chuckled and found some jeans, remembered court, and switched to tailored slacks. It was Leonardo and Jess. They're looking for a favor. From you. Rourke watched as Eve started to pull on the slacks, remembered underwear, and yanked open a drawer. Uh-oh. Will it hurt? I don't think so. And actually, I'm kind of for it. They were thinking you could throw a party for Mavis here. Let her perform. The demo disc is done. I watched it myself last night, and it's really good. It would give her a chance to, premiere it before they start hawking it. All right. We could probably do it in a week or two. I'll check my schedule. Half-dressed, she turned to him. Just like that? Why not? It's not a problem. She pouted a little. I figured I'd have to persuade you. Anticipation lit wickedly in his eyes. Would you like to? She fastened her slacks, kept her face bland. Well, I really appreciate it. And since you're being so accommodating, I guess this is a good time to hit you with part 2. Idly, he poured more coffee, flicked a glance at the monitor as the off-planet agriculture reports began to scroll. He'd recently bought a mini-farm on Space Station Delta. What's part 2? Well, Jess has worked out this one number. He ran it by me last night. She looked at Rourke, making it up as she went along. It's a duet, really impressive, and we thought, if for the party, the live portion of the performance, you could do it with Mavis. He blinked, lost all interest in crops. Do what with Mavis? Perform it. Actually, it was my idea, she continued, nearly losing it when he paled. You've got a nice voice. In the shower, anyway. The Irish comes out. I mentioned it, and Jess thought it was fabulous. He managed to shut his mouth, but it wasn't easy. Slowly, he reached over to disengage the monitor. Eve, really, it would be great. Leonardo has a terrific design for your costume. For my... Thoroughly shaken, Rourke got to his feet. You want me to wear a costume and sing a duet with Mavis? In public? It would mean so much to her. Just think of the press we would get. Press? Now he blanched. Christ Jesus, Eve! It's really a sexy number. Testing them both, she walked over, began to toy with the buttons of his shirt as she looked hopefully up into his eyes. It could put her right over the top. Eve, I'm fond of her, really, I am. I just don't think... You're so important. She trailed her finger down the center of his chest, so influential and so gorgeous. It was just a little too thick. He narrowed his eyes, caught the laughter in hers. You're putting me on. Her laughter burst out. You bought it! Oh, you should have seen your face! She pressed a hand to her belly, yelping when he yanked her ear. I would have talked you into it. I don't think so. Not at all sure of himself, he turned away, started to reach for his coffee again. I could have. You'd have done it if I'd played it right. All but doubled over with laughter, she threw her arms around him, hugged herself to his back. Oh, I love you. He went very still as emotion delivered a hard, bruising punch to his heart. Shaken, he turned, gripped her arms. What? The laughter died out of her face. He looked stunned, and his eyes were dark and fierce. What is it? You never say it. Swamped, he dragged her close and buried his face in her hair. You never say it, he repeated. She could do nothing but hold on, rocked by the emotions pulsing from him. Where had this come from, she wondered. Where had he hidden it? Yes, I do, sure I do. Not like that. He hadn't known how much he'd needed to hear her say it, just like that. Not without prompting, without thinking about it first. She opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it again. It was true, and it was foolish, cowardly. I'm sorry. It's hard for me. I do love you, she said quietly. Sometimes it scares me because you're the first and the only. He held her there until he was sure he could speak, then eased her back, looked into her eyes. "You've changed my life. Become my life." He touched his lips to hers, let the kiss deepen slowly, silkily. "I need you." She linked her arms around his neck, pressed close. "Show me. Now." Chapter 11. Eve started off to work humming. Her body felt soft and strong. Her mind rested. She took it as an omen when her vehicle purred to life on the first attempt, and the temperature control hung at a pleasant 72 degrees. She felt ready to face her commander and convince him she had a case to pursue. Then she got to 5th and 47th and hit the jam. Street traffic was stopped. Air traffic was circling like vultures, and no one was paying any heed to the noise pollution laws. The horns, shouts, curses, catcalls screamed out and echoed. The minute she stopped, her temperature control gleefully pumped up to 95. Eve slammed out of her car and joined the melee. The glide cart hawkers were taking advantage of the moment, slipping and sliding through the pack and doing a monster business on frozen fruit sticks and coffee. She didn't bother to flash her badge and remind any of them they weren't allowed to vend off the curbs. Instead, she snagged a vendor, bought a tube of Pepsi, and asked what the hell was going on. "Free agers." Eyes shifting for more customers, he slid her credits into his safe slot. "Protest on conspicuous consumption. Hundreds of them, stretched across 5th like a pretty ribbon. Singing. Want a wheat muffin to go with that? Fresh?" "No." "Gonna be here a while," he warned, and stepped onto his cart to glide through standing traffic. Son of a bitch. Eve scanned the scene. She was blocked in on all sides by furious commuters. Her ears were ringing, and heat was pumping out of her car like a furnace. She slammed back in, beat on the control panel with her fist, and managed to knock the temperature down to a brisk 60. Overhead, a tourist blimp trundled by, full of gawkers. With no faith whatsoever in her vehicle, Eve rammed it into vertical lift and hit her official warning siren. The siren wheezed on, no match for the cacophony of noise, but she managed a shaky lift. Her wheels missed the roof of the car in front of her by at least an inch as her vehicle coughed and choked its way into the air. "Next stop, recycling heap, I swear it," she muttered, and she punched at her communicator. "Peabody, what the fuck is going on here?" "Sir." Peabody popped on screen, eyes bland, mouth sober. "I believe you've encountered the jam incited by the protest on 5th. That wasn't scheduled. I know damn well it wasn't on the boards for this morning. They can't have a permit." "Free agers don't believe in permits, sir." She cleared her throat when Eve snarled. "I believe if you head west, you'll have better luck on 7th. Traffic is heavy there, but it's moving. If you check your dash monitor, yeah, like that's gonna work in this piece of shit. Call maintenance and tell them they're meat. Then contact the commander, explain that I may be a few minutes late for the meeting." As she spoke, she wrestled with the car, which tended to dip and cause both pedestrians and other drivers to stare up in terror. "If I don't fall on someone, I should be there in 20 minutes. She avoided, barely, the edge of a billboard hologram touting the delights of private air travel. She and the jet star headed in opposite directions with varying degrees of success. She nicked the curb as she set down on 7th, and couldn't blame the suit and tie pumping up his air skates for flipping her the bird. But she'd missed him, hadn't she? She was just indulging in a sigh of relief when her communicator shrilled. Any unit, 1217. Roof of Tedler Building, 7th and 42nd. Respond immediately. Unidentified female, considered armed." 1217, Eve thought. Self-termination threat. What the hell was this? "Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve responding. ETA 5 minutes. She beat her siren into life and hit vertical again. The Tadler Building, home of the nation's most popular tabloid, was shiny and new. The buildings on its former site had been razed in the 30s for the urban beautification program, which was a euphemism for the decay of infrastructure and construction that had plagued New York during the period. It speared up in silvery steel, bullet-shaped, and was ringed by circling skywalks and glides with a fresh-air restaurant spilling out from its base. Eve double-parked, grabbed her field kit, and pushed her way through the crowd gathered on the sidewalk. She flipped her badge at the security guard and watched relief drown his face. "Thank Christ! She's up there, holding everybody off with anti-mugging spray. Got Bill dead in the eye when he tried to grab her." "Who is she?" Eve demanded, as he hustled his way toward the interior elevator banks. "Cerise Devane! She owns the fucking place!" Devane? Eve knew her vaguely. Cerise Devane, CEO of Tatler Enterprises, was one of the privileged and influential people who sauntered in Rourke's circles. Cerise Devane is on the roof, threatening to jump? What is this, some sort of insane publicity stunt to bump up their circulation? "Looks real to me." He puffed out his cheeks. "She's buck-ass naked, too. That's all I know," the guard claimed as the elevator shot upward. "Her assistant made the call, Frank Rabbit. You can get more out of him if he's conscious by now. Guy keeled right over when she went out on the ledge. That's what I heard." "You call for psych?" "Somebody did. We got the company shrink up there now, and a specialist in self-termination is on the way. Fire department, too, and air rescue.